What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Back at it again, ladies and gentlemen. How are we this evening? We got Southern Man saying, let's fucking go. Gents, you know what I'm saying? Gents. Also, if you check out the Discord, Southern Man sent in a video. Where we at? Of him, he smoked some ribs, you know what I'm saying? And it was tenderlicious. He was able to eat it with a knife and fork. Bit of culture. You know what I'm saying? Bit of culture. I'll get into that as well, because like I said, a lot of people have been complimenting me on the suits. You know what I'm saying? And it's basically like a challenge. It's an indirect challenge to everybody, all the boys and all this kind of stuff. It's like, are we not men? You know what I mean? I'm not talking about like, are we not men to do it? I'm talking about like the question, like, are we not men? Should we not be like, you know, classing up the place? Should we not be dressing up in suits, adding a bit of style and sophistication, so to speak? You know what I mean? We got Section 230 saying, get rated, son. You know, we got Abby as well. Shout outs to Abby for the Liza P as well, 100%. Let's go full retard. We got King as well saying the bear raid. And because it's easy, you know what I'm saying? Well, first of all, because we got the raid.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all, very dear and very kind, for coming. And because it's a speakeasy raid, who better else teach us the laws of logic than our boy Speakeasy?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, Brip shit?
Mic drop and a half. You know what I'm saying? Mama. You know what I'm saying? We also got Nick Flip with the 10 jewels and saying gold coin. Again, I still have to look into what these jewels are, but appreciate you very kindly for the jewels. Me personally, I'd prefer if they were called charms, lucky charms. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just going to associate the jewels with lucky charms. You know? It is what it is. It is what it is. We have actually they're saying hit that like button on the way in, chat, and subscribe if you haven't already. Let's support our boy Teriak. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Thank you very kindly. We got Shante as well coming and saying, don't forget to smash that like button. Also, shout out to Speakeasy as well. Make sure you check out the Speakeasy merch, okay? As like I said, there's like tons of stuff there. The BLM, Babies' Lives Matter. We got to get rid of abortion. But also there's limited edition stuff on there as well. You know what I mean? The Avarice hoodie's gone. I don't want to hear anybody crying that they didn't get their Avarice hoodie, and now that Avarice is doing his own show, that is even more valuable to have that hoodie as well. I'm pretty sure Jack has one. Darth, I think, has one as well. You know what I'm saying? So if you didn't get it, I don't want to hear any complaints. It was a limited edition. I showed it off multiple times on this stream. It is what it is. We also got John Burt being a member for 10 months. Says, one sec, let me load up the clip.
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
You are gay. You know what I'm saying? Why are you gay for Marte? What can I say, man? You know, I'm telling you, make sure you check out that 2v2 tomorrow. It's going to be an absolute annihilation. A decimation. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, like, I like vibing with like the likes of Leith and Leith Waterkai and Vigilante, but someone's gotta expose them for being a bunch of simps. Because like this whole thing of like, if you think feminism's a good idea, you're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today from Marte. You know what I'm saying? And sub Shante saying gays, days, and fuck. It's been so long, I can't think of a name anymore. Gayak. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. See you, Shante. You're just jelly because I'm here in my nice suit. You know what I mean? I'm representing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It was a long time coming. It was a long time coming. And speaking of which, because I was meant to bring this one up. Where is it? Yeah, I was meant to bring this up on the last stream, but I got sidetracked with all the memes and the Liza P's action that we're doing. But a lot of people are complimenting me on the suits and all that shit, and I appreciate that. Don't get me wrong. But this is what I used to look like. Like, a lot of people don't believe me. Like, when I was there at the debate con, I was showing them what my old suit was. It was like a 44-inch waist. And everybody was like, ain't no way that, like, you were that big or you were that fat, Teriak. I was a big boy. I was a fat boy. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. That's not just double chin. That is triple chin action, okay? Look at that. Look back to me. Now back. Look at fat me. Now look back to me. You know what I'm saying? This can be you. This can be you if you believe in the carnivore way, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of intermittent fasting. You know what I'm saying? Why not seize the day? Seize the moment. You know what I'm saying? Put your health in your own hands. You know what I mean? Like I said, like, look at this. I was in it, like, tracksuits, trackies, all this kind of shit. Now look at me now. Made me 3-piece. I'm looking good. I'm looking sophisticated. I'm looking cultured. I'm looking couth. Right? You know what I'm saying? So, like, this whole thing of, like, why we wearing suits and all this stuff. Well, the reason's simple.
Suits are cool. Exhibit A.
Exhibit A, ladies and gentlemen. Exhibit A. I rest my case. Okay? We need to make suits great again. Okay? So I don't want to hear any complaints saying, oh no, I'm too far gone, Teriak. Oh no, that'll never be me, Teriak. That's what I look like. I got the proof. Because again, nobody believed me in the Bacon. They were like, ain't no way you were that big, like that, like you're just kind of like, even my dad was like, this must be one of my old suits. You know what I mean? I was like, no, trust me, this was my old suit. I mean, now I got a nice fitting 3-piece. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I made it. God bless you all. God bless you too, K-Dog. God bless you too. Appreciate you very kindly, you know? Ellen DeGeneres, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter how far gone you think you are. You know what I mean? You might think, oh, I'm a degen, or I'm a fat piece of shit, or whatever the fuck. You can turn that shit around if you actually genuinely want to. You know what I mean? So, like I said, a lot of people kind of get embarrassed with photos like these, and they, like, delete them and all this kind of shit. It's like, nah. This is evidence. This is proof that you can actually turn this shit around, you know? We got K-Dog coming in saying, remember to hit the like, or, well, you know the rule. Exactly. Exactly. Thought I subscribed before. Teriak must have kicked me off the voter rolls. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know? It was because, like, your date of birth was over 100 years of age, right? We had to clean up shop. We want to make sure that our subscriber count is legitimate. And not like the likes of Glenn Lawrence, where he just buys subs and grid. They just buy their subs and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? We like to keep things legit over here, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. Southern's a serial killer too. Yeah, Shante has this theory that if you eat your ribs with a knife and fork, that you're a serial killer. Nah. It is a testament. Listen to this, Shante. It is a testament whether or not the ribs are tenderlicious, okay? If the meat falls off the bone, like, that is the test. If you're able to eat your ribs with a knife and fork, then that means they are good ribs. They're tenderlicious, as they say. You know what I'm saying? We got that's me as well. We got Southern Man coming in with the gent. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, this has been a long time coming. There's a reason why I chose this meme. You know what I mean? Because it got tuxedo. We look good. We looking good. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, Draco. He needs spoon etiquette for sure. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm still trying to learn how to use the spoon. I'm not gonna lie. You know, the knife. I'm starting with the knife and fork, and then we're gonna develop our spoon eating skills as well. Like I said, it's a whole roundabout. I still need to fix the teeth as well. I still need to get that Invisalign in. We work on that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'm constantly trying to look to improve. You know what I mean? We got Trump W. Exactly. My man. We got Mez. Welcome in, Mez. Be right, call it out wrong, and be right, exactly. And we got also Shante remind us that YouTube and Apple, if you're on an Apple device and you're super chatting, no matter who you're super chatting to, the content creator is only getting 49% of whatever that super chat is, just so everyone's clear. All right. So if you can, try to use the PayPal, try to use the Ko-Fi, they should be pinned. For the American streamers and Canadian streamers, use their Cash App. Because trust me, like the YouTube cut alone is 30%, and if they're using an Apple device, then it's another 30% on top of that. You know what I mean? So be kind to your creators. You know what I'm saying? Salute to you too, Sample Turner Chaos. Welcome in, sir. Value. Exactly. Wait, who is on the hoodie now? It is King and Jeremy, okay? Like I said, I've personally met both of them. Both of them are gentlemen and scholars. and they're limited edition right now. So again, it's the same thing with the Avarice one. Once they're gone, folks. Okay, so make sure you go over to the merch store. One sec. I want to test out this as well. So you should have. I think it's what. If I do this, is it? No. If I do Speakeasy. Wait, is it not working? Did I fuck this up? There we go. Yeah, exactly. Where the bot is working. The bot is working, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So if you do the dash, or not the dash, the exclamation point Speakeasy, you should get the Speakeasy merch store, all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen. So one second, let me catch up in chat before we get into this. Holy fuck, bro. Wait, what's holy fuck? Oh shit, yeah, reacting to the thing. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody can get this. Everybody can start improving. You know what I mean? So I don't want to hear any excuses. Right? Because, like, one second, let me pull this thing up again. Because, like, I'd be willing to wager, okay, that, like, I'm as big or kind of like in and around the same kind of like business as Jack. So my thing, Jack, if you're listening, if you're in chat, if you're lurking or whatever the fuck, all right, like, look at how big that's a triple chin. Let me zoom in on this. That is a triple chin, okay? I got one chin here, got a second chin here, and then a third one. I'm working on a third one here as well, all right? So I don't want to hear any excuses that, oh, this can't be done or whatever the fuck and all this kind of shit. It's like, no, you can do this. You know what I mean? You just got to put in the effort. You got to have that determination. You know what I'm saying? Lamel, I got to go back to my lesbian duties. I hear you, John. I'm never escaping that lesbian meme. It is what it is. It is what it is. Jack, if you're fucking listening, I want to see in at least 3 years time, I want to see you in a suit. I want to see you carnivore diet. I want to see you I want to see you doing the same thing where you're saying, I was this bad and now I've improved it. I've righted the ship. And Shanty's like, who the fuck is that guy? You know, that's Fat Yak. That's Fat Yak. You know what I'm saying? You was a chunky boy. I was chunky, baby. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, man, you can turn your life around. You know what I mean? Are you willing, though? That's the question. That's AI. He's lying to us all. See you, Shantae. How many times must I tell you, Shantae? How many times must I tell you? You know what I mean? Just jelly. You're just jelly that I'm in my suits. You know what I'm saying? They don't have that much. Fuck. Wait, what? Hey, this is what it is. Good job on getting yourself in good health. Exactly. That's the thing. You know what I mean? And like, that's kind of like a lot of people kind of look at it, and it's like when you see the side by side, it's like, oh fuck, like that's like a huge difference on stuff. But it's like you got to bear in mind that it's like it's day by day. Like you don't expect to like see such a transformation in such a short period of time. But once like you get the weight management on, or the weight down, and your health management on, and all this kind of stuff. Okay, what's the next thing? Okay, I can improve my teeth, or I can improve my style and my fashion and all this kind of stuff. I can maybe start like looking at suits. Maybe I can do this, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? And it's like Rome wasn't built on a day. It was built brick by brick. You know what I mean? So looking at it from that aspect, you know what I mean? We got smuggling all the potatoes. Exactly. I was eating way too many potatoes. I switched to carnivore. And like I said, another reason why you should join the Discord is because I have the whole thing there in terms of the fitness. We have the info channels. So one of the info channels is the fitness and health section. There's tons of people who've gone carnivore, and it's the exact same story. They look like completely different people. You know what I mean? So again, like the health and the fitness is one thing. The next thing is in terms of like starting to wear suits and all this kind of like, that's what I'm hoping to inspire other people to start doing, is to start wearing suits when they're streaming and all this kind of stuff. Because again, like you go back to like the 1920s, 1930s, even a bit after that, I'd say as well. Like men wore suits. Didn't matter what job you had, you still had a suit. And then like you had your Sunday best and all this kind of stuff as well. I mean, fuck, you even go as far back to the 80s maybe and all this kind of shit. It's like that was the sign of a man, that you were wearing suits and all this kind of shit, you know? Top hats even. You know what I mean? I'll be here with the top hats, you know what I'm saying? We got the Avarice show saying, it was all me, I saved the leprechaun. Hey, that is true. When I did collapse, Avarice was like Avarice and Speakeasy were both like fucking, you know, like what's the thing? They were at like the battle stations. They were like, "Don't you fucking." That's all I remember. Like when I was like, you know, coming back. Like that's all I remember hearing was just Avarice saying, "Don't you fucking give up on me, Yak." You know. So again, hats off to Avarice. Salutes to you, sir. You know. Food on the island, say it is what it is. Also, hi, I'm Avarice. Hi, Avarice. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Always saving people. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And again, Jack, if you're fucking listening, it's not too late for you to be saved. You know what I mean? So put in the effort, man. Trust me, it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. And good to see you, Avarice. Good to see you. Do the hokey pokey. Turn yourself around. Exactly. Do a little bit of the hokey pokey. You know what I'm saying? Turn this shit around. That's what it's all about. Exactly. But beautiful. Beautiful. And we got Nick becoming a member as well. Welcome in, sir. Enjoy the memes. Like I said, we got all kinds of memes. We got all kinds. Uncivilized. No, we want to be cultured. We want to be classy. We want to be sophisticated. You know what I mean? We want to be couth. We want to make couth great again. You know what I'm saying? 100%, baby. 100%. Just a drive-by thumbs up. Have a good night. You too, Cree dog. You too, sir. You too. And also, yeah, like I said, we got like multiple different things in the bot as well. So to give you another example, if you want the donation links, that should be the donate link as well. And also, I'm pretty sure I have it so you can't spam it. I think it's like once per 5 minutes or some shit like that. So it is what it is. And it showed up. It worked. Thank you very kindly. And yes, see, you can't be spamming the chat with as well. See, your boy was thinking, Shante. Ain't gonna happen today. Okay, we got cooldowns, you know. Cooldown, that sounds gay. Shante, what can I say? You can't kid a kidder. You can't kid a kidder. You know what I'm saying? It's because I'm not good. It's because I'm not good, Shante.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
I do possibly need to make it shorter though, King. You know what I'm saying? Maybe like 30 seconds or a minute or something like that. I went with 5 minutes just to be safe, but it is what it is, you know. Nice man job. Nice job, man. Looking good. What diet do you use again? Carnivore. So if you go to the Discord, again, that gives me another reason to use the bot. Discord link is right there. Hopefully it comes up. Should come up. There we go. If you join the Discord and you go to the info channels, the fitness and health, it has the whole thing listed out there. When you first getting started on carnivore, the only thing that because I have like the recommended daily protein and the daily fat calculations there, but that's when you're back to like a healthy weight. If you're kind of like overweight or obese, just focus on getting as much fat as possible. But like basically just eat until you're full. That's the main thing, is just starting to listen to your body. Once you drop the weight and you're kind of in maintenance mode, what's called maintenance mode. And I have a video there at the end of the first message. If you check that out, it goes through the 5 stages of carnivore, and then it's like basically once you hit maintenance mode, that's when you start working out what your daily protein and what your daily fat should be. There's a way to kind of like circumvent that, but if you just eat until you're full and then just focus on doing that, that's the main thing. But the carnivore diet is, like I said, it is the way. That's what I always post, you know. Future Mog on your past self. Exactly, Sport Brown. We're all about that mogging business. You know what I'm saying? Call me Moggiac. I think they were calling me Moggiac. Yes, you know. Teriak gon' get those shin implants. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Shante? You know? But we like this is the whole thing. Like, I don't agree with the whole like looks maxing and like where it can go. But in terms of like generally improving yourself and all this kind of stuff, like that should be something that we aim towards. Or we should be something that we orientate towards or gravitate towards. Like, I think like getting all these implants and all this kind of shit, that's like, bro, you're basically a woman at that stage. You know what I mean? But in terms of like getting healthy, going on the carnivore diet, maintaining the weight, and not just like in terms of like a weight aspect, but like from an actual like health aspect, getting off the cigarettes and all that kind of stuff. Like, I have my my nicotine gum that I'm going to be doing and all this kind of shit as well. Like, I know I'm smoking today, but like I said, like that's the next thing as well for me personally. But like dentistry as well, like fixing your teeth and all this kind of stuff, brushing your teeth and all that kind of stuff. That's another aspect. Obviously, kind of like your style or your fashion, like wearing suits, I think should be making suits great again, all this kind of stuff as well. That should be something that we kind of orientate towards. But getting the whole like implants and all this kind of shit, fuck that. That's gay. You know what I'm saying? And welcome into the elders. Let me play the clip. Where we at? Where we
Do
at?
not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all for coming, and thank you, Erdeline, for the raid. The Shrimp King, as they would say, you know what I'm saying? Same here, 100%, 100%. He needs to get a full body tattoo of himself, but taller. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What's this? I thought, like, you know, when I was going to become a streamer, like, I was going to, like, develop, like, such a massive ego because my chat was going to be constantly bigging me up and everyone's going to be like, oh my God, Teriak, we love you. But it's just the complete opposite. Like, all you guys do is just roast me 24/7. This is unbelievable. But at the same time, I gotta respect the insults. You know what I mean? Like people call him, like, the fact that you guys like start calling me a lesbian, like, it brings a tear to my eye, like a joyful tear, because I'm like, it's such a beautiful roast. It's such a beautiful insult because it's like you're both calling me gay and a woman at the same time. You know, you gotta respect the roast. You gotta respect the roast. You know, and 100%. Thank you very kindly, Underline. Also, don't forget to give me now a like over on Rumble and all this kind of shit as well. Guys, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. We gotta make sure that we what's the word? We protect ourselves just in case YouTube says, you know, this guy's looking too classy. This guy's talking too much sense. We gotta get rid of him. We gotta have a backup. We gotta have a contingency plan, as they say, you know. Who the heck is this guy? What can I say, man? What can I say? SB, trying to wrap my head around what a full body tattoo of yourself on you would be like is what it is. It makes sense in some way, shape, or form, you know? Wait, so we just need someone like Avarice yelling, don't you give up for motivation? Exactly. Avarice, actually, if you're still listening, that should be one of the videos you put up. It's just an Avarice motivation video, and it's just you screaming, like, spurging at the camera. It's like, don't you fucking give up on me. Like, Joe, like the Shia LaBeouf, just do it. Instead of, like, just do it, it's like, don't you give up. Don't you give up, boy. You're my boy, Blue. You know what I mean? Something like that, you know? Hey, I heard you. My man, welcome in, William. Welcome in. Teriak styles, only memes. What can I say? If you ain't memeing, then you ain't dreaming. You know what I'm saying, boys? Hey, welcome in, William. Welcome in. No, your links yelled at me. Hey, it is what it is. Why not? Why not? Why the fuck not? You know what I'm saying? I'll never use the link again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And this is my moderators. You know what I'm saying? No wonder chat roast me all day long. The moderators just roast me. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, you know? And again, make sure you check out the Discord. We got all that beautiful information for free as well. Because we also got financial advice in terms of, you know, we have a free budget template there. So if you want to start budgeting and all this kind of stuff, get your, that's another thing as well. Getting your finances in check. You get your health in check. You get your finances in check. Start getting your style in check. We also have a philosophy channel there as well. Got him in. We got Joe motherfucking Cool. Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Says, feel like I ain't seen you in forever, dude. Yeah, but basically been on hiatus for about 3 weeks or so, I think. Because I took the week off for Dallas, and then the week after I was like, fuck it, might as well take another week off. And then I had my mother's funeral as well last week. So, like I said, but it's good to be back. Good to be back, because I missed the roast. I'm not going to lie. I actually missed like the back and forth with chat, you know? And again, William saying, if you hang around with me long enough, boys, you'll get a little bit of the Hodge twins in you. You know what I'm saying? And then you can take a good show into a damn good show. Am I right, William? Am I right? You know? Exactly, Section 230. You know? Damn good show. It's a damn good show. You know? Exactly. We roast you because we love you. And this is the thing that, like, people need to understand. You know? Because a lot of people don't understand the roast, at least initially. Like, oh, they're picking on me. It's like, no, like, if they didn't like you, they would just ignore you. Like, would you rather be roasted or would you rather be ignored? You know what I mean? And, like, roasting is what builds, like, a stronger spirit. Like, it gives you that, like, you know, you don't start crying because someone called you a bad name or some shit like that, you know? And that's what we need more of, you know? There's a deductionist section. There is indeed, if you want to recommend Deductionist Files. Shantae's been the only one so far. And like Shantae with one comment basically gave us 10 cases. You know what I'm saying? So again, I'm also thinking about doing like unsolved cases too. But the thing about unsolved cases is it does kind of lean towards speculation and stuff like that as well. So like I said, I'm building towards that. And like I said, I'm kind of like playing around with the schedule and all this kind of stuff as well. So I've moved Wheel of Madness to Saturdays after VK just to test it out and all this kind of stuff. It also goes really well because then it'll be VK and then easy raids into me for Wheel of Madness, and then I raid into Jake and Avarice's show as well. So like I said, it gives that kind of like basically like 24-hour or near 24-hour kind of experience where it's literally just the boys raiding into each other and all that kind of stuff, you know. So like I said, a lot of stuff that, and again, it's just like you're building Rome brick by brick. You know what I mean? And once you have the mentality of like a marathon, not a sprint, that you're not going to perfect it your first time out, that you're just slowly going to build it up over time. Throw the spaghetti, see what the stick. You know what I'm saying? That's the way it's got to be. You know? Did you see your mother? Sorry to hear that, man. It is what it is. Like I said, it's kind of like circle of life. You know, everyone's going to experience it, or like the majority of people are going to kind of experience that. But like I said, because of the support, the love and support, like for like meeting up with my cousins, my aunties, my uncles, and all this kind of stuff, and even from you guys as well, like the like all the love and support that you guys give me as well, it's just been amazing. Like I know we roast each other and we have the memes and all this kind of stuff as well, but like for example, like going to Dallas, like that's because of you guys. So like again, like hats off to you, like all the support and love that you show me. Truly making the dream become a reality. And like that's the whole thing of like you're gonna have the highs, you're gonna have the lows, and like you can't appreciate the highs without having the lows and all this kind of stuff as well. So like a lot of like philosophy and like stoicism that I've gotten into kind of like really kind of helped me like kind of like understand that kind of like aspect where it's like this is like this is part of life. Like without death, like life wouldn't have meaning. Without pain, there would be no meaning to pleasure and all this kind of stuff as well, you know. And say that's amazing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Williams already got me like with all the heartstrings and all this kind of stuff, you know. Like Thanksgiving turkey, carve it up, baby, carve it up. I hate unsolved cases. I need closure. 100%, you know. But imagine how amazing it would be, Shantae, if we actually did solve an unsolved murder and then like we made the news and all this kind of shit. I mean, me in my 3-piece suit on like Fox News saying, yeah, so there I was with my chat. They were roasting the fuck out of me, and then I said, well, what if it was this dude? You know what I mean? And we solved the case, you know. Yeah, you remember most those you like and not. Hey, it is what it is. It is, you know. Unsolved cases irritate me. No closure on the video, which is my ADHD. Hey, the king gets it. King gets it. You know what I'm saying? Then make a damn video about it. Fuck. Hey, it is. I was a suggestion. It was a suggestion. Okay, it is what it is. It is what it is. But speaking about closure, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, shit. We're over 30 minutes in, and we still haven't got into it yet. But remember this bitch, right? The OnlyFans chick that murdered her boyfriend. A little bit of an update on that because we didn't actually get like what the sentencing was when we went through that video. She will serve a 6-year prison sentence followed by probation. She's gonna do a plea argument where she's gonna plead guilty to manslaughter with a deadly weapon, and she's gonna get 6 years in prison with probation. This type of shit drives me insane. This drives me insane because this literally goes against justice. You know what I'm saying? It's unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. You know? But it is what it is. Exactly. She'll be coming down the road in 6 years' time, William. She'll be coming down the road in 6 years' time. You know? It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? 100%, Shantae. 100%. And like I said, if this was a dude, he'd be getting the full extent of the law. You know? But that's why, like I said, we need to do some level of reform or some shit like that because this shit's crazy. This shit is crazy. Like, literally. Speaking about crazy, I need to make sure I have this properly centered and all that kind of shit. over on the thing, because got to make sure I got my angles right. You know what I'm saying? Because when I do this, I'm not off screen, and then when I do this, still on screen. I mean, got to make sure. Got to make sure. And do we have time? No, we don't. We don't have time to go through. I want to go through a little bit of the update with Wick and our boy Ryan C. Mullally. We won't have time, unfortunately, because like I said, I gotta get into it. I gotta get into it. Okay. So 1 sec. Let me load up the full cam, and we will get into the Deductionist Files, as they say. I know drug addicts getting more time than that. Exactly. You know what I mean? That is insane. Women on easy mode. Exactly. You know, if the man had unalived the OF girlfriend, he'd get multiple counts of life. Yeah, exactly. 20 years, some shit like that. You know what I mean? And it wasn't even the first time she stabbed him. Exactly. Like multiple domestic violence from her specifically towards him. And she just pleads guilty to manslaughter, and she gets 6 years with probation. Drives me fucking insane, but that's why I hate lawyers. Except for Ryan C. Mullally. Like I said, shout out to Ryan C. Mullally. You know what I mean? But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Where we at? Where's my script? Actually, let me get some water before we get into this. Wick is a waste of brain cells, but this is the thing, right? Not to get too sidetracked in terms of that, but the thing with Wick, or what I should say is the thing that I respect about Ryan trying to have these conversations with Wick is it's very much along the lines of like with Charlie Kirk. And it's like this whole thing of like still trying to like push dialogue. Because when dialogue ends, that's when violence starts and all this kind of stuff. But it gets to a point where it's like, and this is kind of like where I differ from Ryan C. Mullally. Like where, like, don't get me wrong, like Ryan, if you're listening to this, I salute you, like mad respect for what you're doing, but I'm just like, nah, these motherfuckers deserve what's coming to them. You know what I mean? These liberals who are trying to sit there and act like, oh no, like we're the good guys and nothing we do is ever wrong and all this kind of shit, and it's all Trump's fault and all this kind of shit. They're in for an abrupt awakening when they notice that they've basically lost control of the Democratic Party. Like this whole thing of like the DSA's captured control of it, and I've tried to highlight this out to them, and they still just hand wave and they say no, we've got this. Like it's we're just, you know, it's all Trump's fault, and that's the reason why you're seeing the rise of the DSAs, because of the likes of Trump and all this kind of shit. It's not that we've lost control of our party, it's because of Trump, apparently, or some shit like that, and all this like backwards justification, all this kind of shit. Which is, again, you'd rather not see that. You'd rather have, like, you know, both wings of the bird, you know, both be nationalist and kind of, then you're kind of like splitting the heads. But like either way, no matter who's getting in, be it Republican or Democrat, you at least have the assurance that they're advocating policies that should benefit the nation, the people, right? The state serving the people rather than vice versa. But I was on Rex's show, and the dude Avery was there saying, no, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is not actually DSA. Rashida Tlaib is not actually DSA. Bernie Sanders, Mamdani, all these Democrats are just like DSA, but they're not really DSA. Not really socialist. They say that they're Democrat socialist, but they're not actually Democrat socialist and all this kind of shit. They've played with fire and they're going to get burnt. And like I said, they deserve everything that's coming their way. Simply put, you know, Wick will dance in your grave and laugh with the demons. But that's what I'm saying. He's got no limiting principles. So he deserves everything that's coming to him. You know what I mean? Exactly. Those eggs are going to hatch. And like I said, at least with the Republicans, and you've seen it with Trump and all this stuff, it's like nationalism is like the foundational bedrock. They at least understand that. And like I said, not to get too far into it, the politically and all this kind of shit, but Trump, in terms of like the what you'd say is like reigniting the Hamiltonian economics, or like the same strategies that the like of like Lincoln, McKinley, and like even JFK, you could make the argument like was pushing in terms of like you know, like the American system, like trying to push that against the British imperial system and all this kind of shit. Like that's what you want to see. You know what I mean? And bear in mind, like, Trump was a former Democrat, RFK was a former Democrat, and all this kind of shit. Like, that should basically it should have woken up the likes of Wick and all these quote unquote liberals. There was something rotten in the state of Denmark, but they're still playing this whole game off Trump bad and Republicans are Yahtzees and all this kind of shit. So it's like, okay, you want to play that game? Let's play that game. You know what I mean? Now, that kind of lends into other things and the conversation that I am eventually going to have with the likes of Rex, where it's like, oh, well, like, we shouldn't play that game, even though the Democrats have been playing that game and all this kind of shit. And it's like, Rex, you're just going to end up making a mistake if you don't do that. Like I said, you're basically going to be used as a pawn, or as a useful idiot, so to speak, if you keep going down the line that you're going down. But like I said, that's conversation for another day. I think that's going to be towards the end of the month, if not next month, because Rex is working on his triage argument. And again, like I said, me and Rex are going to have like one of those uncomfortable conversations, or one of those, like, you know, difficult conversations with that. But I still have respect for him as a person, as an Irish American. I don't like using that terminology because, like, he is fundamentally American, but as an American with Irish heritage, I can still respect him as a dude, you know. And like I said, I wish him all the best with his triage argument and all this kind of stuff. We'll still support him in terms of that lines, but when he's talking about shit like he's saying about Andrew and all this kind of stuff, that's where he's going to get pushed back from me, at least, you know. So like I said, it's kind of like recognizing that it's okay, we disagree on this, but on this other stuff that we can agree on, all this kind of stuff, that's where it's like you show that you have the maturity and all this kind of stuff. We keep trying to take the high road, eventually we'll be taken out at the knees. Exactly. That's basically what I'm trying to say to him, or I'm trying to point out to him. You know what I mean? Because, again, I keep getting sidetracked with this. But I'm sitting there kind of going, okay, if this is your premise, and you're saying like that anybody that's like downplaying racism, or trying to downplay what Nick Fuentes is and all this kind of shit, okay, you can have that. But then if there's somebody on your panel who's downplaying the DSA, or who's downplaying socialism, or Democrats playing footsie with the socialists, like, that person is on your panel, that person is your quote unquote friend, so where's the same energy? You know what I mean? That's my main thing, you know? Wick lied on Ryan and then pulled the Destiny Spurg when Ryan held him on the... Oh, man, 100%. 100%. Like, I was just laughing my ass off, going like, Wick, what the fuck are you doing? But this is the whole problem with the quote unquote liberals. They want to win. They don't care about truth. All they care about is winning. You know what I mean? And once you're in that state, then you're blinded. Like, you can no longer see the truth. There's no truth and false. There's no right and wrong. There's just winning and losing. You know what I mean? And you do yourself a disservice when you do that, you know? It's weird seeing you smoke cigarettes. Yeah, like I said, I got the nicotine gum ready, okay? But at least give me some reprieve, you know? Because we're going to be getting into it. Ladies and gentlemen. The first case, okay? I'm beginning the case now, okay? No more comments that are going to sidetrack me, okay? This is the case of the midnight attack on Haggis Drive, you know? And I know what you're thinking already. Haggis Drive, are we going to be talking about, you know, a bit of the Scotland and all this kind of shit? No. We're going to Canada. We're going to Canada for this one, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Deductionist Files. I am your host and detective, Harryak, baby. In every episode, we open a real investigation and examine it piece by piece. We look at the first calls to emergency services, the statements given in the interview room, the physical evidence collected at the scene, the digital records, the medical findings, and the timeline that emerges when all those elements are placed side by side. We do not invent motives or fill gaps with speculation. We follow what investigators actually gathered and allow the deductions to form from the weight of the evidence. Tonight, we travel to Peterborough, Ontario in late December 2015. This mid-sized Canadian city sits alongside the Otonabee River, roughly 125 kilometers or 80 miles northeast of Toronto. In winter, the landscape is cold and quiet. Snow covers lawns and rooftops. Streets are lined with modest single-family homes and the occasional larger property set back from the road. Residents move through familiar holiday routines, visits with families, quiet evenings indoors, the soft glow of Christmas lights still hanging on some houses. On the night of December 27th into the early hours of December 28th, the usual stillness of one residential street was broken by violent intrusion at a home on Haggis Drive. Police and emergency medical personnel responded to reports of a serious assault inside the residence. Inside, they found a man who had been fatally injured and a woman who had suffered multiple serious wounds. The scene was secured. Officers began the careful work of documenting the layout of the house, the locations of the victims, any weapons present, and the condition of entry points. Neighbors were canvassed, family members and associates were identified and contacted. Within a short time, attention turned to a young man who had been in the area that night and who was known to the household. Okay? Oh shit. I'm after losing my place. Oh my god. Un momento, por favore. Because when I zoom in, the whole thing goes out of whack. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is. That young man was brought in for questioning. The interview that followed lasted well over an hour and was recorded in full, and we shall be reviewing that footage. Detectives began with routine background questions and gradually moved into the events of the evening. They asked about the young man's activities with friends, any substances consumed, the route he took after leaving those friends, and what he remembered of the hours leading up to the arrival of police at the Haggis Drive home. The session is methodical. Detectives present information already known from the scene and from other sources and observe how the answers align or diverge from that independent evidence. And this is what we talk about a lot in terms of the strategy typically used by a lot of these investigators or detectives is that they kind of like to start off by building a rapport and just kind of like sitting down and kind of it's all kind of like relax and all this kind of stuff, even maybe kind of like buy them some food and all this kind of stuff. And then they gradually start to turn the heat up and then they start like slowly, methodically just presenting more and more kind of like evidence and facts, particularly if they kind of give a story that's contradicting the evidence that's found. You know what I mean? The setting of Peterborough in the final days of 2015 matters. The cold weather, holiday atmosphere, and the relative quiet of a residential street from the backdrop against which a sudden and extreme act of violence occurred. Investigators had to reconstruct not only the physical sequence inside the house, but also the state of mind of the person who had been present. The extended interview provides one of the clearest windows into that process. It shows how detectives tested memory, consistency, and possible explanations while remaining focused on the physical facts recovered from the scene. As we move into the outline of this case, we will examine the interrogation session in detail, the evidence that surrounded it, and the larger investigation that developed from the first emergency call. Every question asked, every answer given, and every piece of physical or digital evidence collected contributes to the picture that eventually emerged. The residents of Haggis Drive who heard sirens in the early morning hours of December 28th would not have known the full complexity of the inquiry that would follow. Yet, the careful work of law enforcement produced a detailed record that would be tested in court years later. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. The investigation began in the early morning hours of December 28, 2015, when emergency services received a call reporting a violent incident inside a residence on Haggis Drive in Peterborough, Ontario. Officers and paramedics arrived to find one adult male who had sustained fatal injuries and one adult female who had suffered multiple serious wounds. The scene was immediately secured. Crime scene technicians documented the interior of the home, the positions of the victims, any weapons located, and signs of forced or unforced entry. Preliminary medical assessments confirmed that the male victim had died from his injuries and that the female victim required urgent surgical intervention. As the scene was processed, investigators began identifying individuals connected to the household. Attention soon focused on a young adult male who had been in the broader area that night and who was known to the family. That individual was located and transported for formal questioning. The recorded interview that followed lasted approximately 90 minutes and forms the central document of this case file. Detectives opened the session with background questions designed to establish the young man's recent activities, his relationship to the household, and his movements on the evening of December 27th. He described spending time with friends, consuming alcohol earlier in the evening, and later deciding with the group to take a quantity of magic mushrooms. Detectives asked for details about the quantity consumed, the timing of ingestion, and the effects the young man had experienced. He described an initial period of waiting for the effects to begin, followed by an intensification of the experience that included unusual perceptions and a growing sense of detachment from ordinary reality. He stated that he left the location where the group had gathered and eventually made his way to the Haggis Drive residence. Detectives inquired about the route he took, any interactions he had along the way, and what he remembered of his arrival at the house. The responses included descriptions of entering the home and confronting the two adults inside. As the interview progressed, detectives shifted to the specific sequence of the events inside the residence. They asked the young man to recount what he saw, what he said, and what physical actions he took. He described a state of intense confusion in which ordinary faces and voices no longer registered in the usual way. He stated he believed he was confronting something other than ordinary people and that he acted on that belief. Detectives presented information already known from the scene, including the nature of the injuries and the presence of a kitchen knife, and asked him to reconcile those facts with his account. The young man provided further details about the confrontation and the moments immediately afterward. Throughout the session, the young man's demeanor remained relatively calm. He answered questions in a straightforward manner, offered explanations for gaps in his memory, and engaged with the evidence presented to him. Detectives used open-ended questions to allow him to construct a narrative, then followed with more targeted inquiries when the specifics required clarification. They asked about any prior experience with the same substance, any history of unusual reactions, and any medical or psychological background that might be relevant. The responses included reference to previous use of the substance without comparable effects and to a history of concussions earlier in life. Detectives also explored the timeline leading up to the incident. They asked about the group's activities earlier in the evening, the decision to obtain and consume the mushrooms, the point at which the young man left the others, and the path he took to the Haggis Drive address. Phone records and witness statements from the friends were later compared with the account given in the interview. The young man described a progressive loss of ordinary awareness and a growing conviction that he was engaged in a confrontation of cosmic or spiritual significance. Detectives noted the consistency of that description with the physical evidence recovered from the scene and with the statements of the surviving victim. The interview continued with questions about the aftermath. Detectives asked what the young man did after the confrontation, whether he remained at the residence, and how he responded when police arrived. He described a period of continued confusion followed by compliance with officers' commands. The session also covered any communications the young man had with officers after leaving the friend's location and before arriving at the house. The answers provided additional detail about his movements and state of mind during those critical hours. Parallel investigative work outside the interview room developed concurrently. Medical examiners documented the injuries to both victims. The surviving victim provided a statement describing the sudden and unprovoked nature of the attack. Friends who had been with the young man earlier in the evening confirmed the consumption of the mushrooms and described his departure from the group. Electronic records and any available surveillance or witness observations of the route between the two locations were collected and compared with the account given in the interview. The interrogation footage reveals a methodical process of testing memory and consistency. Detectives allowed the young man to establish his own narrative of progressive impairment and unusual perceptions while persistently presenting scene evidence that required explanation. The length of the session permitted repeated exploration of the same time periods from different angles. The young man, this is a typical thing they like to do, where they'll do like the initial kind of like timeline thing and all stuff, and then they'll go back and they'll start asking more specific targeted questions. Okay, when you say that you went from the car to the house, can you tell me exactly what went on? Like, did you open the door? Did you take anything else out from the car and all this kind of stuff? You know? The young man's responses, his descriptions of altered perception, and his engagement with the physical facts form a substantial record that investigators could later place alongside medical findings, witness statements, and forensic analysis. In the days and weeks that followed, the information obtained in the interview was integrated into the larger case file. Toxicology results confirmed the presence of the substance. Psychiatric assessments were obtained to evaluate possible explanations for the described state of mind. The case proceeded through charging decisions and pre-trial proceedings, with the extended interview serving as one of the central documents. The footage captured not only the content of the statements, but also the process by which detectives sought to verify or challenge them through persistent, evidence-based questioning. The outline of the case, therefore, centers on this prolonged interview session as the primary lens through which the early investigative work can be examined. The methodical exploration of the evening's activities, the effects of the substance consumed, the route to the residence, and the sequence inside the home, combined with the presentation of the independent evidence, demonstrates how investigators built an understanding of the events of December 27th and 28th in 2015. The young man's detailed responses, his descriptions of altered awareness, and the overall length of the session provided a substantial body of information that would be tested and retested as the investigation matured. Every question asked and every answer given in the more than 90 minutes of footage contributes to deductions that emerge when the interview is placed alongside the other elements of the case file. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's bring up the interrogation footage and get into it. But first, let me catch up in chat. Is there anybody here? We got Dave and Chaz. Welcome in, Dave, saying, "What up, nerds?" Let's say we're stylish nerds, you know what I'm saying? Shante, it's the carnivore nicotine diet. Exactly. See this? Unbelievable, Shante. Don't be dissing the suit, okay? Don't be dissing the suits. You know what I'm saying? We looking fine. We looking classy. You know what I'm saying? It's also Tylenol. We also involve Tylenol in the diet as well. You know what I'm saying? There's introductions feel like Guess Who? Exactly. Or I think you meant these introductions feel like Guess Who. It is what it is. It's crazy. It was an Irish man doing true crime that brought me to YouTube and live chats. In fact, it was the whole start of this entire last few years. Full circle. Damn, crazy. Think about it. So I'm saying, man, circle of life, king. Circle of life, baby. But without further ado, let's get into it. Here is the interrogation footage of the college student who killed his dad and stabbed his stepmom during a bad trip.
Do you even know what you thought he was going to do to you?
I thought
I can't hear.
He was the devil, and like everybody was being taken over by the devil.
Okay, Thomas, please want to have a seat in the corner there. Right here. Thomas, just so you're aware, we're being audio video recorded by the camera in the corner there, okay? It's the 28th of December, 2015 at 11:56 a.m. I'm Joanne Elliott. I'm a detective constable here. I'm the officer that's in charge of this investigation. Okay. Just before I start talking to you, I know you've heard this before, but I want to read your rights and everything again, okay? Okay, so you've been arrested for murder and attempt murder. It's my duty to inform you that you have the right to retain and instruct counsel without delay. You have the right to telephone any lawyer you wish. You also have the right to free advice from a legal aid lawyer. If you're charged in an offense, you may apply to the Ontario Legal Aid Plan for assistance. Do you understand that? Okay, and I understand that you've spoken with a lawyer, is that right? And who'd you speak with?
Nathan Salter, I don't remember that.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you're charged with murder and attempt murder. Do you wish to say anything in answer to the charge? You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so, but whatever you say may be given in evidence. Do you understand that caution? Okay, and if you've spoken to any police officer, to anyone with authority, or if any such person has spoken to you in connection with this case, I want it clearly understood that I do not want to influence you in making any statement. Do you understand that? Okay. So Thomas, what's your last name?
Chan,
Shan, okay, and how old are you?
19.
You're 19 years old, okay. All right, do you go to school?
Man, that's one thing that like there's a reason why like the whole thing about like marijuana should be 21 or over is that like any psychoactive in terms of not psychoactive, what's the word? Like any substance that's like potentially hallucinogenic, and I know technically, you know, like alcohol could be considered hallucinogenic if you had like an increased likelihood to be schizophrenic. That's not what I'm talking about. But like weed, magic mushrooms, LSD, and all this kind of shit, like that's something like for your mid-20s at least. At least, you know what I mean. And some people, I should just completely stay away from it. You know what I mean? Because it's what be the like if you don't have like a solid grounding in reality, like this whole thing of like getting a warped sense of like fucking like it'll basically kind of like enhance your whole thing of like being detached from reality and all this kind of shit, which is what leads to this kind of stuff. Like this is not like having a beer with your old lad and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Which is why like I'd be a proponent on the likes of like with like marijuana and all this kind of shit. But like I'd be like, no, like you need to make sure you have like a decent amount of years behind your belt before you even start even experimenting with that shit. And like I said, there's just some people where it's just like it's not for them. You know what I mean? You're so bad with typos, Lamau. I always forget I needs to fix them. Hey, it is what it is. Our boy reads it as he sees it. What can I say? What can I say? I as Bricky would say, I speak in spelling mistakes. I am one with the spelling mistakes. You know what I mean? He's already insane and guilty. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Like this is pretty much like a slam dunk, so to speak. You know? But it's kind of one of those cases where it's like, despite the fact that it's kind of like obvious who done it, you got to make sure that you're clinical with this shit. You know what I mean? Is Terry Christian? Again, it's a difficult answer. Like I'm basically a Christian who's lost his way, but I'm on the path to refinding or regaining my faith. Would be the best way to phrase it. This is actually very interesting that you bring this up, Dave, because like before last week, actually before I left for Dallas, I was kind of like I was along the lines of where it's like, listen, like I've been saying I'm not Christian, all this kind of stuff, but at least like culturally I am Christian. And then before I went to that, or before last week, I was kind of along the lines where it's like, okay, it has to be Protestant or it has to be Orthodox. Because like I was born and raised Roman Catholic. But having experienced last week, and especially like speaking to my cousins about it and all this kind of stuff, I'm kind of going like, well, kind of Roman, because like the whole thing where I say like the Roman Catholics are wrong is because the whole like Pope thing. But then I kind of I have to ask myself, like, can you be a Catholic and disagree with the Pope? You know what I mean? So I know that Jim Bowen, the Australian dude that we've had on a couple of times, he says he's a pre-Vatican II Catholic, you know? And like there has been like cardinals and bishops that have like they've actually come out against the Pope and all this kind of stuff as well. So I'm kind of like I'm at that kind of definitive point where I'm basically saying that like Christianity is clearly the way, but to what church do I stay with Catholicism? Do I go Orthodox? Do I go Protestant? Like that's basically where I'm at the moment. And like there were kind of like other key questions before that. Like for example, like is God a person? And like I've found like answers to that, you know, through the help of the likes of Rex and Jim Bob and all this kind of stuff. But I'm basically a Christian that's trying to refine my faith or to regain my faith, essentially, would be the most accurate way to describe that. And like I said, when we get into the study session, when we do our Bible study, I have to tell you, this whole thing with Amon Hillman, like that was a massive fuck up on my end to even well, I was like it was one thing to kind of like investigate it, but say the least, like I have huge regrets about the whole Amon Hillman shit and all this stuff because we'll get into it, but that dude is a great apologist to say the least. Say the least, folks. But like I said, I'm gonna have to hold myself accountable on Thursday and, you know, face the music, so to speak. And like I said, accountability is key and all this kind of shit, but we'll address the whole kind of like the whole Amon Hillman thing and all this kind of shit. I was even thinking about just removing the clips, but like I said, I'm kind of like in two minds about it because I don't want to kind of like hide the fact that like I went down that path, because it's kind of weird to say it, but because I went down that path, it's what's like strengthened and kind of reaffirmed the fact that like Christianity has to be the way. You know what I mean? And sure, I was even like talking to the King and the boys about this when I was over in Dallas. You know, like literally the first smoke in, we got real deep and philosophical and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? King was just like, bro, this is way too deep. I just want to chill. I just want to smoke and chill. And you're like asking all these deep questions about God and Christianity and shit. You know what I mean? I felt really bad. Because like it was like the first night or whatever, first day. It was like weird. Like King was like, I just want to get my what the fuck do we order? I just want to get my subs. I just want to get my subs, and then fucking JS fucked up the order. He picked the wrong address, and that was a whole fucking hilarious gambit as well. You know, they always look insane in those suit things. They automatically look guilty in them. Yeah, that's another thing as well. The reason why he's in this white suit thing is because they've basically taken his clothes for evidence, like to analyze. Did he get any blood on his clothes and all this kind of stuff as well? So anytime you see people in an interrogation room and they're wearing that stuff, is that basically their clothes have been taken to be forensically analyzed, you know? Never heard of anyone ODing or doing this type of shit on weed. Alcohol and shrooms are shit, sure, but not weed. Yeah. But like I would even say that like with weed, you still would want to kind of like push that. You don't want to kind of rush yourself into doing any experimentation. That I think like 21 is a good minimum. I'd even push it up maybe a bit higher. But that's just me personally. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of fucked up takes when it comes to the whole drugs. I completely agree. I've had some stuff so strong it puts most people down. But I can puff all day with little to no effects. Yeah, like and that's the thing. You know what I mean? There's some people where it's like they're not doing anything crazy per se, but like let's say they're going out on the night out and like they're smoking or whatever, and they just become a vegetable. And it's like at that point you kind of have to question. It's like, okay, is that the right substance for you? If you're kind of like unable to kind of keep up with the conversation, or you're just sitting there like a fucking vegetable, just like staring off into the abyss, is that really what you want to be doing? You know what I mean? So it's like, that's why I kind of say in terms like with the weed and all this kind of stuff as well, you know? Hibernia, Scotia, Britannia. Exactly, man. Exactly. Terry X come a long way. I appreciate it, Abby. Appreciate it. You know what I mean? Day by day. Day by day. You know what I mean? Building Rome brick by brick, so to speak, you know? Same here. I've heard people get symptoms from weed, but nothing really serious or life threatening. Yeah. Like probably the scariest thing that I seen was and like this was kind of more so a mental thing. Like there was a dude like he and again like to give you an idea of like this type of dude, like he had like a really nasty as they would say, he was very fond of the Shinokta. He was very fond of the snow. You know what I mean? The Colombian marching powder, so to speak. And we were over in Boston, and we got some medical grade stuff. And again, I smoked it. It was fine. Gave him a couple of puffs. Went back up to the hotel room, and he just had a panic attack. Because the other way, like you can get like when you're smoking, you can get like very kind of like conscious of like certain things like your heartbeat and all this kind of shit. He started to really focus on his heart, and he felt as though he was having a heart attack, but he wasn't. So then I done because like I know tricks to like help people out if they're going through like a rough time. You know what I mean? They're kind of like if the high is too strong and all this kind of stuff. One of the tricks is like a bit of black pepper and just make sure to get some water into them and all this kind of stuff. So I gave him the water, gave him the black pepper, and he calmed down. But like there's certain things that your mind does that you're just simply not ready for. And like that's an example of one of them. And like you'll think that you're having a heart attack, but what's actually happening is you're just really conscious of your heartbeat. You know what I mean? So that's why, like I said, it's you want to wait till you're kind of like mid-20s before you start experimenting with that stuff, you know? That's an incredibly honest response. I can respect that. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Honesty is the best policy, as they say, you know? No, Blacherne, Trent, Florence, Vatican I and II councils. I'm not sure what you mean. But I'm just saying like that's what Jim is. Like he's pre-Vatican II, which means he disagrees with like the current Pope and the certain current things that have been going on in the Catholic Church and all this kind of stuff. But like I said, for me, like experiencing like having that experience of last week was kind of like, wait a second, like this is kind of more so a cultural thing. You know what I mean? And like if I did convert to Protestantism or to the Orthodox Catholic, you know, like am I going against my culture? Am I like kind of like going against like the family tradition and all this kind of stuff, which was like something I never really thought about. So like it's kind of like just like food for thought, you know? Wait, this kid was smoking weed and he said he lost his mind. I thought he was tripping. No, he took mushrooms. But I'm not sure if he took like if he was smoking weed as well, which again, like you're just kind of like adding more and more problems onto the whole trip and all this kind of stuff as well, you know? Derek, we all know Catholic split off, Orthodox is original. That was the main thing that convinced me. How do you take the original and decide you want to do things differently? Sus. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of the I'm not sure which way it goes, where like the Orthodox can go to a Catholic mass or a Catholic can go to an Orthodox mass and it still be the same thing. Like it's only one way, I'm pretty sure. I think it's like the Orthodox would have no, is it? Like I think the Catholics agree with the Orthodox, or the Orthodox agree with the Catholics, but it's the other ones disagree with them. You know what I mean? And like you said as well, like Orthodox has like the tradition and all this kind of stuff as well. But like that was kind of one thing where it's like all my family are all buried at like Christian graveyard or Catholic graveyards and all this kind of stuff as well. Something kind of I was kind of like different things like that I didn't really kind of like put a lot of thought into before, you know. So kind of food for thought, so to speak, you know. Desert Fathers of Egypt and Syria, Saint John Cassian, Saint Patrick, Saint Columbia, John Scotus, Erigena. What can I say? Gay, y'all went real deep with each other. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. St. Bridget is another one as well. You know? He ate the chili that was on his step when he got home. Keryak, hey, what can I say? At least it was still there. You know what I mean? And he did tell us, like, those subs are going to be eaten when he gets home. 100%, 100%. I can respect an answer for that. Thanks for the honest response. Appreciate it. Thanks for asking the question, Dave. You know what I mean? Because it's one of those things where it's like genuinely, I'm just trying to figure things out, and like you guys are mentioning, like Section 230 is kind of saying, it's like, well, Orthodox is the original tradition. Like, why would you break from original tradition? Like I said, it's kind of like there's a lot of stuff there. You know what I mean? But like I said, day by day, baby. I can outsmoke Snoop and not even get a buzz. Hey, these are serious claims being made here. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't go that far. Exactly. I wouldn't go that far. A Section 230 saying the same. I don't know, guys. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You got Em as well. Welcome in, Emmett. Hit that like. Exactly. Don't forget to hit that like button. Help your boy out in the algorithms, as they say, That's how I get anymore. Or is that's not how I get anymore? Let me know, Shantae. Let me know. I don't have an upper limit on weed. Yeah, but this is the thing, Section 230, right? Like, if you're kind of like sitting there, like you're not like unconscious and you're not like, collapsing, or you're not like falling asleep from and all this kind of shit, but are you kind of like able to keep up with a conversation? Because there's a lot of people that can smoke a lot of weed, but like, after like their second or third joint, like they're unable to maintain a conversation. Like, that's where I draw the limit. It's like, you still might be like conscious and all this kind of stuff, but you're unable to have a conversation, Whereas like, that's where kind of like a lot of people say, oh, I'd be able to outsmoke so-and-so. And it's like, no, because like so-and-so would still be able to have a conversation or maintain a conversation. You know what I mean? Whereas like, there's other people that just can't maintain the conversation, even though they're still like, conscious on stuff. Welcome in, Emma. Pull up a chair, get comfy. I'm about to down my third infused pre-roll the last 6 hours. Eyes aren't even red. Eyes don't always have to be red, I also have no self-control. I think I can smoke like I used to and then end up fucking myself. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, And like then, like on top of that now, like you have like edibles and like the concentrates and all this kind of stuff as well. Like that's where I'd be kind of like, I'd surprise a lot of people where like on the one hand I'd say, like I'd want to see like weed legalized, but I would also want to see it heavily regulated, because like we see with anything, like they fucking go way too like the pharmaceutical industry, the way like Oxycontin, for example, like that's a perfect example of like a completely legal drug and all this kind of shit, but the way they pushed it and they kind of like suppressed and silenced a lot of the negative effects and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? I have a feeling this case is going to turn into just basically a drugs conversation, policy around drugs, I feel that pigs can't remember last time Eyes Are Red, Ask Yak, he said it, my shit ain't no joke. Oh, 100%. 100%. King's got the good stuff, Good to see you, Emmett. Hope all is well. SSPX, and also I don't care for Roman Catholic developed Vatican dogma. Yeah, no, like that was the thing that like before I was kind of saying, well, it's like I was strongly considering converting to Protestantism or to Orthodoxy, was like this whole thing with like the Pope and like Vatican II and all this kind of shit. It's like, nah, man. Nah. But then the question arises, like, can you be a Catholic and disagree with the Pope? Because we've had like bishops and cardinals and all this kind of stuff like speak out against the Pope and all this kind of shit now. Now the Pope does the whole thing of like excommunicating him and all this kind of shit, but are they still Catholic and all this kind of stuff? And I was browsing at Speak's merch store, exactly. And if you want the Shantae's already got there, you know what I'm saying? If you want to check out, make sure you get your merch here, ladies and gentlemen, you know what I'm saying? I'm not SSPX, and respect for all Catholics. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying in terms of Jim Bowens. He's like old school Catholic. He's like pre-Vatican II and all that kind of stuff, I'll never understand why people think, yeah, I'm going to sit down with the cops and figure this whole thing out. Good point, Dave. Good point, Oh my God, chat is on fire. Chat is on fire. They can go to either, but the Catholics can't take the sacrament at an Ortho church, I think. Yeah, it's like Orthodox can't take it at Catholic, or Catholic can't take it at Orthodox. It's one or the other, but one of them can take it at both. Pretty sure. Wait, Orthodox can't take it. Yeah, so Catholics can take sacrament at an Orthodox church, but the Orthodox can't take sacrament at a Catholic church, I think. No, Roman Catholic would accept us for communion. We wouldn't accept them unless. Okay. So yeah, so an Orthodox can take communion at a Catholic thing, but not vice versa. Nick, you really going to try to say that Ethan Orthodox isn't dogmatic? Well, here's the thing, Dave, and this is why you should pull on the atheists. What's the difference between dogma and axiom? You know? Not sure how it goes, but believe it applies to sacrament, not going to church. Yes, outside the ecumenical councils. Why should I let you know by the time you get into this comment? I have no clue what the fuck it's about anyways. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to skip forward in terms of that. Just see if there's anyone pertaining to the video. Because again, I got sidetracked now. I've had a whole like... We're speaking about theology when we should be talking about crime, you know? Okay, we're talking about drugs again, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. I told you it was gonna get there, you know. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe, you know what I'm saying? Brownies, yeah, but the brownies have calories. You know what I mean? If you smoke it, you don't have any calories. You know what I'm saying? Chat is lighting things on fire at the very least. Yeah, they want to watch the world burn. They also want to watch their joints burn. Am I right, boys? Am I right? I wish still smoked. I used to bake so much back then. It was my favorite thing to do. I need to get back into that. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm kind of tired of everyone trying to go publicly Orthodox or publicity. No, publicly Orthodox. People need to stop talking about it if they don't know anything about it. Good point. It's a good point. I don't care a single bit about calories. That's the difference between me and you, Shante. You know what I mean? Gotta stay away from those carbs. Gotta stay away from those carbs, you know? Living the life is harder than debating what is true. People seem to focus on the debate part more. That is true. That is true. You know? But in terms of like inquiring, all this kind of stuff, and then they say it's like just go to your church father and all this kind of stuff to inquire and actually go to liturgy and all this kind of stuff as well. That's where like I'm at kind of like that weird point where I'm like I can see like the arguments for Protestantism. I can see the arguments for Catholicism. I can see the argument like I didn't really see the arguments for Catholicism until last week. And then I could see obviously I can see the arguments for Orthodox as well, you know. I ain't scared of that fat life. Hey, you seen the picture of me? You seen how fat I was? You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But back to the video, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise we'll never get through this case.
Oh, right now?
I don't wish to answer.
You don't wish to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Your mom has been in here. She is in here speaking with officers. She's kind of given me a little bit of a background of your life, your history. I understand that you go to Lakefield College School, so you have a pretty good education, right? You're an athlete. Do you still play rugby at all, or did you have to stop playing rugby?
I don't wish to answer right now.
Okay. The buddies that you're with last night, they've all been interviewed. Do you play sports with them?
I don't wish to answer right now.
Okay. Your sister Christina. She's in here as well. She's been in here for several hours, speaking with officers. My understanding is she's here for Christmas. Does she? I could be wrong on that. And you guys all live on Denier with Jeff. Does Jeff actually live in the house?
No.
Jeff doesn't live in the house? Where does he live then? Like, I know he was staying there last night. Does he normally stay there?
On occasion.
On occasion. How long has he and your mom been together for?
A while. A year.
A year. How old were you when your parents split up? I understand it was like 13 years ago. Does that sound about right?
I don't wish that's right.
Okay. They do live fairly close to each other, so you're able to kind of go back and forth between the two houses, which is good.
I don't wish that's right.
Okay. Thomas, have you ever dealt with the police before at all?
No.
No. Okay. What about your family? Like, have you ever been into the police station before? Into this police station?
No.
No. Okay. What I'm
And even the fact that he's in the corner as well, King, right? It's kind of like a passive way where it's like, we have you in the corner, but she's doing the whole soft-spoken technique, open-ended questions, just trying to establish a baseline to get like, okay, what does this do? It's kind of like the human lie detector kind of like test, where it's like you just asking them like simple questions, leaving it open-ended, let them try and answer, but you see already they're saying, I don't want to answer this question and all this kind of stuff, but no desk in between, there's nothing in between them, like, and like this whole aspect where it's, and this is what like a lot of people say, like, yo, men are better than women at everything. It's like, nah, like this whole kind of like good cop technique, like women are better than men at doing the whole like good cop technique, like getting people on their side, especially men, because they can do the whole kind of like not flirtation, so to speak, but just kind of like being their best friend and like trying to lean into like that whole aspect. Because like a man will typically kind of underestimate women, particularly like female detectives and all this kind of stuff as well. But even just like the whole like layout of the interrogation room is all kind of like analyzed to and like they change it up in terms of like seating arrangements like during the interrogation. We've gone through that before. But you can already see by his body language, he's kind of slumped down in the chair. He's got his arms crossed, all this kind of stuff. Clearly, he doesn't want to be there. And it doesn't matter how many kind of times he's trying to avoid the question or say, I'm not answering this and all this kind of stuff. Eventually, this bitch is going to break him down. You know what I mean? 100%, you know? Women will make you feel safe, like she cares. She wants to hear your side, like she wants to help. Exactly, Shantae. See, Shantae knows. Shantae knows. You know?
I'm trying to do it. I'm just trying to get a background on you. I mean, I've gotten a lot of information from all the people who are in this building who love you and who say that this horrible incident that happened last night is not you at all. I mean, everything that I've been told up until now is that you're a great person. You've led a pretty good life. You've had some hard times because of your sports. And I mean, last night, unfortunately, you maybe took something that you shouldn't have, and it led to a pretty horrible incident.
I don't wish to answer right now.
And this silence is a
How long have
technique
you
as
been
well.
going to leave him?
You know what I mean? Like just like letting that silence brew. Like the fact that like she's just trying to be like like his friend and trying to listen to the story, and he's like saying, I'm not answering that. Eventually, like she's slowly chipping away at him. You know what I'm saying? You know, King says women are more manipulative and men are suckers for a soft voice and an average face. Watch to see if he uncrosses his arms. That would be a telltale sign that she's basically broken down the wall. And trust me, she will eventually get to this guy. You know what I'm saying? Also, shout out to Darth, my man, saying she should suggest him. She should suggest him of being light in the loafers. Wait, light in the loafers. What is light in the loafers meaning? Used to describe a man who's perceived as homosexual or effeminate. No, 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 Darth. No. That's what the bad cop does, or the tough guy comes in. That's what when you get you want the guy detective to come in after her when you want to kind of do the L attack on him and all this kind of stuff. You start to get like the dude to start to question his sexuality and all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? The kind of what would be the way of phrasing that? You kind of want what the fuck is the word? Like you basically want to entice him into like playing on his ego. Say, oh no, I'm a fucking a prop man. Of course I fucking killed that bastard and all this kind of shit. It's like that's when you want to play that move. Alright. But thank you very kindly for the $5. Let me play the clip. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Exactly, that's the guy jobs. 100%, 100%. Looking dapper as fuck. Thank you very kindly, sir. We're suited and booted, so to speak. Wait, one sec. I need to do this. Like, okay. Some reason. Okay. I need to do this, I think. And then, yeah. Okay, now the meme should appear before the video. This is the one thing about StreamYard. It is what it is. It is what it is. But appreciate you kindly, Nashville. Thank you very kindly. You know, trying to make suits great again. You know what I mean? Especially for the streamers. You know, shout out to the boys. We want to look proper, legit. You know, this is a job. This is work, baby. You know what I mean? Why can't you look nice at work? You know? But yeah, like a lot of this stuff in terms of body language, in terms of tactics being used and all this kind of stuff, that's the key thing from what we're getting here. And another key thing as well is like this whole aspect of what's it called? How would you phrase it? Like a lot of this stuff can be used in debate as well to detect like when your opponent is actually lying to you and stuff like that. Because fundamentally, like there will be times, especially when you're going against lefties, that they'll just like throw stats at you. They'll throw kind of things at you and all that stuff. And being able to determine whether or not they're confident in what they're saying or not is going to be a key thing. And what I mean by that is like this whole aspect of detecting whether or not they're trying to pull a fast one on you could be very key in terms of like when you pull the trigger and say, no, you're not confident on this. You're talking bollocks and all this shit, you know? Dar says, saw one recently where it got the dude to confess to unaliving by calling him gay. Yeah, but see, this is the thing in terms of like the tactics being used. You know what I mean? Like that's a key thing. So it's like if they tried the good cop technique and the good cop wasn't working and you put in the bad cop and then the bad cop starts like questioning whether or not he's gay and all this kind of shit. That's like I said, it's there's a lot of tools in the detective tool bag here. You know what I mean? Or the tool bag, so to speak. So being able to turn around and pull it that way, you know, I'm not surprised. There's plenty of things, you know.
College school, Thomas.
I graduated.
You graduated? Are you going to college yet, or are you considering going to college?
I'm currently in college.
Where?
St. Lawrence.
St.
Lawrence.
St. Lawrence.
Kingston.
What are you going through to be?
Police foundations.
Is it safe for me to say that what happened last night is not you? Okay, take your time. Are you just home for Christmas? Yeah. When did you get home?
So like notice in between there, it's like the whole, are you going to college? Where are you going to college? And then she throws in one of those things off. Is it safe to say what you done last night's not you? Where again, it's like this whole thing of like irrelevant or unserious question followed by a serious question, but the serious question's kind of, you know, obfuscating responsibility. That wasn't really you. That was the evil version of you, or some shit like that. You know what I mean, then followed by the next one of like again irrelevant questions like, oh, are you just back for the holidays and all this kind of stuff. So it's like you're wedging in kind of like these key questions in between like irrelevant questions or what seems to be irrelevant questions, where it's just trying to get him talking, trying to get him answering questions. And once he kind of gets into that habit, then you start kind of leading him into more and more, you know?
The 19th. And when are you supposed to go back?
I'm not sure. I know. I'm not sure.
That's fine. That's fair. Going through a lot right now. The whole time you've been home since the 19th, have you been hanging out with your friends? Family? It's Christmas. I'm assuming you're in your first year. Is that right? Yeah, so you've just, like, is your first semester done?
I don't wish this right now.
Who did you spend Christmas with?
I wish that's right now.
Thomas, are you close to your dad?
I wish that's right now.
Again, this silence, just kind of like let it settle. You know, it's probably going to be an irrelevant question. The evil answer. Welcome in, half foot. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Let him stew. Let him stew. He basically keeps saying, Dave, that I don't answer that question, or I'm not answering that question right now. That's what he keeps saying. Like basically, I'm not answering. Like I plead the fifth. Is essentially what he's saying. But notice there that like she was kind of hitting him. He's not answering. He's not answering. Then she hit him with the, "Are you close to your dad?" And then don't ask him the question. Use the silence as a weapon. And now you're starting to see he's starting to break down. He's starting to cry at the moment.
I love him.
And then he answers the question.
What do you think your dad would want you to do right now?
Ooh, good question. %. Allow him to sit in his emotions. If she kept talking, tears stop and he can hide. 100%. But notice even the key question, like, what do you think your dad would want you to do right now? That's why I say women are great at this whole like emotional manipulation, all this kind of stuff. You know? I'm telling you. I'm telling you. K-Dog says the thing these long interrogations, I've seen court cases where defense attorneys will say it was a coerced confession because the defendant was in interrogation for hours and confessed just to leave. But again, like the logic doesn't go. Like they'll try to use that as a defense, but the logic doesn't follow, K-Dog, because it's like, okay, then why would you confess? Because then you're definitely not leaving because you just confessed to a crime. You know what I mean?
I wish to answer.
You can make any decision you want, Thomas, at all. But I want you to seriously think about what happened last night, what you think should be done for your dad, for Lynn. And I think it's time you be honest. Your dad deserves that. Your mom deserves that. And Christina, and Lynn and her kids, they all deserve for you to be honest.
Like that whole thing there, she keeps putting him back in that mental state of like last night. Think of your parents, think of your loved ones, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean, now he can't even support his own head. He's like, he has his head against the wall and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've met some women who are just aggressive. Oh yeah, like there's always. It's not like I'm saying, like kind of like generally speaking. You know what I mean? Like it's like men are generally stronger than women, but I know plenty of men who are weak as fuck. You know what I mean? That like, you know, like a Ronda Rousey could easily kick the shit out of them and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But if we were like building like the dream team or the like the most optimal kind of like detective duo and all this kind of shit, it'd be the good cop would be a woman who leans into like that femininity, that kind of like manipulation, like knows how to break a dude down like emotionally and all this kind of stuff. And then you'd have the like I'd be an example of a good, or Bricky, let's say, would be a good example of like a bad cop who would just literally like just fucking break them down from like an insult and a roast, kind of like this whole thing of especially like guys like question, like Darce was bringing this up with the homosexuality thing, or questioning their sexuality, like basically bruising their ego to the point where they want to lash back out and prove themselves, and they basically shoot themselves in the foot that way. You know what I mean? Exactly, King. Miranda writes, like, you can fucking stop talking at any stage. You know what I mean? Got to be so careful not to give away too much. Exactly. That's the thing, and that's why they start out the interrogation where it's like they're just asking base level questions. They're not even putting any evidence and all this kind of shit. I guarantee you see on this table like these files, or I think maybe pictures or whatever crime scene. That's what it's like once we get into it. Like that's basically going to be the things where she starts slowly introducing that stuff and all that kind of stuff. You know, I will say this lady's really good. Yeah, like this is like good cop played really well. You know what I mean? And like I said, my humble opinion on it is that you want that like a woman like this to play the good cop role, and then you have like someone like Bricky, essentially with the personality of Bricky as playing the bad cop. You know, and that duo would be a dynamic duo, essentially. Do you know what I mean? Who did he kill? His parents. I think his father's dead, but his mother survived. But he basically attacked both his parents, essentially. He went home and he attacked both his parents. After guilt comes in fear of punishments. True that. Yeah, I see what you mean, generally. Yeah, generally. There's always going to be exceptions to the rule, you know? Most men would have gone in and said, "Don't lie to me, you little fuck," and he would have clammed up until they crack. Yeah, he needs to say, "I want a lawyer." I mean, at this stage, like it's pretty obvious. Like they've already gotten the clothes now, and I'm telling you, like in terms of the forensics, they're like more likely than not that he's gotten blood on his clothes and all this kind of shit, you know. And like it's hard to it's hard to kind of come out of that perspective, like what's going through your mind when you know you're guilty. Because like one thing that'd be running through your head, it's like just fucking get it out of the way, get it all done now and over with, because you know you're guilty and all this kind of shit, you know. Food for thought, food for thought. But generally, as a practice, like making sure that there's a lawyer present and all this kind of stuff, you know. The guy is guilty even if he pretends he's not. True that as well. True that as well.
I'd like for you to tell me what you were doing yesterday. What were you doing with your friends? And start from there and just tell me how this happened.
Get the timeline.
I was just having a regular night with my friends, and then we made a stupid decision to do something.
Did some motherfucker flush a toilet in this room? What the fuck?
So you said you did something very foolish?
Yeah, I just
What was that?
take a hallucinogenic drug.
Okay.
And everything was fine. And then, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I got a God complex. And I've never felt like that before, and it's so stupid. So stupid. And then I thought that everyone was just turning on me. And I got scared. And then I ran to my dad's for help, in honesty.
Okay.
And then I just, no one answered the door. I just felt like I started hallucinating.
You started hallucinating? Okay.
Seeing close friends and family who tried to help, their faces start to be.
Now notice this whole thing of we basically broke him. You know what I mean? And like that whole thing, it was asked him kind of like, "Oh, you're in college," not like, "I'm not answering that, not answering that, not answering that." Then she put him back on like yesterday, what you done yesterday. Think about what your father would want. Broke him down. He starts crying, all this stuff. Now he's giving her the full story. He's giving her the timeline, all this kind of stuff as well. 10 out of 10 from this detective.
Aggressive and sinister and devilish, and I felt like I felt like I was, I don't know how to explain it. I just felt like everyone was turning on me and everything like that. And I went to my dad's for help, and I wanted to get in. Mm-hmm. So I got in by any means. And then, when
That's a typical phenomenon that people get very self-conscious that like everybody's staring at them and all this kind of stuff. That's why if I'm ever around people that like are taking hallucinogens or anything like that, I always like give them a hug. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if you guys noticed when I was over in Dallas, I give pretty good hugs. You know what I mean? Not to go too Donald Trump on it, but I give the best hugs. You know what I mean? I would even say that I give the best hugs. You know what I mean? But making sure that like they you give them hugs, like everyone's okay, buddy, all this kind of stuff, you know, checking in on them. You know what I mean? And exactly, lock them into a narrative, then break them down with the contradictions later. That's why I'm saying like notice on the table with the white sheet of paper. You know what I mean? That's either pictures of the crime scene or just like general kind of like notes or whatever kind of thing. Down you.
He came out. I just hallucinated even more, and his face just. Then I thought he was coming after me. But he wasn't. But I thought he was at the time. Because of the stupid drug. I love him. My dad.
And K-Dog, it's because like the hallucinogen, it's like your mind starts fucking with you and all this kind of shit. Where it's like, oh, if they're staring at me, must because like I'm an evil prick or some shit like that, and they start like just all this like fucked up shit starts going through their head. Just giving them a hug, saying you okay, buddy, and all this kind of stuff. It just basically like breaks all that kind of internal fucked up internal dialogue that's going through their head and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But obviously in this situation, his parents probably didn't even know that he was on drugs or some shit like that. And they were just like, they got worried or stressed because he was acting weird. And then that just even fucking exacerbates the problem even further and all this kind of shit. Where it's just like, just going over and say, hey, give me a hug, buddy. You know what I mean? For the good vibes. You know what I'm saying?
Same with Lynn. It's. The hallucinations were just so strong. So stupid. Oh, I can't take it back. I would do anything to. I just thought people were turning on me, and they would never. And I know that now. And I should always know that. But the drug.
When you got to the house and you couldn't get in, how did you get in?
Through a window.
What window? How did that happen?
Side of the window went into.
Sorry.
Where I broke in.
You broke in. Okay. So when you went into the house, when did you first see your dad?
Yep.
I don't know. It was. I came in, lights were on, and I just remember his face just turned and devilish. Same with all my closest friends, and my mom even. Mm-hmm. All their faces just turned devilish. Their hair started growing and turning black, and I was just so scared. They wouldn't do anything to hurt me ever. Oh, no.
Do you remember what happened next? You thought he was turning on you. Do you remember what you did?
Not really.
What parts do you remember?
I know I had a knife, and I It was me just acting as though I was fighting for my life. That's what it felt like.
So you thought throughout this that you were fighting for your life? Do you remember where you were in the house?
Kitchen.
Kitchen. Where'd you get the knife?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen the knife before? Do you remember anything about that knife?
No, I just know I grabbed the closest sharp object.
To protect yourself. Because you were hallucinating. Do you remember if your dad was saying anything?
Everything was just mumbles and murmurs. And it sounded like different languages. Everything.
Do you remember hitting your dad with a knife?
No, like I remember like coming at him, but as soon as I came at him, everything just kind of blanks out. And I don't know where or how I hit him. I just remember seeing his face, and it just wasn't his face. His eyes looked like they were all black. His hair was all black and growing on end. And everything, it was... I would never do that. In my right mind, I would never do that.
That's the key there, right? In your right mind. Because you did do it. But you were on drugs. Right?
I can't believe I did that.
I believe that. Where was Lynn when this was all going on?
I don't remember exactly.
Have a good one, Abby.
She was... She ran into the...
Take your time. What do you remember?
Remember? It's very similar to what happened with my father. The hair was black. Very black. And the more scared I got, the longer the hair looked. And the darker it got. And like I said, all words sounded like not English. It sounded like chants or something. I just thought I was being chased. Everyone was being taken over by the devil. Something. I don't know how to describe it. It was...
It's a pretty good way to describe it.
I thought everyone was coming after me.
So did you, when you went into the house, you said you broke in? Where did you first see your dad? Was he right there? Was he sleeping? What do you remember?
I don't really remember. Honestly, I just remember getting in, and then all of a sudden, he was there, which scared me, because I didn't see where he came from. And then all of a sudden, he was in front of me, saying something. I have no idea what he was saying. It sounded like I said, jazz and devilish, and the hair.
So you grabbed a knife or a sharp object. Where were you at that point when you grabbed a sharp object?
Must have been in the kitchen.
Do you remember being in the kitchen?
No, all I see is his face.
Okay. Do you remember where you stabbed him?
No. No. It's so hard to explain. It's bits and fragments. And my brain's trying to shut it out. But it makes me sick.
Yeah.
It's nothing like me. It's nothing like me.
I know. There's a lot of people that love you. A lot of people that love you.
I've ruined my life.
I do think your dad's story needs to be told, though. I think that we should know what happened. I know that it's kind of coming in fragments, and I understand that because you were on drugs. Do you know what it was that you took?
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms. When did you take them?
Hours before. But they only started peaking around then. Yes.
So hours before, do you remember like a time?
No.
Where were you when you took them?
At my mother's house.
Okay. So how were you feeling after you took them for the few hours after that?
I was good. I felt good. And then this is how this whole God complex started. I was up in my room, alone at this point, meditating. And then I read about this thing called the familial gland.
Familial gland?
Yeah, something like that. On my phone. And then I started seeing like bright lights and everything like that. And I've read about the familial gland before. And then I just started getting this God complex. And then everything started peaking after that.
That's a dangerous thing in terms of the God complex and in terms of like this whole thing with like hallucinogens. Like, do you know the way they say like alcohol lowers the inhibitions. So it's like this whole thing of like alcohol doesn't like make you into a different person. It just kind of shows you like the stuff, the skeletons in the closet, so to speak. It's the same thing, kind of, but it's like taken to a new extreme in terms of the hallucinogens and all this kind of shit. So if you don't have a solid grounding in reality and you take hallucinogens, like people were mentioning, where is it? Yeah, like K Dog were saying, I guess I'd never know what I'd do in the situation, but I would think that I would stop and be like, whoa, I'm tripping pretty hard. Maybe it's from the stuff I took earlier today. Like people that don't have a solid grounding in reality, they're not able, they don't have like, say, like the mental fortitude, for lack of a better expression, to ground them back and say what I'm experiencing is not real. You know what I mean? Like they succumb to it, like the fear takes over, and they start believing the shit that they're seeing. They start believing this whole thing of like the God complex and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So if you don't have a solid grounding, that's what I'm saying. Like this is like mid-20s at least that you should be waiting to even experiment with this shit and all this stuff. Particularly where he's like 19 years of age, I think this dude is. It's it magnifies it. You know what I mean? And it's like there's just certain people that cannot handle it. They like, as you're seeing, like it completely fucks their life up. You know?
And then I remember going down into the basement. I don't know what happened in the basement of my mom's. But then all of a sudden, I thought my friends were being taken over, and I wanted the lights on. Because I felt like it was like protecting me. And when the lights were off, I felt like people would come after me.
Right. What are you thinking about right now?
I think I was trying to protect the light switch.
When?
My father's.
Okay, you tell me more about that?
I was afraid that he was gonna get the lights, I think. I just felt this. I felt like I was acting like God, and I'm by no means religious at all.
Right.
He's atheist, but see where like a lot of like Emmett, Abe, and the boys talk about this, where it's like you might claim that you're atheists, but you still believe in God. You just believe that you are God. And this is where it's like it magnifies the shit where he's not religious. He tries to avoid religion, avoid talking about all this kind of shit. Now he has the thing where it's like he believes he's God, aka he believes everything that he does is right and everyone else is wrong, which is this whole thing of like grounding in reality kind of thing, where it's like, I'm telling you, man, I'd have a field day of just like analyzing this from like from a theological, but it's an interesting. We were talking about theology earlier on, all this kind of stuff, and now all of a sudden it comes full circle. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Darth, our boy Darth, over on the Ko-Fi. Let me play you the shredding clip for that one, sir. Are we having fun yet, folks? Shout out to Dart over on the Ko-Fi. You know, fuck giving YouTube 30%. He done it straight on the Ko-Fi. Shout out to you, sir. Says there's a lot of impurities with poop caps too. Dart knows the stuff about hallucinogens. What can I say? What can I say? Yeah, but people have said that about people like myself or Dr. DPH, like, so after rooms, or I think that's shrooms being the factor leading Christ, when it wasn't. When there was the whole time not some god complex of shrooms. Yeah, 100%. And like this is why like I've said to like Darth, I've said to like multiple people like that euphoria or that kind of enlightenment moment that you get by taking the drugs or whatever, would you rather not like be able to do that sober? You know what I mean? Like that's why I'd always kind of say like you know, like, would you rather not be able to train your mind to reach those peaks, like, sober, and so you can remember it all and all this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Holy shit, man, it kind of makes crazy sense. Like I said, man, there's method to the madness, you know? I'm not God. Sheesh, trash is God, and the almighty trash pandas are my brethren. Shout outs to that Wheel of Madness when King took over. You know what I'm saying? But like what I'm saying with this dude is like this whole aspect of like the God complex thing. Like these people who were like claim to be atheists, but they're spiritual, and like that whole kind of like aspect to it. Like that's what I'm saying in terms of that grounding. That's what grounds you back into realities. That it's like you are not God. Like there is a higher power. You know what I mean? And in terms of like this reality and all this kind of shit, that it's like you're just like a speck of dust. You know, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, kind of like that whole kind of aspect. It kind of grounds that whole thing, and this whole thing where he's basically going like from this dude's experience, what I've heard so far. He's basically hallucinated that he's God or he's an angel, and like everyone else he surround himself with is a demon or the devil and all this kind of shit. And it's like the kind of descriptions that we were saying that like everybody's out to get him and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, we love the Shrek clip. You know what I'm saying? It's literally caps from cow patties that have these kind of effects. I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised, you know. Shout out to King, you know. Atheists, agnostics, is what it is. And that was still one of my favorite Wheel of Madness. What can I say? The raccoons. That Independence Day speech, though. You got to give me credit, though, King. That Independence Day speech. That was a banger. You know what I mean? We led the rebellion against the raccoons. And some say the raccoon war is still going on, you know. Shout out to the raccoons.
I felt like I was doing God's will or a spiritual thing.
I told you.
Devil. So stupid.
I fucking told you. Let's hear that again.
God's. I felt like I was doing God's will or a spiritual thing, and he was the devil. So stupid.
He was the devil, and I was God's angel. That's where his mind went, you know? Oh, the raccoons are back. The raccoons are back. Unbelievable. Mama. But, fucking told you, there's method to the madness, you know?
I just couldn't understand it. His hair was scary. His face was scary. And everybody's face was scary. And I don't know. Everyone was just turning on me. In my head now, I know that I'm sober. They weren't.
Who do you think was turning on you?
Everybody.
Who's everybody?
Literally everyone. I thought everybody was turning on me. It was just... The drug made me feel like I was... like... almost like... the second coming of Jesus or something like that. And... they were the devil coming after me. That's what I felt like. That's the best way I could describe it. Which is stupid. I'm not religious.
But you were on drugs, right? You were hallucinating.
And like this whole thing of, I don't know, man. Smoking man bad. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But he's not religious. But when he took the drugs, where did his mind go? You know what I mean? And like that's the huge problem that we have. You know what I mean? There's a lot of these like, don't get me wrong, like King says that like he's kind of he's not Christian and all that kind of stuff, but he has like a solid grounding in reality. You know? There's a lot of these people that like subconsciously, I guess, like they want to be religious, but they've kind of like they've bought into like the Richard Dawkins thing, or they've bought into these quips, like the debate we had earlier on speakeasies with First Amender and Thingamabob, where they have this particular thing where they just start denying the meaning of words and all this kind of stuff, just to try and win the argument, rather than actually just pursue the truth. You know what I mean? I guarantee you feel like a motherfucker like First Amender on this mushrooms, you'd have the exact same thing where he feels as though he's God. And he starts doing some crazy shit, and he thinks he's doing God's will and all this kind of shit, you know? Telling you, man. Like, this whole aspect, it's like the same thing I was saying with the hallucinogens. Some people should just stay away from it. Other people, it's like with religion as well. Like some people need religion because they need that like external kind of like church or community that like will ground them because they're not able to do it themselves. Some people are able to do it themselves, other people's can't. You know what I mean? And they need that religion, they need that community, they need that experience, you know? It is what it is. Whatever his concept of Christianity is in mind, some people tripping out Epic of Gilgamesh, Iliad, Odyssey, Imram, Norse sagas. Could have been that shit as well, but like, isn't it interesting though? That's where his mind went. Deriak, what time is it there in Ireland? 8:15. 8 a.m., baby. Call me Lionel Richie all night long, baby.
Have you ever hallucinated like that before? No. So you're in the kitchen with your dad, and his hair is growing black, and his eyes are black. You can't understand what he's saying. You're scared. Do you remember grabbing an object?
No.
You don't?
I just grabbed, I guess, the closest, nearest thing. Anything. I don't know. I didn't know. I don't remember grabbing it. It's such a dark time. It's hard to piece it all together.
Do you remember when you first started attacking your dad? Was he attacking you? Was he trying to stop you?
I thought he was going for the light switch. And I was afraid that he was going to turn it off. And then come after me, I think. Because I remember being afraid of the dark and being around people in the dark. Because in the dark, they would grab. And devil was just so real to me.
How did you stop him?
I guess I stabbed him. I don't remember stabbing him. I just remember going towards him, and then from then on, it's just kind of like...
So you remember going towards him. Where was he when you were going towards him? Where was he standing? Or was he sitting? Was he lying down?
I don't know. I remember when it all happened. It was first. It was. I don't wish to answer. I don't know. I don't wish to answer. I just don't know.
You know what? I don't want you to tell me anything that you don't know.
I
just want you to be honest for your dad. Honest. I don't want you to make anything up.
I don't know what really happened. I just remember being afraid of the dark, feeling that the devil was very real, and I was like, this whole God, and like I was trying to do something, and just, I don't know. I don't want to say anything because I'm not in the right state of mind right now. It's just, I don't
Do you know where Lynn was when you got there? If she was sleeping? I don't know if Lynn lives there, does she?
She's there most nights, yes. I love Lynn too. She's been there my whole life.
I was gonna say, I understand that you have known her forever. She's always worked with your dad, is that right?
Yeah.
How long ago did they actually get together, though?
I don't know. But it's just kind of.
Did you mean to hurt Lynn?
No. I don't know. I don't know if I meant to hurt any of them. I don't know. I don't wish to answer because I don't know. I was just scared. I was hallucinating. I don't know.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. Like, in your mind, do you want to hurt Lynn?
No.
Are you remorseful that you hurt Lynn?
Yes. Yes.
But you love her.
So
if you hadn't done drugs last night.
would this have happened?
Yes.
No. I'm a good person.
There it is. Oh my God, man. And again, this is why Christianity is the cure to ego and to arrogance and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? No, because he's freaking out, Darth. He's freaking out. You know what I mean? But like, this is the whole thing where it's like, and again, like First Amenders, a Steelman, Marlin is the same thing. Like these motherfuckers who think that they're God, when they say that they think that they're God or they believe that we're all God and all this kind of shit, it's like this whole kind of like aspect of where it's like you've put yourself in that role of like the most supreme, that you're always right. So in this particular scenario where it's like the dude is like they're turning off the lights or they're maybe turning on the lights or whatever, they're basically going against what he wants. And once you go against what he wants, he's God, you're going against God's will, ergo you're a demon. So then they start hallucinating all this demonic shit and all this stuff, even though none of it's happening. You know what I mean? I agree, Dart, it doesn't sound right. It sounds like he's using it as an excuse. Probably had dark thoughts, but knew what he was doing. But again, like this whole thing of like, I'm a good person. Christians don't believe they're all good people. Christians believe that like we're all sinners. You know, that hence why Jesus died for our sins. You know what I mean? And even looking at it from the aspect of just from like the philosophical angle of like the story of Jesus, like Jesus was a morally perfect man. And look what happened to him. Ergo, like if we were all morally perfect people, Jesus wouldn't have been crucified on a cross, would he? Fuck, he would. You know what I mean? Because we all have some sort of flaw. We all have some sort of shortcoming. We're all sinners. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm talking about, like this whole aspect of the grounding. You know what I mean? Where like you know that you're not right. You're not all knowing, you're not all powerful, you're not always right, you're not infallible and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But it's like the mushrooms magnified it, that like this dude had like a fucking massive ego complex, but he convinced himself that he's actually a good person and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't even say that like he's trying to like get out of this in some way, shape, or form. I think he's just genuinely just like scared that this is what his ego is actually like. He does not understand what the fuck is going on. You know what I mean? I think he's being deceptive as fuck. Deceptive leads me to believe competency. Not one. Wait, what? Let me know what you mean, Dave. But like, that's what I'm saying in terms of the way like I understand like the aspect of like hallucinogens and like what it does and all this kind of shit. That's basically what's played on this motherfucker. You know? And not to give you guys nightmares when you go to bed at night or anything like that. But these dudes like First Amender, these lefties, these atheists that like the socialists, communists, and all these like people that are on the streets like kicking out like ICE tailgates, and these people that want to abolish the police, abolish ICE, and all this kind of shit. The DSA. Every single one of these motherfuckers are just like this dude. They have massive egos, but they also convince themselves that they have no ego, that they're actually altruistic and they're actually good people and they're morally perfect and all this kind of shit. You know? I wouldn't be surprised if it was premeditated. He was talking about peeking on them, which shows a familiarity with tripping, and it looks like excuses. If it was acid or something more intense, or if he had a psychological break, he seems to be fine here. I don't know. I'm not saying he wasn't magnified. I don't think it's what he's making it. Possibly. He might as well claim ergot poisoning. Maybe. He broke into the house, but he said they were in the basement tripping. No, I don't think he broke into the house. But again, I'm not 100% on that.
I know you are.
Not anymore.
But you are. Last night.
He did.
Yes, it has changed things.
Everything.
Yeah. But you still are who you are. You got a family who loves you.
Very nice, very nice. There is no one righteous. No, not one. Oh, man. He said he was getting in any way possible. Oh, okay. What were they on? Mushrooms. He was on the old magic mushrooms. He said he broke in through the window. To the window, to the wall. Rooms, yep.
So much. You've got a bunch of buddies that you've obviously known for a long time. Been through a
Well, if like what I'm basically fighting back against this whole aspect of like this was all premeditated and he just wanted to wipe out his family or whatever the fuck, and he's just trying to use the shrooms as an excuse. I don't buy that for a minute, because if you are gonna do this shit, like why the fuck would you take a bunch of hallucinogens? You know what I mean? Like, surely you do the crime and then do the hallucinogens afterwards. And because if you were planning on using that as the excuse or something like that, you know? Happy families, he would have waited for them to answer the door, whether on shrooms or not. Maybe. I've had too many dumb songs stuck in my head today. Thanks for another one. My pleasure, Shantae. My pleasure. You know what I mean? Maybe he didn't take much. I don't know, like something about his voice. It seems like he's kind of like sobering up kind of thing, you know? I could be wrong. Like I said, I could be wrong.
lot with. That have been here talking to officers. I mean, they've been very honest about what they did last night. You know, the fact that you guys did drugs and it was a terrible decision, and that you just weren't acting like yourself. I mean, they've talked about the fact that you came down and you were talking about God, and that's not you. And then you went to your dad's house and stabbed your dad. And you love your dad, and that's normally where you go to get help, or if you're upset, he's the one you turn to. Is that right?
When I'm upset at my mom, or anything, when I'm upset at my mom or anything, I turn to him.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you always been close to your dad?
Like, he was always busy with work when I was younger.
Right.
He's a doctor,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it only starts slowing down when you start becoming a senior doctor.
Right.
So, I would like to say he's always been there for me.
Yeah.
But he's only really had the time now.
Yeah.
I love him.
Yeah. Do you remember Lynn coming out to the kitchen?
I don't
Stepmom, Captain. It was the stepmom. Who was with his dad?
I know where she was when she was injured, when police got there, and when the ambulance got there. I just don't know if it happened where she was or if it happened in another part of the house. And I was hoping that you'd be able to tell me where that happened.
I don't know, because my mind's blocked out. Like, I've blocked out after, I guess, I came with my dad.
You sorry?
I blocked it out after my dad was approaching me and I was by the light and I felt threatened.
Mm-hmm.
And then I acted how I at the time felt was what I needed to do for my own safety, which doesn't make sense. And
it doesn't make sense sober, but when you're hallucinating, I'm sure it made total sense. Like right now,
He's like, he's just to give you guys a picture, right? Of at least what I've picked up. Again, call me crazy, call me retard, all this kind of shit. That's what we're here. We're here to deliberate, right? Put yourself in the mind state where it's like you're an angel of God. You're like a soldier of God. And you're literally around like these people that are growing fucking horns. They have like black eyes, like think of like Supernatural where the eyes go black, and it's like these dudes are motherfucking demons. You know what I mean? Like even one of those like that, like dude coming near you, you're gonna perceive this is a fucking demon attacking the fucking angel of God. You know what I mean? So it's like that's where, and again, maybe I've just talked to too many people like who are like currently going through hallucinations. You know what I mean? I'm like the hallucination whisperer or some shit like that. But that's what I'm picking off. This like I generally don't get like deceit from this dude because, like I said, it makes sense to me in a way. But again, I've been wrong before. You know. I've seen people turn into aliens and it made me laugh and then have a panic attack. Just imagine Shantae sitting there, popping shrooms like, oh shit, there's aliens here, right? And then like she does a double take, it's like, oh wait, there's fucking aliens here. And then literally just like scream and then like running off into a bush. You know what I mean? That's why we call it seeing the devil. I'm telling you, man. Maybe it took them in hopes it would give him the courage to go through with it. I don't know, like why not just like do the alcohol? It literally seems though like he was with his mates. It was Christmas time. They're on their holidays or their Christmas break for college, and they're like, "Oh, we're in college now. Let's do some shrooms, man." And then this dude fucking takes a heroic dose or some shit like that. And like the detective said, like even his friends was like he came back down and he was just talking about like God and shit like that. And this dude's fucking atheist or some shit like that. And he's talking about God, like what the fuck's going on here and all this kind of stuff. And like I was kind of saying, like even from like the earlier on part where he felt as though like everybody was out to get him and all this kind of shit. It's like the fact that he was like talking about God and they never heard him talk about God before, and like this. It kind of like was like this dude. The fact that they were kind of like looking at him kind of strange, kind of going, "What the fuck's he talking about God for?" Like this is not like him at all. And then he sees that from his perspective, and then he sees all these motherfuckers are out to get me, and he's like all in this whole kind of like God fucking talking about God and all this kind of shit. So anybody against him must be a demon. All this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what I've picked up so far. But again, let me know your thoughts. Had to hide in the bathroom and it started closing in on me. So Shantae had that, like, what was it, Frank from Always Sunny in Philadelphia? She had one of those experiences. You know what I mean? I was afraid to leave the bathroom, but scared to stay in it. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, I would have put my money on the bush, though. You know what I mean, sometimes you just got to throw yourself into a bush, you know? Leafy is an asshole. Leafy is a retard. Leafy is an asshole. It is what it is. I think the last thing tripping on shrooms would do is make you want to do what he did. Like you say, more likely to run off and hide in a bush. Possibly. The Homer meme is shrooms when it goes. You just morph into a bush, you know? Gall complex seems to be more associated with poisonous toadstools, in my honest opinion, and I wouldn't touch them. They seem to be cult-like too. Yup. That's why I'm just like, nah, man. Like, if I'm around someone that's hallucinating or some shit like that, like I always try to make the effort, like give them hugs, make them feel as though like they're appreciated, all this kind of stuff. Me personally, I just do a bit of the wacky tobacco. I don't even like drinking anymore, personally, you know. I see your point, and I might even agree with it more. I'm just trying to look at other points. 100%. That's what we want. We want all the perspectives, you know. Fall out of the tree, like at the end of the movie, anger management. Mob man. I called a friend, lost my phone, and left the longest message until I cut off, just telling her to come save me and bring food. Come save me! And also, bring me some brownies, some muffins, maybe a battered sausage. Actually, get me a sub as well. You know, Diet Coke because I'm watching my weight. Actually, also go to a McDonald's. Pick me up a Big Mac. I might actually want a Big Mac as well. You know, maybe some apple pie. You know, something like that. I'm guessing it was something like that, Shante. You know, those goddamn aliens. You know? That's why I'm retired from the fun guy. Can I say, man? Some White Castle, maybe. Yeah, like Shantae's basically telling him to go to like 5 different fast food chains, you know, and a bakery, you know.
You can sit here and say, yeah, that makes no sense. But what you went through last night, you were hallucinating. You legitimately felt like he was threatening you. What do you, or do you even know what you thought he was going to do to you?
I thought that he was the devil and like everybody was being taken over by the devil. 'Cause everybody I saw would fluctuate between like black hair and sinister. And then I just wanted to feel safe, and I didn't feel safe anywhere, and I don't know. I was hallucinating, and I blocked out the points that I don't want to visit.
Did you block out the points you want to visit, or do you not want to talk about them because they're horrible things that you don't want to think about?
I can't distinguish between the two right now.
You said that you.
Yeah, so that's what. So I'm saying, like, despite the fact that like hallucinations, like your mind is fucked, like your mind is still like a rational tool or a rational device. You know what I mean? So like, in terms of like his whole thing where he's blocking it out, it's like that defense mechanism where he doesn't want to go to a scary place. It means he doesn't want to even remember what he done. So when he's saying his mind is blocking it out, basically what he means is that like he doesn't want to see that image in his head, but he knows what he done. You know what I mean? She just brought gummy worms and then I threw them up and I got scared while I was throwing up worms. Oh my god, that must have completely fucked with your mind. Like you're vomiting and all that's coming out is like worms. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my, even just thinking about that, Shantae. Holy fuck. Hey, it is what it is, Shantae. It is what it is. At least you're okay now. You know? He's still tripping, hence he thinks he makes sense but doesn't. Yeah, like I said, like I'm able to what was it, like, interpret what he's saying, but Captain's convinced that this is just an act, though. I think, he's hoping for a temporary insanity plea. I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't think that he has the capacity to even think of that at the moment. I was crying in the middle of the road. Ah, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, Shantae. I wish I could give Shantae a hug right now. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay,
You saw Lynn's face as well. You saw her face. Her hair went black too.
That's all I know. That's all I see was Lynn's face, and black eyes, black hair, same thing, and just not English, mumbling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I acted for my own safety the way I felt. That's what I don't know. I'm not a violent person.
I know.
I've never even been in a fight.
This is the ego thing. Like, basically what he's like struggling internally with is that, like, he's convinced himself that he's altruistic, he's like an amazing person, he's a wonderful person. So he couldn't have done what he done last night. And like that's what I think the conflict is, because you see, like, King's bringing up the fact that his arms is still like crossed and all this kind of stuff, but it's kind of like loosened now. Like, even when you look at his whole thing, he's kind of like flat. He's basically kind of like lying down in the chair almost. You know what I mean? Captain as well, thinking that was premeditated. He's at college, so he's not. I don't know, man. Like, think about all these clips we've seen of college shootings and how retarded they actually are. Like, just because you're in college doesn't mean you're not a retard. You know what I mean? How far out are we from when he tripped? I still think this is like, what would it be, like 28th, 29th kind of thing. Like, they picked him up pretty, like, relatively soon afterwards. You know what I mean? Hugs, not drugs, folks. Trying to downplay it. Is this the same night he did it? Yeah. Like, it's closely kind of related to it. Because it's like, there's the whole kind of like aspect of hallucination. And then there's also like the trauma or the cope afterwards. So that's what I'd be thinking. You know what I mean? Now, all this being said, like, from my perspective, I'd still give him like the maximum sentence and all this kind of shit, just because you hallucinate, just because you're on drugs. Like, I wouldn't be giving like, reduced sentences and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Would have been triggering. Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. It's fucked up. Like, you're hallucinating and now you're vomiting worms. Oh man. I feel for you, Shantae. I honestly feel for you. Yeah, I hope he's not just evil. I mean, I like to believe that something messed up happened to cause somebody to do something like this. There are some evil people out there. Because, like, the one thing that I'd be kind of like saying is, like, why is he not like finding like a better justification, or just kind of doing the whole like instant like lawyer thing? Like, why didn't he just instantly lawyer up? Wish you could see what his eyes look like. Yeah, the eyes would be a better kind of we get like a zoom in, like a 4K camera, like, several hours later, because they've already spoken to everyone else. Yeah, no, like, don't get me wrong, like, they've done like the interviews and all stuff, but it's still within like that couple of day period afterwards, after the event, where he's still pretty fucking traumatized of what he's done. I got over it pretty quick. The trees looked pretty, and I moved on. What can I say? Shantae? Shantae is a strong spirit.
In your dad's house, you've obviously been there before. Many times, I'm sure. When you walk in the front door.
Can you tell me, like, where things happened.
I was hoping you could tell me where things happened.
I just know that things were in the kitchen. And then from being in the kitchen, all I see is faces. That's it.
Whose faces in the kitchen?
My dad. And then after I see my dad's face, I see Lynn's face. But I don't know. I want to say it was in the kitchen. I don't know. All I see is her face. And it was black eyes, black hair, devilish. Saying, I don't know what she was saying or what she was doing. I just see her face and muttering non-English. I felt devilish and I acted. I don't know. I don't know where it happened.
You don't know where it happened with Lynn or your dad?
Last I remember was being in the kitchen with my dad. And then all I see is scary faces. That's what I last remember. After that, I remember being by the front door praying in the light, which I never do. Why? I'm not religious. Why did I think it? I don't know. I'm almost as curious as you.
Can you describe to me like kind of the layout of your dad's house? I haven't been there.
Yeah.
I have kind of an idea in my head of what the layout is, like where the kitchen is to the door, but when I get you to say you're walking through the front door.
Okay, well this is my dad's house.
Yes, your dad's house.
You walk in the front door, you walk straight, and then it's the kitchen. Just straight all the way through, and there's just living space there. And then you take a right, and you take a right again, and there's a bathroom right there, and my sister's room, and then my room, and then my dad's room. So it's like this, and then there's the hallway, and there's and then, sorry.
No, that's okay. Take your time.
And
Your
I
hands
know-
are sore too, so.
Yeah. Okay. This is layout. It's front door here.
Yeah.
Hallway leading all the way into the kitchen.
Right.
Straight. And then this area here is like a living space. So
Is that
it's
to your left,
to the left.
past like the front entrance?
Yeah.
Living space?
So it's like a hallway, and then it opens up just to your left.
And what's in that
Living
room there?
space.
What's in the living space?
It's just TV and couches and all that.
So that's where you'd actually go to watch TV, or where?
Yeah, okay, dog. Like, I'm much in terms of the light of like, and this is why I'm against like hate crime. Like, it's already a crime. So why do you have to like add additional shit because it's a hate crime? Same way of like, when people say it's like, oh, like, why would you legalize drugs? Like to be more murder. It's like, yeah, if you take drugs and you murder someone, you're still getting fucking like a murder charge. I don't give two fucks. Like, you committed a crime. Don't take the drugs. You know what I mean? You're not able to handle it, you know? I've had one where I literally convinced I could hear God, and then I puked brownies out. It was unpleasant. Yeah. I feel you, man. I feel you. He wouldn't forget the knife, what it looked like, tripping or using it. No way. Potentiality. Like I said, I'm not ruling out that this is all an act and all this kind of stuff. But I'd be kind of like more down the lines of like, nah, he was like clear tripping balls. But that I wouldn't be given like any reduced sentences or anything like that, you know. It's an awful experience. I've gotten sick a few times out of getting it, overwhelmed or eating. I've never heard anything like that. I would get too sick. Would get sick too. That's crazy. True that. My brother was tripping during a campfire in the backyard and thought something was in his pants, took them off, and started walking around in the backyard at night naked. Crazy. Hey, it is what, like I said, the mind plays fucked up tricks, you know? I'm leaning heavily in the direction of him being a bullshitter. Possibly. Can't rule it out, you know what I mean? There's a peak. When you peak, it's very speedy, but hard to make sense. Makes sense. He's talking so much faster about something easy, like the layout of the house, but being ultra careful talking about everything else. Totally deceptive. Even his pitch has changed. Possibly. Aren't all crimes hate crimes? Exactly. You know what I mean? Now he's not hiding back in his chair, almost vertical. Yeah, because you're going from like a traumatic event, like having that image in your head and all this kind of shit, to just something as what should be kind of like more technical, and just in terms like the structure or layout of the house. You know, hate crime is just an aggravating factor that can lead to heavier punishments. It's more about the intent than the action itself. Exactly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when you're walking in the front door, there's another door to your right to the garage, and after that, there's a door to downstairs.
Right?
Then
So if you're walking, you're looking to your right, then what do you come to past the door to go downstairs?
a hallway down that way. Just a small hallway. And there's another small hallway. And then my
100% King. Now here's the key thing, and both for the detective, like what she needs to do is like we're just talking about like the layout of the house, right? And he's kind of picked himself up and all this kind of stuff. The key thing now is for the detective to put that image back at his head of the last night, because bear in mind that's how we know that this is within 24 hours of the event happening. So she's talking about last night. You know what I'm saying? So he's done the shit last night, so he's still in that traumatic period. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully the detective with the next couple of questions after this would bring him back into last night, or bring him back into like talking about his dad and what he done to his dad and all this kind of shit. And if he recrosses his arms and all this kind of shit, that'll be very telling in terms of like if he's kind of like being standoffish and all this kind of shit, you know? Drama doesn't make you hide in your chair. Deception does. I agree. Facts. But this is what I'm saying in terms of like the blocking shit out. That he just really doesn't want to relive that experience because it's so traumatic, you know? So is this just about the why? The why, and just kind of like I said, just gathering facts and evidence for the court case essentially. Because they know we done it. Like they even took his clothes and all this kind of shit as well, you know?
dad's room is just that way. My room is here. My sister's room is here. And the bathroom is here. That's the layout.
So where's your dad's bedroom in the house? How do you get to your dad's bedroom? Is it off the kitchen? Is it off the living room? Is it off the hallway?
So what you do is you come there. Here's the kitchen, and down this way, and then down, just down a little bit that way, and it's like right there.
So it's down
it's
the
relatively
hallway?
close, yeah.
Okay. So is his bedroom at the back of the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was Lynn in the bedroom?
What do you remember about that?
I don't. I don't. I don't. I just remember faces. And I'm being serious.
Detective needs to put him back into that image of like what happened last night, and then see what his body language does.
I never would have gone after her for no reason.
Do you think she hurt you?
Don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just remember faces and acting on instinct. At least what I thought was instinct.
At the time it was. Right?
It was just a fight or flight type thing.
And you know that Lynn is alive, right?
Yeah. I assumed I'm being charged with murder and attempted.
Right. Right. You saw her face. Is there anything that you remember about her face that would remind you of where she was? Anything around her head? Anything? If you saw her face, was the light on? I know you were worried about the light.
I don't know. I just
Bring him back to last
her
night.
face and black eyes and dark hair. And that's all I could focus on.
Did you know it was her right away?
I knew who people were. I just thought they were being taken over by the devil. I thought they were coming after me, and it's just so stupid because they wouldn't.
You know that now that you're sober.
Yeah.
Was there anybody else in the house?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen anybody else in there?
No. Was there someone else in there?
To my knowledge, no. I'm being honest with you. To my knowledge, there wasn't anybody in the house. But if there was, I was just hoping that you would tell me.
I don't know what happened. I've given you all the information that I can remember. I don't know how reliable it is. I've given you what
Needs to ask about the dad.
I've tried to put together.
If there's anything I can tell you, it's that I appreciate you telling me the truth.
Don't fully believe him. Bring in Bricky. Bring in Bricky. Let's break this motherfucker like an egg. Let's make ourselves some omelet, boys. I just checked there, like, there's literally, like, nothing else. They don't even bother, I don't think, doing the bad cop. Because, like I said, King, the fact that, like, he's even talking about there in terms of who else is in the house and all this kind of stuff, he didn't go back into the whole thing like that. Like I said, like, that's the cross pose. But when they're doing something like, like something like this, and they're kind of like slunched over like this, and like it was kind of like legs kind of like protruded out and all this kind of shit. She was basically like lying down the chair like this. Not really like arms. Oh fuck, you can't really see. Like when you're like this, but you're like lying down. It's basically like he started off like this, but then he's basically gone down to this, and now he's like this. It's basically she's broken down the wall essentially. You know what I mean? That's where I'm kind of like, okay, like, so initially, like, he was kind of like put the wall up and all this kind of shit, but this detective has broken him down now. Wait, let me quickly check. Does the body pose change much? No, he actually doesn't cross his arms at any other stage during the interview. Hi, Avarice. Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair, get comfy. I don't know, Teriak. I think he might get more animated now. Not sure about that. Not sure. Maybe. If it was some kind of drug hallucination, does he deserve to spend the rest of his life in jail? I don't know. What's murder? 20 years? Unless you're a fucking OnlyFans whore. Apparently then it's only 6 with probation. You know? I don't know. Like I'm not 100% in terms of like the amount of years and all this kind of shit, but whatever was it Murder 2 is, you know, that would be it. Like I don't give a fuck if you're on drugs or not. You know? I don't know, red flags are going off, just feels like lies. It's difficult to tell. I'm not gonna lie, Shante, it's difficult to tell, but my instinct is that like that he's it's more so that he can't confront the fact that he's killed his dad. You know? That's what I'd kind of say it is, you know? And we got Rule of 2, our boy, aka our boy Darth. Let me refresh the page, 1 sec. Darth says, it is the waves and hitting that dono bar, baby. So first of all, let me play the short
That's
clip.
what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
I clicked the wrong clip. I was supposed to click this clip. We hit the motherfucking dono goals. Shout outs to you, Dart. Let me know which premium meme you would like, sir. Please. Let me know. Let me know. You're the average show, though. Don't even know your name. That's not my name. Doom doom. That's not my name. Doom doom. That's avarice, baby. That's avarice. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. All choices have consequences. Drugs are not. Exactly, King. You know what I mean? I'm like very much like you've heard my take, King, where I was like, I'd be like, I'd want to see, like, I'd want it to be like where you can get your drug license, right? You pass like some like pretty fucking strict drug tests and all this kind of shit. Like you literally have to fucking answer questions about the drugs you're taking and the side effects and all this kind of shit. But once you get that license, then you can walk into a pharmacy and you can say, give me some marijuana or give me some heroin or give me this or give me that or whatever the fuck, right? And you'd even have kind of thing where it's like, if some cunt tries to buy heroin and cocaine at the same time or something like that, they'd be like, nah, we're actually going to pull your license because if you took both of these things at the same time, you'd fucking die of an overdose, some shit like that. Like that's how strict that would be, but it should be like that if you've proven yourself to be like a fucking chemist at this shit, that like you should be able to do it. Like if you've proven that you're able to handle it, then like you should fucking be able to do it. Do you know what I mean? Through 6 years ain't, but that's what I'm saying. That's why at the beginning we were talking about the update on the OnlyFans chick that literally killed her fucking boyfriend, stabbed him in the heart. She got 6 years with probation. It's unbelievable. No. I think Shantae's gone Australian. You know what I'm saying? And we got 10 jewels, 10 lucky charms. Yeah, with the gold pot. You know what I'm saying? We're filling that pot of gold, baby. You know what I'm saying? We even got that for the emojis. We filling that pot of gold, baby. So salutes to you. Thank you very kindly, Nick. And Darth wants the Andrew clip, ladies and gentlemen. We need to talk about gratitude. We need to talk about being grateful. And who better to teach us that than the one, the only, Mr. Andrew motherfucking Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Dart, thank you very kindly, and shout out to Nick for the Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms, they're always after me, Lucky Charms. Also, motherfuckers, don't forget to check out Avarice's new show and give him a fucking like and a sub. What is he at now? One sec. Eva Rice. Where's the... Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait. The Ava Rice show. Come up when I say this. Yeah, there we go. 271 subscribers, folks. So, one sec. Let me get the thing, Bob. Make sure you like and sub. Right. I'm going to refresh this in a couple of minutes when I catch up in chat. We better... One sec. Was it 271 subscribers? We better at least get one subscriber when I refresh that page, folks, okay? We got K-Dog saying, you guys rock. Thank you very kindly, sir. Thank you very kindly. I have that as far as cannabis, like an actual license. But, like, that's the thing. Like, I'd be very strict on it. It's like, if you commit crime on drugs, I don't want to hear, oh, I was on drugs or whatever the fuck. It's like, you still chose to do the fucking drugs. I don't give two fucks. You know what I mean? But it should be revoked for illiteracy. Oh, 100%, man. You know what I mean? Damn multiple choice. Yeah, no, there'd be no multiple choice thing. Like, that's how strict I would be in terms of this test. It's like, you are going to tell me, like, all the side effects and all this kind of shit of the stuff that you're applying for. And it's not going to be multiple choice. You're going to have to prove that you know your shit when it comes to it. You know what I mean? That, like, you have to basically prove that you have, like, expert fucking knowledge on this shit. Otherwise, you're not getting the license. You know what I mean? So it sounds like I'm all, like, hippy-dippy and all this kind of shit about the drugs, but it's not. Like, I want, like, proper, like, regulation. You know what I mean? Shout outs to our boy Dart. 271. Okay, so make sure you click this link. Give him a like and a sub, folks. Okay, I'm going to refresh the page. 272. That's what I like to see. So we at least got average one subscriber from this stream. Mama. Exactly, my license can be revoked for criminal activity. Exactly. You know what I mean? You do any of that shit, you're losing your license. You know what I mean?
I do. I really do. It says a lot about you. Not about the you last night that was on drugs. Who you actually are.
I've done what I've done, and even though I wasn't in my right mind, I'm ready to take what's gonna happen. I just want people to know that that's not me. That's not me at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so sorry. And I don't know how it really went down. And it could have been anyone. It could have been anyone, I'm sure.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, by the way, Dart, you would have failed because you misspelled license. I'm just saying. Good catch, King. Boy, we love King. King's on top of it. He's on the A game. You know what I'm saying? You know, not leaving. We want to say happy early 420. Love y'all. Hey, my man.
I was threatened by everyone who I was around. I just felt threatened by them. And they were just coming after me.
Now, this shit is bullshit. Like, this is like, I wouldn't say like this is like intentional lying in terms of like he's trying to get off the crime or whatever. But this is his ego where it's like his whole life, like he's believed that he's like an angel of the Lord, like that he's like this virtuous fucking angel and all this kind of shit. And that's why he's like, he's so would it be sensitive or, what would be the word? He's like basically so worried about what everyone else is going to think about him for doing such a horrendous thing or evil thing. Like, that's what his main concern is, that like everyone, like, I am a virtuous person, I am a moral person. That wasn't me. That was me on drugs and all this kind of shit. That's what I think you guys were getting in terms of he's lying or he's being deceptive and all this kind of shit. But that's because he genuinely fucking believes that shit. Like, he believes that he is like, he's not a sinner, he's not evil, he's a good person, he's like the bastion of virtue and all this kind of shit. But like, that's because he's genuinely fucking believes himself to be that. You know what I mean?
Though I'm sure they were just trying to help me. But at the time, it just felt like they were coming after me because they were working with the devil, and I don't know what I was thinking. It was stupid. I felt like I was like the second coming of God or Jesus, and it was, I'm not religious, I'm not religious, I'm not religious, I'm not religious, I'm not religious. I can't take it back. I wish I could. I wish my dad was still alive. Well, it's okay. But I don't wish for my family to ever forget me. I don't deserve it.
You don't deserve for them to forgive you.
Bro, I killed Dad.
Like, I think that's genuine what he's saying right now. And like, that's like the ego kind of shattering. Like, this is where it's like the whole thing of like morality and why morality is objective. It's like, you do some immoral shit, even if you convince the world that you didn't do that shit, you cannot escape your own conscience. You know? Did Teriak say he was the mushroom whisperer? Well, that's like, it's one of those traits that leprechauns have. We're able to communicate with the mushrooms. You know what I mean? They're kind of bastards, man. All they do is they just bitch about everybody all day long. You know what I mean? Telling you. You know? We got BB, the Aussie, saying Yak looking sharp these days. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. We got the L suits on. We suited up. Okay? Hopefully, like I said, I start a trend that everybody starts suiting up. You know what I'm saying? Because suits are cool.
Suits are cool. Exhibit A.
Exhibit A, ladies and gentlemen. Exhibit A. You know? I think his demeanor, also welcome in, Blue. You're my boy, Blue. I think his demeanor change shows he's still riding it out. But it's hard to kind of like, it's hard to know in terms of like, is it just like him actually sobering up, or is it actually the fact that he's coming to realization of like the horrendous shit, like the evil shit they just done, like killing his dad. You know what I mean? Repressed sentiments, feelings, he's describing the murder. Possibly. Good to see you, Blue. I wish we could tell if his eyes were really watering up or not. Yeah, that would be a key thing. I don't know if he's tripping. I don't know if they should be interviewing him. No, I'd say he's kind of sober at this stage, or sober-ish at this stage. But, you know, no, he justifying it. No, I don't think he's justifying it, because like I said, like he's saying that he wishes that his family would forgive him, but he knows that he doesn't deserve it. You know? Eye cam would help, yep. I want to see the size of his pupils. That's a good thing. It's like, is his pupil still dilated? You know? His face must be very wet with tears, but he's not trying to wipe it. I wish we could see him more clearly. Yeah. Everybody does, you know? We need to get that face up cam, you know? Good to see you, BB. A MAGA mushroom whisperer book out. Yeah. See, Blue, it's a thing called respect, okay? If you respect the mushrooms, okay, they'll speak to you. Okay, you'll be able to whisper to them. You don't want to be shouting, bucko, okay? Now, Donald Trump, he's a 32 count felon. He can't whisper to no mushrooms, because it's about respect, okay? Show me your dick, Rob. Yeah. Well, he had emotion-induced dissociation. And now the adrenaline response wore off. Possibly. He's not even really crying, is he? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's genuine here. 3-piece and a Triscuit. What can I say, baby? What can I say? His mind is catching up with his actions. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking right now as well, Sport Brand. They need hammermen up in these rooms getting us all the shots. Yeah, 100%. 100%. You know what I'm saying? Whoa, rap. And again, shout out to Avers. Avers literally got me the t-shirt that has that on it. You know what I mean? It has like the Brian Shapiro meme and show me your dick, Rob. Beautiful. Bellissimo. Bellissimo. Highly recommend you all get your asses to a debate con. Preferably a VK live.
So I'm just gonna go back maybe like 24 hours before this happened.
No, he just wiped it there though, to be fair, but turkey tears, lots of gobble, not enough wobble. Superficial, his voice doesn't change, and he cracks or staggered breaths while crying. A lot of things to pay attention to here, folks.
Can you just kind of tell me what you did? You know, like, where did you sleep 2 nights ago? What did you get up and do? At what point did you get together with your friends?
I was normal. I was doing everything normal. Then all of a sudden I had a bad trip and it just went worse than possible. It happened.
So where did you sleep over 2 nights ago? So last night was when this happened. The night before that, where did you sleep? Did you sleep at your mom's or your dad's or someone else?
My mom's.
At your mom's.
I slept at my mom's, yeah.
Do you remember who slept there that night?
My friends. I think so, yeah.
Who out of your friends stayed there?
So the night before this happened?
Mm-hmm.
Who stayed over there? I think.
Bro, fucking hell. Why did they put these rooms right beside a fucking bathroom? Like some dude's taking a piss in the corner. Holy shit, bro. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He said he was being attacked and then lashed out. That was his family flailing at him while he snapped and freaked out. Yeah, but like that's where I kind of say it's like that's what he's saying that's what he was thinking, but clearly he was fucked up on terms of the drugs. Like he thought that they were like demons and he was like the angel of the Lord or some shit like that. You know? Mushrooms. On the old magic mushrooms, you know what I'm saying? K-Dog with the turkey emoji. Boomers. Goddamn boomers. Psilocybin. You know, the old magic mushrooms. Sounds like you can keep hearing the bathroom through this whole video. Yeah, there's some dude taking a fucking leak in the corner. You know? I think they actually do that for a reason. So if the defendant needs to use the bathroom, they don't have to move them far. Fair point. But at least get some soundproofing or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable.
Nick was there?
And Dylan was there.
What's Nick's last name?
Nemenchek.
Nemenchek?
Nemenchek.
Okay.
And Dylan was there.
What's Dylan's last name?
Purvis.
Okay. And who else?
I don't know if Dan was there. I don't think Dan was there. No, he wasn't. He left earlier in the night.
What's Dan's last name? Saradnik. Okay. Anybody else there 2 nights ago?
No.
So some of your friends stayed overnight? Like actually slept there? Okay, when did you guys wake up?
I woke up at 10 o'clock and started reading my book.
What book are you reading?
I've heard of books called Freakonomics.
Freakonomics, I have heard, yeah.
Good books. I'm reading the third one. It's called Think Like a Freak.
Okay.
Yeah, really good book. If you want to read it.
Yeah, right.
Anyways, so yeah, I just read the book and I woke them up at 11 after I read a couple chapters.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a normal day. It was just normal. Everything was so normal, and I would never would have seen this coming. I don't think anyone would have.
So when your buddies got up at 11, what did you guys do?
What do we do?
Mm-hmm.
They went off, did their thing, met up with another friend. I didn't go with them. I stayed, waited for Soren to get to my house.
Soren? How do you know Soren? Is he another buddy that you went to school with?
Really good buddy. He lived with me in grade 11. Yeah, we're like brothers. We're all like brothers.
Right. What time did Soren get there?
I don't exactly remember the exact time, but it was later in the afternoon.
Right. And what did you and Soren do?
We hung out and I went shopping with my sister.
Christina? So where did you and Soren
And Nick came back, yeah.
Nick came back? Did Nick go shopping with you guys too?
Nick came out with us, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe there's some link between mushrooms and being unable to be using technology. Maybe mushrooms put you in a boomer state. Just saying. Maybe there's connection, King. Maybe there's connection. You know, I am the mushroom whisperer. You know.
Were you close with Christina?
Very close. I love my sister.
Yeah. Where'd you guys go shopping?
Plush, Flavor, and went to the mall. Saw my mom. All that stuff, yeah.
Right, your mom works in the mall. Yeah. Right. So did you go see her at work?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I always do.
Yeah. What time did you guys go to the mall at?
Close to close.
I know. So yesterday was Sunday.
Yeah, it was probably about close to 5-ish.
And then where'd you guys go from there?
Went back to mine. We went back to my place. We had beer, went to St. Louis and watched the end of the Leafs game. And then we got back, we took shrooms, and I remember bits and pieces of the shroom trip. But I've never hallucinated like that ever. It's never been that strong. And it's bits and like earlier in that night I remember having a huge growing up moment and just an epiphany. And then when I got upstairs and started meditating, and then I really started to hallucinate. That's when I don't really start to, that's when I start to lose like the solid stream of things.
Right.
When I really hit the peak and started really hallucinating.
Right. What time did you go to St. Louis Wing? I'm sorry. Was it St. Louis Wing? I know you said St. Louis.
Yeah, St. Louis, just up on what is it, Lansdowne?
Lansdowne Street, right? Okay.
Yeah, we just went there. And,
I'm not sure what time the Leafs played out last night. What time were you there until?
We probably just right up until the end of the game.
Do you know what time?
No, not really.
What time they start? Like, did they play at 7 last night? Or?
I don't know. We could look that up. So
yeah,
that's okay.
I'm sure someone around here would know on the Leafs played.
Yeah. So yeah, and then after that we got back, and then we decided to we'd take some shrooms.
Whose idea was that?
I don't remember. I think it was like a combined idea, really.
How much did you drink at St. Louis Wing? I know that you said that you had a drink before you went there. Did you drink much there?
I had one beer at home, or 1 or 2 beers when I was at home.
What kind?
What kind? It was either Bud or Coors.
Okay.
So those were the 2 beers we had there.
Right.
And then we got to St. Louis, and then I got a pint of Stella.
Okay.
And then came back, and then got the shrooms.
Where'd you get them from?
I'm not really sure. I didn't go with them. I stayed.
Oh, you didn't go to get them?
I stayed at home while they went and got them.
Who all went to get them?
Sworn Dylan.
Okay. So you don't know where they went? Okay. How long were they gone?
15, 20 minutes maybe.
And did they drive or walk?
I don't know. I was in the house.
Okay. Who did you stay at the house with?
Nemi and Dan. Nick, no checking Dan. Nick.
Okay. Is there anybody else that was at the house with you?
My mother, Jeff, and my sister were upstairs watching a movie or something, yeah.
Who's, let me believe the names. Laura or Lori? Do you know somebody by that name?
Yeah, Laura. I do remember in the police car, all that.
Right.
I was just saying any.
So this is within like a 24 to 48 hour period, at least, like maximum like 48 hours. I'd say more so towards the 24-hour period, even like Captain was saying, probably the next morning around 12 hours kind of thing. Prune tip caps, you're supposed to eat the caps. Wait, you don't eat the stems. Meditating, premeditating. Oh yeah, he did that shit. Oh, 100% he did it. But like the question is, did he premeditate it? Like, is this whole thing of like taking the shrooms just a cover story essentially is what we're trying to work out. You do, you Shante, but the most potent parts is the caps and entirely the reason why you eat them, 100%. Caps are the more in the HAL category for me, and stems are more body. But 1 gram of spores is out of space. What can I say, man? Yeah, I know that. I thought you must meant you only ate the caps. Bingo. I thought I was doing something wrong. Hey, it is what it is. There it is. Dehydrated, make it go south fast. Also true that, also. Now you're good. He just made it seems like the tips were bad. True that. Gotta say hydration nation, baby. You know. They're too chewy, dried out. I don't like them. It is what it is. Damn, he ate a lot, at least 7. Yeah, true that. And he double dosed. You know what I mean? He done the fatal trick where it's like he wasn't feeling it like instantaneously. Then he took another dose, you know, which is pretty much a guaranteed way to fuck yourself up. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna front. You know what I mean? But let's continue.
Anything to get out of the police car because I thought that this is where it starts to get crazy because like, this is where I started like coming down a little bit off the shrooms. So this is where like I'm still tripping like, pretty heavily, but I can remember things. I don't remember how I got in the police car.
Okay.
I remember that I was in the police car, and then I closed my eyes.
Okay.
And I felt jostling and all this, and I was meditating again, which I think that's like where I went wrong when I really started to get into my head and like really let things run. And I felt like I was in the dark and I would just sit there and feel some jostling. And then when I got here, I thought that everything was white and I thought I was in heaven. I literally, was music playing when I was here? Is there music in?
There could have been music playing in the vehicles. I mean, they have radios.
Oh, I heard like gospel choir music, so I really emphasized like the feeling of being in heaven. And then the officers were saying you'll know when you're able to get out. So I was like, oh, I'll know. So I'll know. And then their faces were also changing between normal and friendly, and like dark, and I remember their faces would get veiny, and I would depending on like what I said to them, their faces would become more normal, and that's why I started saying all the random stuff, because I just wanted their faces to become normal again.
What kind of random stuff were you saying?
I was like saying names of people who, and like what I thought they wanted to hear.
What you thought who wanted to hear?
The officers.
What did
to
you?
let me out of the car.
What did you think they wanted to hear?
Like, what they wanted to hear was anything. I don't know what they wanted to hear, so I was really testing out anything.
Right. Do you remember what kind of things you're saying?
Yeah, I remember what I said.
What'd you say?
I remember Laura, who is she, my love? I said that. And I was just testing out things to say, because I wanted to get out of the car and be in heaven, because I thought that I had escaped from the devil, and I was in a bright...
Yeah, but that's what I've been saying, King. Like when we done the... what's it, BHK killer or something like that? That it's like, it's all this kind of pent up kind of like ego shit, where it's like he thinks he's like an angel of the Lord and all this kind of shit, and everyone else is out to get him, everyone else is a demon and all this kind of shit. Everyone else is evil, but I'm like the bastion of fucking virtue and morality and all this kind of shit. And that's why, like, at the very start, I was saying it's like, especially hallucinogens, like, they're basically like alcohol, but BTK. Yeah, BTK killer. Thank you very much, Shantae. Shantae knows her shit, ladies and gentlemen. But it's like it magnifies it like fucking 100 times stronger than alcohol. You know that whole thing with like alcohol where like it lowers the inhibitions and all this kind of shit. That like, you know, when people are drunk, it's not that they're a different person. That's just like their true self, but that's just their kind of like ego revealed essentially. Like the hallucinogens fucking reveal that shit 100 times over, and the fact that like this dude clearly has a god complex. You know what I mean? We said it before, there has to be an underlying intention. Yeah, true that. True that, you know. Ego death can go strange. What can I say, man? What can I say? You know, but this dude wasn't experiencing an ego death. He was experiencing like this whole kind of pent up thing where he's a good person. He's like the bastion of virtue and all this kind of shit. So anybody that's like freaking him out or scaring him must be a demon. And that's basically what the mind done. You know? It's a sad story, but at the end of the day, like, we'll get into it because you guys aren't gonna like the verdict, but it is what it is.
White place, hearing like this oh, gospel-y music like that.
Right.
And I thought I was just, and they were saying, you'll know when you're ready to come out. And I was like, oh, so I'll know. So I just would sit in there with eyes closed every now and then, saying whatever they want me to say. And I was just...
Did you feel better when you got here? Because
Yes.
you thought you were in heaven?
Yes, I felt safe when I got here.
Yeah. Do you remember leaving your mom's house to go to your dad's house?
I remember they're all, my mom and my sister, I remember seeing their faces and they changed too. All I remember when my serious trip, what really I really see is just faces. Everything else is kind of just, yeah, but I just see scary faces of my friends and family. And that's what sticks in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And when they would become more sinister, their faces would be, as I said, like veiny, and they'd get fat.
Does that happen with your mom as well?
Yes, and her hair was very, very, very black, and it started getting long and long, and then she just kept coming towards me and towards me.
Your mom did?
Yeah, trying to help me, and I know that now.
Right.
But it just made me scared, and I just remember their faces, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know for sure, obviously, but I'm pretty sure I called somebody the devil.
Okay.
And then I got scared and ran to my dad's because I thought that he would have helped me. And then I got there, and then his face was changing too, and everyone's face was changing.
Do you remember being on the driveway of your mom's house?
No.
And arguing with anybody?
I remember, because I thought my mom was the devil at first.
Right.
And my sister was the devil. My family was the devil. And then I remember seeing Soren's face.
Right.
But I don't know what happened. I think did we get an altercation?
It's my understanding, yes. Yeah. He's okay. He's okay. All right. Yeah.
It could have been anyone. It could have been anyone. It's not. It was just so dangerous.
Could it have been your mom?
It could have been anyone. It wasn't my preference. It was just me trying to get away from this devil that I thought. And I thought that I was taking over people.
Do you remember Jeff's car? Do you remember Jeff in his car and everybody else in Jeff's car?
I think that's how they got there.
Jeff's car has 2 broken windows.
2 broken windows?
Mm-hmm. Do you remember doing anything to Jeff's car?
No.
Okay.
I must have thought like they were working with the devil, or I don't know. I don't want
you to guess.
I don't want to say.
Yeah.
I don't want to guess.
No.
I don't want you to.
I was wondering if you remembered.
No,
that.
I don't. I don't.
So you don't remember Jeff's vehicle at all?
No.
Okay. Do you remember Jeff at all?
Like, kind of. Is he okay?
He's okay. Everybody else is okay. All right? Everybody else is okay.
I don't remember. I just remember faces and stuff like that. And bits and pieces. And I just remember being so scared. And then realizing that I couldn't do anything but fight. And I went to my dad's for help, and he started changing too. And I just remember faces were so scary, and hair and eyes black and everything. I can't take back what I did. Like, I don't know. And I'm in such deep shit, but
You should have been man enough to own up to it, though.
yeah.
Thank your dad and then deserve that. And your mom.
Yeah.
And your sister. And all your buddies. And Jeff.
I hate myself for what I did, even though I wasn't in my right mind. But that's gotta come from somewhere, right? I can't be right. I can't, like, that can't be right. That shouldn't be right. the drugs and everything were just
Have you ever thought about killing your dad?
never. No, I've never thought about killing anyone.
So you're saying that you did not set out to go to your dad's house to kill him?
No, I would never do that. I set out to my dad's house to be safe. Because I thought my mom and sister and everyone was turning against me. I went there to be safe, and then I felt like he was turning on me too. And his face, and then I don't know. It could have been anyone. I wasn't setting out to do anything. I just wanted to be safe, and I did what I thought I needed to do to be safe. And I blame it solely on hallucinations and this firm belief in religion, where I got that out of nowhere, really, and this thing, meditation that I would.
I'm calling bullshit on that, motherfucker. I'm calling bullshit on that. You know, this is from the whole ego thing. Like we talk about the BTK killer. You know what I mean? Exactly, Cap. You don't normally need to get away from people that are not attacking you. You know what I mean? I think he read some trip reports somewhere, and yes, maybe took some, but perhaps he'd taken them several times before. But he remember a lot more than the faces. I think his sources, I made it the fuck up on trip reports. By no means am I defending him, but if he went full heroic dose like 7+, the chemicals in the brain can get fucked. But he totally could be lying. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like me personally, like it's this whole thing of like the inflated ego. He thinks he's the bastion thing, and that's why he's warping reality around him, that everyone else is a demon. You know, like the same thing that lefties do with this whole thing of like the Republicans are Nazis or the MAGA is Nazis and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? They like it comes from that like inflated ego where they think that they're God's angel and everyone else is a demon and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But that's why I keep saying, folks, hugs, not drugs.
Meditation let me explore my head, and my head just ran off in ridiculous ways, and I felt like I don't know how to describe it. And then when the trips are getting really bad, it just faces and flashes and glimpses and things. And
do you have any glimpse of what you did to Lynn? Anything at all that would help us?
No, not really. I just remember her face and it being very, 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 very sinister to me. And
when you say sinister, what do you mean? Like, what's your description of a sinister face?
Like what I was like, how I was saying that like with the police officers, how their faces would get all like veiny and their hair would start turning dark, even though even if they have blonde hair, their hair would start turning dark.
Right.
And like I said, their faces would get fat too, kind of. It would be like fat face and then veiny and eyes black and hair would look like it was growing in black. So stupid. I don't know what I was thinking. I didn't feel any of this.
What are your injuries? You've got your hands.
Big laceration right there. Yeah. I'm missing a lot of skin right here.
That's your right pinky. Are you right-handed?
Left pinky.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right-handed.
You're right-handed.
And I've seen this one actually.
Wow, okay. Which cut?
That hurts.
Yeah.
I haven't even seen the one on my back.
Do you remember how you got any of those?
I didn't feel any of it. I don't know. I do not know.
But you're saying you went through a window as well. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's from the window.
Okay. So you said you went through the window. Does the window open or did you break it?
I definitely broke it because it doesn't open.
Right. Okay, it's one of those sealed ones.
I was just so scared and I wanted to get into the house. And I thought that I was gonna be safe in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess what parent's not gonna be pissed off with a kid coming through a window, right? Their kid coming through a window.
Yeah.
So that negative aura, I guess, him coming at me, being
Right.
whatever, kicked off the unsafe feeling in me, and all from that on, all I see is faces.
I understand why. I mean, you probably got woken up out of a sleep, right?
Probably looked pretty scary too.
You what?
Probably looked pretty scary if I was sober too, just waking up like that.
Yeah. And he knew you very, very well. So he would know that wasn't you.
He must have known something was not okay.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Of course he would, right? Yeah. At least the rest of your family can take some solace in the fact that you didn't plan on doing this.
No, never. I would never. I literally went there for comfort reasons. And I killed him. And I probably seriously hurt Lynn.
Yeah, she is seriously hurt.
That's tough.
Is there anything else you can remember?
I told you I remember. If I told you anymore, I'd be making stuff up from fragments.
Right. You said something earlier about hallucinating, and this isn't like it's ever been. If I'm remembering what you said correctly.
I've taken shrooms before.
You have.
And it has never been like this.
How many times have you taken them?
Like once or twice, yeah. And every other time it's been like a life-changing thing for me. Like before that I was smoking weed like every single day.
When was that?
Like all last year. I probably smoked weed every single day for like a year and a half, and it was seriously debilitating me.
Right.
And then I took shrooms. And after that, I totally saw that like I don't need to do this, and I saw it as like a life-changing, finding myself thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just turned on me this time.
Right. When was the last time before this time you took them?
I don't know. I don't remember the exact day. It was at school.
In college?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the last 4 months anyway, since September.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I know I mentioned this early on, but you have been athletic by the sounds of things your whole life. Is that right? You played rugby.
Lots of concussions.
Lots of concussions.
Lots of concussions. Mental illnesses.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
It's just chemical imbalance in my brain, causing depression.
When did that all start?
Probably grade 11. Grade 11 was when I had my last concussion that sent me over the edge. I had a chemical imbalance and I went through some serious depression, had suicidal thoughts and all that. Saw a counselor for a while. Counselor helped, but it didn't at the same time. Because counselors, if you're a smart enough person, you start saying stuff that you know they want you to hear. They want you to hear. And you don't really know if you're okay after that, or if you're just putting on a face. So I don't really know if I was okay after that. But then this year I started feeling anxiety and depression at school. But the weeks leading up to coming home, I started feeling a lot better, and I stopped smoking weed, and I did all this great things, and had a whole new drive, and then this happened. The worst possible thing happened.
So you were feeling better in the last few weeks, and the weeks
Yeah.
leading up to the 19th when you came home.
Yeah, anyone can tell you that, and anyone could have seen it.
Would your mom and sister be able to say that? Are you excited to come home for Christmas?
Yeah, I love my family. I love seeing them.
I'm just gonna leave the room for a minute, okay? And I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute. I may have some more questions, okay?
Let me skip forward in this real quick.
Okay, so I just have a few more questions for you, okay? The first one, Lynn, do you remember, I know that your memory is a little distorted, a lot distorted, but do you remember her talking to anybody, or maybe on the phone? Do you remember anything like that? You said that you remember her mumbling.
No, all I heard was gibberish, like what I thought was like satanic mumbling or whatever. I thought everybody was saying pretty much was satanic mumbling.
Right.
And no, like I said, faces. That's all I really see, and like flashes of things. But like, I guess I don't remember anything between the attacks. I remember kitchen, faces, and then being out at the front praying.
In your dad's hallway? Do you remember anybody coming to the door?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember how I got in the police car. That's why.
Right. You don't remember anything about that? About going in the police car? Okay.
No.
Do you remember where you left the knife? Or if there was more than one knife? Do
I don't know.
you remember what the knife looked like?
No, I don't.
Do you remember if you took the knife with you?
No.
Or if
I just remember praying at front, and like I actually remember at one point being so scared that it wanted to end, and I contemplated killing myself. But I didn't, obviously. And I don't know if I had a knife on me. I just remember praying, like just talking to God and me, and just thinking that I was doing what He wanted. I don't know. And then I in the police car. Next thing I know, being jostled around, seeing like flashes of lights, which I'm guessing are the police lights probably or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then next time I really open my eyes, I'm here in a bright white area with that, and I start coming down a little bit from the trip.
At what point did you realize that you killed your dad?
I don't know. Like, it really just started to sink in now.
Right. In your dad's living room, I understand there's video cameras of some sort. Does your dad have video surveillance upstairs?
Yeah, it does.
Where does that record, or does it record?
I don't know if it records. It might just be a live feed.
Why does he have it?
Why does he have it?
Yeah.
The techie.
Is he?
Very techie, yeah.
Oh, okay, so he just liked it.
He's one of the people like to talk to his cat.
Right.
Yeah. I should remember being scared of the cat. Oh, I was scared by cats and comforted by dogs.
Last night, you were scared by cats and comforted by dogs.
I just remember that feeling. I don't know exactly like what that means or anything. I just remember that feeling of being comforted by dogs and scared by cats.
Did your dad have a cat or a dog?
Yeah, it's a cat.
Do you remember if you saw the cat? No.
I don't know. I just remember being scared by cats, so I'm assuming I saw her at some point.
Right. You remember nothing else?
I told you I remember.
Okay. Thank you for being honest with me. I mean, for what it's worth. I'm sure your dad would be happy that you told the truth.
I don't care if it's more trouble or not. I did what I did, and I can't do anything about it. And whether I just don't want to. Never should happen. That should never happen.
Yeah, I agree. It shouldn't. It did.
It shouldn't happen. I don't know why I all of a sudden started leaving God and being all spiritual and shit. I don't know.
If your dad could be here right now, what would you say?
I love you. I love you so much. I would never do anything to her. I all I did was want to make him proud. Because I knew my mom was always there for me. I knew he was always there for me. But I always just wanted to make him proud. And he was never there when I was young. And I never really had that father figure growing up. And he always just started being there when he was a senior. And I just wanted to make him proud. I love him. My dad is my only dad. I was only ever have one. And I don't have one anymore. I don't have a dad anymore. It's because of me too. That's so hard. That's so hard. My sister doesn't have a dad because of me.
What about Lynn? What did you say, Lynn?
Oh, I am so sorry. I would never do anything to her, ever. Oh, I hope she's okay.
I hope so too. I hope you had the chance to say that to her.
She's gonna be okay.
I hope so. She's in the hospital, so she's where she needs to be, right? I don't have any more questions. Okay. So,
And that's it, folks, for this one. Well, for the first case, we still got another case coming. Don't worry. All right. Like I said, the next case, buckle up. It's gonna be like a business one. You know what I mean? For anyone who's a long-term fan of the show. You know what I mean? We all know about the whole business one. Let me quickly try to catch up on chat. 420 hugs all day. Exactly. There it is. He talked too much. Yeah, he's taken them before. Once or twice. Yeah, he's massively triggered by his parents. Like the whole thing that he was saying that when he took them before and all this kind of stuff. I think he was thinking like that was going to be a remedy for him and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? He couldn't handle the distortion, committed to the act, minus prey to the evil one. True that, Nick. He's playing such a victim. It's so surreptitious. He tried a small dose one time and thought he could handle a big boy dose. No, I think that he was like, he wanted this kind of like life-changing experience. So he took like a heroic dose and then he wasn't feeling it and then he took even more, essentially. Something along those lines. Captain says it's premeditated. I don't think it was. But I do think that it's like there's a lot of pent up like rage and anger and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? How many hours a day is 40 out more or less? Like I'd say about 24 hours, roughly speaking, about 24 hours. Totally playing victim and guilty as fuck. Just saying from my knowledge to understand ish, 100%. Maybe true he had depression, more animated. He wants the interview over, considers it nearly over. He thinks he's cemented his narrative. On his end, though, it'd be like a dream if he's telling the truth. Yeah, trying to remember dream and all this kind of stuff, you know. If it was a shrooms man, temporary insanity, long hair, devil's concussion, poor me. No, I don't think he's thinking temporary insanity and all this kind of shit. He still did it. Exactly, you know what I mean? His vocal pitch suggests complete deception, whispering, choking back on words compared to describing the house layout. No, like I said, it's that whole kind of like difference between like an actual technical question versus the imagery and all this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? That's some good crime. Blue says that. Just imagine Blue walking in 10 out of 10 on the crime, bro. You're still going to prison, though. You know what I mean? Killed your dad. You know what I'm saying? And we got Nick coming in with some more Lucky Charms. Appreciate you very kindly, sir. Thank you very much for the 10 jewels. Love this, Terry. Thanks, my man. Appreciate you. Just checked in. What's he tripping on? Shrooms. Killed his dad. Seriously injured his stepmother. Like I said, you were perfectly here just for the recap. And like I said, we're going to go on a grift break and then we're going to get into the next case. I don't think it was either. Lock them up. True that. Now you can't blame shrooms, but they can amplify evil crazy if you already are. That's what we were saying, Pseudo. That's what we were saying. You know what I mean? The ego, like this is why I keep trying to remind everybody. Your own worst enemy is your own ego. You know what I mean? You got it, whatever you do. And this is why I kind of say the best cure for an ego is good old fashioned Christianity, baby. You know what I'm saying? But let us do the outro. And like I said, a couple of years, I think Captain might actually flip the fucking table once he hears this. But we'll read it anyways. The complete record establishes that in the early morning hours of December 28, 2015, at a residence on Haggis Drive in Peterborough, Ontario, 19-year-old Thomas Chan entered the home of his father, Dr. Andrew Chan, and fatally stabbed him. He then attacked Dr. Chan's longtime partner, Lynn Whiteven, inflicting multiple serious injuries that required extensive medical intervention. The attack occurred after Chan had consumed a quantity of magic mushrooms, also known as psilocybin, earlier that evening with a group of friends. The interrogation footage captures Chan providing a detailed account of the evening. He describes spending time with friends, consuming alcohol, and later deciding as a group to take the mushrooms. He stated that he took an additional dose when the initial effects seemed delayed, then experienced a progressive loss of ordinary awareness. He described leaving the friend's location, making his way to the Haggis Drive residence, entering the home and confronting the two adults inside while under the influence of intense and unusual perceptions. He stated that he did not recognize the individuals in the ordinary sense and acted on a conviction that he was engaged in a confrontation of extraordinary significance. Detectives presented the scene evidence, including the nature of the injuries and the presence of a kitchen knife, and asked him to reconcile those facts with his account. Medical examination confirmed that Dr. Andrew Chan died from stab wounds and Lin survived after multiple surgeries and sustained permanent injuries. Toxicology and psychiatric evidence supported the presence of a drug-induced psychotic state at the time of the attack. Friends who had been with Chan earlier in the evening confirmed the consumption of the mushrooms and his departure from the group. The physical evidence at the scene, the surviving victim's statement, and the account given in the interview aligned on the sequence of events inside the residence. Thomas Chan was charged with second-degree murder and attempted murder. At trial, he advanced a defense of non-mental disorder automatism arising from extreme intoxication, together with evidence of prior concussions. In December 2018, he was convicted of manslaughter in the death of his father and aggravated assault against Lin. He was sentenced to a global term of 5 years imprisonment, reduced by credit for his time served. He served a relatively short period in custody before being released on bail pending appeal. The Ontario Court of Appeal later ordered a new trial, holding that Section 33.1 of the Criminal Code, which restricted the use of extreme intoxication as a defense in cases involving assault or interference with bodily integrity, was unconstitutional. In 2022, the Supreme Court of Canada confirmed the unconstitutionality of the provision in related proceedings and upheld the order for a new trial in Chan's case. As a result of those appellate decisions, the original convictions did not stand as final and the matter was returned for further proceedings under the clarified legal framework governing self-induced extreme intoxication. Cross-referencing all publicly available sources, including court decisions from the Ontario Supreme Superior Court, the Ontario Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court of Canada, contemporaneous reporting from Canadian news outlets and full interrogation footage hosted by Law and Crime Network, shout out to Law and Crime Network, confirms the consistency of the core facts. On the night of December 27/28, 2015, Thomas Chan, after consuming magic mushrooms, entered his father's home and fatally stabbed his father while also seriously injuring Lin. He provided a detailed account of the evening and altered state he experienced during the recorded interview. He was initially convicted of manslaughter and aggravated assault and sentenced to 5 years. Appellate courts later ordered a new trial on constitutional grounds related to the availability of the extreme intoxication defense. All details presented here have been verified against official records and public reporting to ensure accuracy and completeness. Deductionist Files presents this case as an examination of how an extended interview, when combined with medical, forensic, and witness evidence, can establish both the physical sequence of a violent act and the mental state in which it occurred. The more than 90 minutes of raw footage capture the process by which detectives elicited and detailed the narrative from Thomas Chan while testing that narrative against independent evidence. The case also illustrates the evolving legal treatment of self-induced extreme intoxication as a defense in Canadian criminal law. The residents of Haggis Drive who experienced the aftermath of that December night and the family members left to grieve and recover remain at the center of a tragedy whose legal resolution continued for years after the initial investigation. But ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. We do have another case ready to load up, but first let's go on a quick grift break, because if you enjoy the show, make sure you donate to support the show. Keep the lights on, keep the shows rolling, because it's up to you. We don't do advertisements, we don't have any sponsors. It's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to keep the show running. We are fan funded, as they say. So I shall be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Please, in the meantime, enjoy the music, stretch the legs, get some drinks. Also, drain the bladder, as they say. We shall be right back.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terriac. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Erin's Isle, they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw.
dancing in green. Got a rainbow for a May and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the goal's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, dear. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leapy Grift 6 my. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. And now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Can pee, fill me pot.
And we're back, folks. Yeehaw! As they say, ladies and gentlemen. Let me catch up on chat. Where we at? Un momento, por favor. Says the guy that blames 420. Good to see you, bud. Good to see you. You know what I'm saying? This being on so late, I can only watch an hour or so before work. Is conspiracy against the United States. Theriac. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. King, reflect on the last case. Ontario, Canada. It explains a lot. It explains a lot. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Darth, I never blamed 420 for people being murderous lunatics, bro. But good to see you. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. I'm just joshing you. What can I say? But it does make people, I think Darth's doing a 20-minute warning before he's got ahead, but appreciate you, Darth. But it does make people's eyes turn green, making them commit violent acts of rape. I saw a 1950s doc. It is what Reefer Madness. What can I say, man? It's Reefer Madness, Darth, and we all know Reefer Madness is totally not propaganda. It's totally truth, right? You know, maybe. No, sorry, just play the piano while in that. Hey, it is what it is. I've committed many refrigerator crimes. Yes, he's basically, you've heard of the bank heists. You know what I mean? This is a refrigerator heist. You know what I mean? It's like he does the whole like Mission Impossible job. You know what I mean? I've unalived many pizza rolls. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Carnivore. Got to get rid of the carbs, man. You know what I'm saying? At that 420 break. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be done. It's got to be done. You know what I'm saying? Not gonna lie, this song is fire. Appreciate you very kindly, King. Yeah, like I said, like that song I was quite proud of. You know what I mean? The Rocky Road to Dublin to the Rocky Road to Grifton. It is what it is. It is what it is. We got Pseudo Master Chef and we got Blue Aqua Tiger coming in with $3 and $5 respectively. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Wait, where's the donut bar? Oh shit, it's not on this thing. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get to it, folks. Was that OF woman really a woman or just have the certificate saying so? No, I'm pretty sure she was a woman, but she did kill her boyfriend. So, like I said, man, she only got 6 years. Like, I just don't understand it anymore with this shit. It's like you kill someone, like you should be getting at least like 20 to 30 minimum. Minimum. You know what I mean? Because basically what we're saying is like that dude's life was worth 6 years in prison, which makes no fucking sense. You know what I mean? And then even that dude there, like his father's life is only worth 5 years, less with good behavior. What the actual fuck? You know? This is my American take, but I think Ireland is about to show the world. Show the world what? Darth, I need you to finish sentences. Okay? Yeah, this track gets stuck in my head. It's so good. What it is. The Tylenol gets me every time. Every time, baby. Every time. This one cracks me up too. Sounds like Dolly. Yeah, like I said, it's basically Irish trad Rocky Road to Grifton. Then we got Dolly Parton, and then we got Michael Bublé to finish us off. Those are the three Griff songs, you know what I mean, or the inspiration behind them. You know what I'm saying? But I hate at the same time. Yeah, it's like that perfect balance of like you love to hate it, and you hate to love it. You know what I mean? But then it gets stuck in your head at the same time. So it's like I said, it's that perfect balance between love and hate. You know what I mean? I just wish it would pour rain right now so I could stay home and watch the rest. Hey, it is what, but we got the rewatch value. You know what I'm saying? You can rewatch it. You know, we got the VOD up on YouTube. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, you know? Darius is pulling his hair going, make it stop. Make it stop. I'm sick and tired of listening to this leprechaun's Dolly Parton impersonation. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is cringe, but it cracks me up. Yeah, it's that perfect amount of cringe. You know what I mean? It's like what do they call it? Oh fuck, that's gonna piss me off. It's like guilty pleasure. Yeah. It's like that little guilty pleasure thing, you know what I'm saying? GLM, Ghost Lives Matter. What the fuck is that? No, exactly. I don't even know what it is, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. That note is C nuts in a vice. Yep. Nah, 420 here. Hey, what it is. Reefer Madness is hilarious. It's like that's one thing where it's like give certain movies enough time and like they'll turn into comedies. You know what I mean? Like that movie Teeth with the bitch with the vagina that like bites dudes' dicks off. Like that is literally a comedy at this stage. But it's supposed to be like one of these like films that was like against like it was like supposed to like scare like teenagers away from having sex, like premarital sex, all this kind of shit. But like the acting is like so horrendously bad in it that it's just basically a comedy when you watch it in modern day. Like people are like I laugh my bollocks off at it. You know what I mean? Yeah, you knock somebody, you get 6 years, but you take something. But that's what I'm saying. Like, what are we doing with this whole like justice system? It needs complete reforming across the board. You know, dudes off to work, have fun, sir. Appreciate you stopping by. Thank you very kindly. You know what I'm saying? I like all three of the songs, best Griff songs on the internet. I appreciate you, man. Is it though? Like Easy has some bangers. Like that one that he done off what's it called? Two trailer park girls go round the outside. Without Me. Like he does like and that's where he got the idea behind like the Dolly Parton, the Michael Bublé, and then the Rocky Road to Grifton. Was like to take like one of those songs and like do kind of like an AI adaptation version of it. What the fuck does he call it? Yeah, Without M, he calls it. One sec, I'll load it in and we can play because we're gonna go late today. I also need to make sure I stay up late enough so I basically get back, because I'm still not perfectly back into my sleeping pattern yet. Because I had to adapt to like Dallas, and then I had to adapt back to like Irish times, and then I had to adapt back into my thing as well. But like this song is what I'm talking about with
We
Sweet
tries.
Easy.
Real name, no gimmicks. Two trailer park kids just found a spark. Run a mic, run a mic, run a mic. One grew up broke but left a mark. Now it's my time, my time, my time. Guess who's lit? Notebook, pen attacking. Clone rappers faking flows, I'm snapping, cracking. Raised on chaos, punchline stacking. Now I'm that echo, the scene's lacking. Half fam, hat anarchist, word mechanic. Bars volcanic, flow satanic, it's still charismatic. They panic, trauma, the grammar absurd but organic. They flex chains, I flex syllables. Ghost the truth, I wreck miracles, break verses like lawless rituals. My rhymes dangerous, semi-rituals. Whirlwind quiet, I'm the sonic boom. Mic in my grip, I shake the room. Torch lit, spit fire, resume. I'm chaos incarnate, just assume. Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just mock with glee. Let's bring back shock, absurdity, oddity, dropping honesty. I said this looks like a job for me. Silence breeds mediocrity. The scene's too clean, hypocrisy, so I'll raise hell properly. Little rebel with no GPS. Follow the bars, learn cleverness. Memorize pain and turn distress into punchlines you can't suppress. Clones post for likes, I post for scars. Half my lyrics earned in bars. They rehearse what focus is. I spit hurricanes and spark avatars.
Bars,
Flip, lips, tongue twister tactics, metaphomatic, automatic rhymes, acrobatic. He taught me chaos, beat static. Now I amplify, make the scene dramatic. They scream trap,
I scream truth.
build from the ashes of uncouth youth. Crafting my voice uncaged, uncouth. Echo a genius, but filtered for proof. Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just watch and see. The whirlwind soft mediocrity. I'm here to spark absurdity. I said this looks like a job for me. Fake bars crumble irony. Scene too clean, hypocrisy. I spit chaos properly. Yeah, he taught me fear is optional, hate's irrational, rhythm's unstoppable, every pain's optional, verse phenomenal. I twist trauma in a flow unstoppable. I'm half fan, half lunatic, all syllables rapid fire, semantic, punchlines manic, ironic, legacy channel, iconic, volcanic. Here I stand, one fan grown, words like bullets, heart full blown, voice the CD left now my own. Storm rising from his undertone. I don't chase trends, I bend bends, fake rappers fold when realness ends. Spit metaphors like fractured lens, chaos air, the scene depends. Mic my sword, rhymes my shield, break the silence, make them yield. Built from the lessons that he revealed. I'm the echo, chaos seal.
Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just watch and see. The scene went dead, mediocrity.
I spark it back, absurdity. I said this looks like a job for me, not a clone, just legacy. Built from grit and syllabustry. The world won't die, it grows through me. It grows through me. Hey!
Absolute banger. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate the compliment that it's like I got some good griff songs, but best griff songs on the internet? Nah. So long as Speakeasy's there, my boy Speakeasy has the best songs. Don't you be tripping, brah. Don't you be tripping. But speaking of which, speaking of the grift, all that good stuff, shout out to Darth for the 5 gifted memberships and Blue Aqua as well. You're my boy Blue. Let me do a quick call out for the names. For the names, hey, Darth got Blue. Unbelievable. It's like it's like an alley oop. It's the teamwork making the dream work. So shout out to Blue Aqua Tiger, Legends Rain, Disto Myopia, Thumping Weevil, and Grungehead. Congratulations, sir. You have Dart to thank for that membership, and we got Blue Aqua Tiger with the 1 gift of memberships. Scotty, Sweet, congratulations, sir. You have Blue to thank for that one. Make sure you thank them. Thank them for the gift of membership, just like Blue did right there, baby. You know what I'm saying? Sniped you. Exactly. He sniped it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Picking up what I'm putting down. Also, don't forget to support our boy Speakeasy. You know what I'm saying? But like that's the thing. Like Speakeasies, I'm telling you, man. By this time next year, like 50K subs is not out of the question for Speakeasy. I can tell you that for a fact. You know? And he deserves all the success that he's getting. Fuck these haters that are now attacking him like left, right, and center, all this kind of shit. That's why I told him earlier on. If the haters are going this hard after you, you must be doing something right. You know what I'm saying? You must be doing something right, boys. Like I always say.
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
So Grid, Glenn, all these faggots, bunch of ainers. Bunch of ainers. You know what I'm saying? But again, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's dancing. You know what I'm saying? Can't see me, but I'm rocking out. I see you in chat. I see you rocking out. Don't worry. I see you doing a bit of Elvis. You know what I'm saying? A little less conversation, a little more action. Huh. You know? Flames, guys, there. What's the crack, Stace? Welcome in. Pull up a chair. You know? We're having a bit of fun, having a bit of crack, as they say. You know? All thanks to Darth. Exactly. Morning, Stace. You know what I'm saying? Bro, it's finished. Oh shit, boys. Oh shit. It's about to go down. Is it loaded up on YouTube yet? Have you uploaded to YouTube yet? Can we do a live reveal? Or a live review? One sec, let me pull up the channel. We got you at least one subscriber as well, Avarice, on today's show. The Avarice Show. Actually, two. We got 2 subscribers for you as well. So I'm telling you, man. You know, every little helps, as they say. You know. Or are you doing it on your show? The Fall of the Griffada. The Fall of the Griffada. You know what I'm saying? What can I say? Bear Cubs all day. My man. Provided the space to speak and learn how to. Hey, it is what it is. Ain'ters gonna ain't. Exactly. No, it's for Vix. It's bad. Oh, man. That's what I'm expecting. Like I said, man. No mercy. No mercy to these faggots. You know? My boy Blue. What's an AIDS father? Don't sound good. Oh, man. Wait till you see it, Blue. Wait till you see it. You know, like, because I don't know if you know this, but Avarice knows how to put together a video. You know what I'm saying? Haven't slept in 4 days working all on these productions. My man. The average show is legit as funny as fuck. 100%, baby. You know? Teriak, the darts with the 3-piece is the move. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? You gotta make sure you represent, because like I said, man, we had we pulled this up as well, where it's like where we were to get to this place. You know what I mean? Should be motivation for anybody. You know what I mean? That like no matter how far you think you've gone off the path and all that kind of shit, trust me, you can get to this place. Like why not, you know, class the place up? You know what I mean? This was me. One second, let me do this so we can get the side by side. This was once upon a time, this was me. Okay, motherfuckers? So I don't want to hear Jack saying, oh, Teriak, you don't understand my plight and all this kind of shit. Trust me, I understand. You know what I mean? You can go from, you know, this ugly piece of shit with a fucking triple chin. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, triple chin. Okay? To this. Okay? It is possible. Right? Okay? Use that for a bit of motivation. You know what I'm saying? Maybe this little leprechaun knows what he's talking about when he talks about carnivore and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So we got the suits now. I think probably next January or something like that. I'll start working on, like, you know, fixing the teeth, getting the Invisalign and all this kind of shit. Finances, obviously, we talk about that in the Discord as well. You know what I mean? Start budgeting and then like start actually investing money, getting into that practice. You know what I mean? Bitcoin would be my bet for that as well. You know what I mean? So, like I said, boys, like that's what I want to be. Like, I don't want to be one of these, like, you know, fucking like grift fathers or any of this shit. Like one of these haters that all they do is they just fucking drama and all this kind of shit. I actually want you to get some sort of value. Because like I know, like I've been through some shit. Like I can teach you a thing or two, and hopefully like you can like better yourself. You know what I mean? So I don't want to be this whole thing of like you're just fucking sitting there, just fucking mindlessly consuming a bunch of fucking drama and useless fucking information and all that kind of shit. I want you to actually gain something from this, from the shit that we talk about, and like actually improve your lives and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Because I can tell you, like you can see if like I literally have the evidence. You know what I mean? That's what I was. Oh, sorry. That's what I was. This is what I am now. You know what I mean? I think we can all agree that objectively speaking, that's an improvement. You know what I mean? So hopefully you can do the same thing. You know what I mean? Pass the information around, you know? All it takes is one lit candle to light a room full of unlit candles, you know? The editing you do is godly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. As soon as Avers let me know, I was like, yeah, I'm going after the grid father. I'm going after the grift father. I was like, oh, it's about to go down, baby. Can't wait for it. So make sure, what was it? The Vic, Cool Vic. Make sure you go on the Cool Vic channel. 1 sec. Let me pull up the. Let me pull it up. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, like we were saying, make sure you get your asses over to Cool Vic. Like, let me show off the channel. Make sure you give him an L Subarino, all this kind of good stuff. Okay. Let me post it in chat. Like and sub, and then turn on the bell notifications as well so you don't miss out on what is going to be the takedown of the grift father. Long time coming. Long time coming. You know what I'm saying? Google what AIDS called before it was called AIDS. Yeah, exactly. It was called grid. You know? I'm just saying. Is the average show? Love the theme song. Yeah, it's quality theme song. Quality theme song. You know what I'm saying? If I had a streaming channel, people would throw food at me through their device screens. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Autocorrect this and wrong this time. Hey, it is what it is. Put Google instead of grid. Mama. You know what I'm saying? You're truly an inspiration. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very kindly, Darth. So make sure you like and sub to Cool Vic, and make sure you watch that because again, Avers put in a lot of work, and you know when he puts in that work, it's about to go down, baby. And as Captain would say, amazing! Amazing! You know what I'm saying? Speaking about amazing, we got Shazzy coming in with the £8 saying good morning. Morning, Shazzy. Welcome in, pull up a chair. Get comfy. You know what I'm saying? Just like Pepe. Get that old blanket out, get the cup of coffee. You know what I'm saying? Just in time for the final case of this evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, ladies and gentlemen. All right, 1 second. Let me get the banner down. Okay. And then let me put this backstage. And then we do this thing on Bob. So, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we cap off our deductionist file. And we travel to South Florida in early June 2018. Fort Lauderdale and the neighboring city of Hollywood sit along the Atlantic coast in Broward County. The area is warm and humid in early summer with palm trees, apartment complexes, and residential streets that blend suburban quiet with urban density. On the night of June 4th, 2018, a young woman who was 6 months pregnant disappeared from the life she shared with her husband. Days later, her body was discovered in circumstances that immediately indicated foul play. Shortly afterward, her father was also found dead under equally suspicious conditions. Police responded to multiple locations, secured scenes, and began the methodical work of identifying what had happened and who was responsible. The investigation quickly centered on the young woman's husband. He was brought in for questioning. The recorded interview that followed lasted more than 80 minutes and forms the central document of this case file. Detectives began with routine identification and background questions, then moved carefully into the events of the preceding days. They asked about the couple's relationship, the woman's recent activities, any arguments or tensions, and the husband's moments after she was last seen. The session is persistent and evidence-driven. Detectives present information already known from the scenes and from digital records and observe how the answers align or diverge from those independent sources. The setting of Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood in June 2018 matters. Warm nights, active residential complexes, and the everyday routines of young couples form the backdrop against which two lives ended in rapid succession. Investigators had to reconstruct not only the physical sequence of the crimes, but also the efforts made afterwards to conceal what had occurred. The extended interview provides one of the clearest windows into that process. It shows how detectives tested consistency, memory, and possible explanations while remaining focused on the physical and digital evidence already in hand. As we move into the outline of the case file, we will examine the interrogation session in detail, the evidence that surrounded it, and the larger investigation that developed from the first discoveries. Every question asked, every answer given, and every piece of physical or digital evidence collected contributes to the picture that eventually emerged. The residents of those South Florida neighborhoods who noticed unusual activity or heard the discoveries could not have known the full complexity of the inquiry that would follow. Yet, careful work of law enforcement produced a detailed record that would be tested in court years later. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yes. Been waiting for this one. Hey, my man. This is going to go south. Literally. Florida. I'm shocked. Hey, it is what it is. Oh, not the one I thought. Damn. Hey, like I said, man. But we're going to get into it. The investigation began in early June 2018 in Broward County, Florida, after concerns arose about the disappearance of a 20-year-old woman who was 6 months pregnant. Her last known activities placed her at the apartment she shared with her husband. Days later, her remains were located in a commercial trash container in an alley near the apartment complex. The condition of the remains and the circumstances of their discovery immediately indicated the death was not natural or accidental. Police secured the area, documented the scene, and began identifying individuals connected to the victim. Shortly afterward, a second related death was discovered. The woman's father was found deceased under suspicious conditions. Investigators linked the two cases through family relationships and timeline. Attention focused on the husband of the young woman. He was brought in for formal questioning. The recorded interview that followed lasted approximately 85 minutes and forms the central document of this case file. Detectives opened the session with basic identification questions and background information about the couple's relationship and living situation. The man provided details about their marriage, the pregnancy, and recent interactions. As the interview progressed, detectives shifted to the specific timeline of the days surrounding the young woman's disappearance. They asked about arguments, any expressions of disrespect, and the husband's activities after she was last seen alive. He described tensions in the relationship and offered explanations for his movements. Detectives presented information already known from the scenes, including the discovery of the remains and evidence of attempts to dispose of them, and asked him to reconcile those facts with his account. The responses included further details about the sequence of events inside the apartment and subsequent actions taken with the remains. Detectives continued by exploring the second death. They asked about the husband's contact with the father-in-law, any visits to that residence, and any actions taken afterward. The man provided additional statements about those events. Throughout the session, his demeanor remained relatively controlled while he engaged with the questions. Detectives used open-ended prompts followed by more targeted inquiries when specifics required clarification. They presented digital evidence such as text messages sent from the young woman's phone and surveillance footage showing movements near the relevant locations, and observed how the answers aligned or diverged from that independent material. The interview also covered efforts to conceal what had occurred. Detectives asked about the handling of remains, the use of garbage bags or containers, and any attempts to create a false timeline through communications. The man responded with descriptions of those actions. Parallel investigative work outside the interview room developed concurrently. Forensic examination of the remains and the scenes confirmed the nature of the injuries and the attempts at disposal. Surveillance and digital records established movements and communications independent of any statements. Witness and family members provided additional context about the relationship and recent events. The interrogation footage reveals a methodical process of testing consistency and memory. Detectives allowed the man to establish his narrative of relationship tensions and subsequent actions while persistently presenting scene evidence and digital records that required explanation. The length of the session permitted repeated exploration of the same time periods from different angles. The man's responses, his descriptions of the events, and his engagement with the physical and digital facts form a substantial record that investigators could later place alongside forensic findings, surveillance, and other witness statements. In the days that followed, the information obtained in the interview was integrated into the larger case file. Additional searches were conducted, forensic analysis was completed, and further statements were obtained. The case proceeded through charging decisions, with the extended interview serving as one of the central documents. The footage captured not only the content of the statements, but also the process by which detectives sought to verify or challenge them through persistent, evidence-based questioning. The outline of the case, therefore, centers on this prolonged interview session as the primary lens through which the early investigative work can be examined. The methodical exploration of the relationship dynamics, timeline of the two deaths, the handling of remains, and the attempts at concealment, combined with the presentation of independent evidence, demonstrates how investigators built an understanding of the events of early June 2018. The man's detailed responses and the overall length of the session provided a substantial body of information that would be tested and retested as the investigation matured. Every question asked and every answer given in the more than 80 minutes of footage contributes to the deductions that emerge when the interview is placed alongside those other elements of the case file. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get into it, baby. I thought it was the Dipolito woman, but I'm good with a new one too. My man. Well, accidental doesn't end in dumpster. Exactly. And welcome in, Stacey, and welcome in, Steve. Pull up a chair, Shazzy. Gonna get good. Make sure you've practiced your Ebonics. You know what I'm saying?
How do you spell your first name? My name is Cassandra, Cassan, for Nancy, DR, I-T-Z. And the last name? Blanc, B-L-N-C.
In this video, we're going to watch the questioning of a man who is trying to hide the fact that he murdered and dismembered his wife. On June 4th, 2018, Cassandra Blanc shot his wife, Martine Bernard, for supposedly disrespecting him. She was 6 months pregnant at the time. 5 days later, while her body was still in their apartment, Blanc went to the home of his in-laws. His mother.
I'm just going to speed through the intro so we can get to the interrogation footage, because we basically
For reasons he has never made clear, Blanc shot his father-in-law, Roosevelt Bernard, in the childhood bedroom of Martine. He then locked the door and told his mother-in-law that Roosevelt had stepped out to talk to a Hispanic man. Blanc waited until the house was empty and then placed the body in a trash can and took it to an empty field where he set it on fire. Blanc continued to use his wife's phone to send himself texts for several days to make it seem like she was still alive. And he went to the police station as requested to answer questions about Roosevelt's disappearance, where he claimed his wife refused to speak to him. Suspicious, they began to monitor Blanc and discovered him taking garbage bags with his wife's dismembered body from the apartment. Later, security footage also revealed Blanc leaving the home of Roosevelt Bernard with the body.
What's your birthday? October 4th, 1995. Haitian? How do you know? Accent. I still have it? Barely. Oh, barely. Haitian, yes, sir.
Sometimes I get Jamaican and Haitian confused. I know they're completely different, but but I thought I could. What's your address? Five.
How
tall are you?
I believe 5'10".
5'10",
I believe.
Okay, weight?
I haven't checked that in a long time. 210.
Brown. Social?
Social.
Do you have a social security number?
Yes.
What's that?
Why would you need the social?
It's just part of the initial information. It's all of it.
I choose not to disclose
Okay.
that. Yes, sir. You can understand why.
No, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. What about work?
Delphi.
DELPHI?
Absolutely.
And where are they?
Fort Lauderdale.
What kind of work do you do?
Customer service. I assist individuals that have substance abuse, like marijuana, alcohol, just substance abuse.
Is that like a halfway house or a recovery program, or?
It's
Thank you for letting me know. I forgot I had that on the previous one. Appreciate you, Captain. Oh, Captain, my Captain.
not a treatment center. It's actually a call center based where we set these patients up with treatment. So we take the initial assessment just to determine where they stand at this point. And then at that point, they tell us if they want to proceed. If they don't, we try to get them to, it's for your own good.
Okay.
That's why we want you to do that.
How long have you been there?
I actually just started.
Okay.
Yes.
In the past 6 months?
No.
Have you been there more than 6 months?
No.
Blanc gives his personal details and describes his current job. It requires a great deal of compassion, which is at odds with the crime he has committed.
Do you want to hear what I have to say? Do you want to hear what's going on here? Okay. How far did you go in school?
How far did I go in school?
Right.
High school.
Okay. You read and write English okay? English is your second language? How fluent are you in, it's not called Haitian, what's it called?
Creole.
Creole. How fluent are you in Creole?
Can barely speak it, but...
So English is your primary language?
At this point, yes.
Where'd you go to school?
Christopher Columbus High School.
Where's that?
Miami.
How long have you been in country? Were you born here or were you born in Haiti?
Well, how long I choose not to answer that question.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, any question that I ask you that you don't want to answer, just tell me that.
Of course.
This is not, as I said, this is just the only thing I want from you, and let me make this straight from the start as well. I'm not going to play games with you. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to try to trick you into anything. Within the next few minutes, you're going to find out where I'm coming from, but quite honestly, you already know it. And it's your choice whether you decide to be honest with me. The only thing that I would ask is to not lie to me.
Okay.
And we'll figure out. I mean, there's a reason for everything. Things happen for a reason. Even though I've been at this for quite a while, sometimes I don't know those reasons. So this is just kind of a little bit of us trying to get to the bottom of this and sort out. And
absolutely.
I don't want to make you into a bad guy. I don't know
Absolutely.
anything about you. I've never met you before.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been drinking this morning?
Have I been drinking this
Right.
morning? Well, I had just a little shot of it. Not this morning, but...
Look, last night?
Yeah.
You seem pretty straight. That's what I mean.
I'm not drunk.
Okay.
I'm not under the influence at all.
All right.
You can test me.
No. You seem. I just.
Yeah. I only drunk recreationally.
Okay.
Reason being is because if you can understand where I'm coming from, and it's I was extremely emotional about this because I took it upon myself to ask my wife,
Yes, sir.
hey, listen,
Yes, sir.
Would you like to go see? Well, first of all, she didn't want to go to the baby shower. There was a baby shower that was arranged. She didn't want to go.
When was this?
a few days, like what's today? Tuesday. This was supposed to be on a Saturday.
Okay.
So I asked her if she wants to go to visit her parents, and she chose not to. You know, she just chose not to. And
this was last weekend?
This was this Saturday.
Okay, like 3 days ago.
So long story short, I was informed that detectives wanted to speak with me to, you know, get an understanding of what's going on, and I was extremely compliant. I wanted to help.
Now, when was that?
Yesterday.
Okay.
And I felt as though, you know, the conversation started while we were talking. You know, you asked me questions, I answered. Conversation was going well. And then at that point, at a certain point, I felt as though I was being accused, because the way they were explaining, the way they were speaking to me, it was as if the perspective I got was as if you're accusing me of being responsible for that. And I was extremely upset about that, and I didn't appreciate it. So, you know, I started driving, you know, just to clear my mind. No speeding, obviously.
Right.
Just driving, calm my mind.
And this was yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yesterday being Monday?
Yes, sir. So I just, you know, took a little shot and just fell asleep.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it.
How long have you and your wife been married?
Since October.
October of, like just recently, within?
Yes, this year.
6 months, 7 months?
Yes. What were you going to tell me?
I'm getting ready to get into all that. I'm still just working on the background, trying to learn a little bit about you.
Anytime there's a case where someone is missing, abused, or murdered, the spouse always starts out as the primary suspect. For those that are innocent, it is an additional emotional blow, but statistically, it is the best approach to solving the case.
When was the last time your wife is missing currently, or hasn't been seen for a day or two?
My wife is missing. Well, here's what's going on.
Okay.
So.
Are you two having marriage problems, or?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. We have a great marriage. So basically, I woke up, and I saw a woman at my door.
When was this?
Tonight, actually.
Okay.
There was a woman at my door, and I was startled. Who are you? And she explained to me that I'm Martine's friend. She explained to me that, you know, you paid for the cell phone. You bought her the cell phone. Do you want her belongings, or should I just throw it out, or, you know, burn it? She gave me those options, and I said, well, I want it. I mean.
Now it's like 7 o'clock Tuesday morning. About when was this?
5 a.m. 4 or 5 a.m.
Early this morning?
Yes, sir.
A couple hours ago. Okay.
Yes, sir. And I've never met her before, never seen her in a day of my life.
Okay.
I was really scared because, like I told the previous detective, that this is why I didn't want to give my address, for one, because I didn't want people knowing where I live, trying to kill me, kidnap me, you know, torture me, beat me up, whatever. You know, I didn't want to be a victim of anything. So
I've got to ask you one thing. Have you ever been treated for mental illness?
Mental illness?
Right.
Do you say I have mental illness?
No, I'm asking you if you've ever been treated for it.
I don't have mental illness.
Okay, I didn't think so, but again, I don't know you, so I just have to ask. So the woman shows up, you don't know this woman? Describe her for me.
She's black. She said her name was, I think Shawnee, I think that's what she said. She's black. She has braids, she's a little short. She came inside my apartment.
Older, younger?
Younger. She looked young.
Like what age?
She looked 19.
Tall, skinny, short, fat?
Short, skinny. And I asked her, how did you come in? She said, I used her keys. I put it down in the kitchen.
Now, she knocked on the door, or you opened the door?
She walked herself in.
Okay.
She walked herself in, and she just explained to me, "Here, read the text message."
Hold on. The keys. She let herself in with whose keys?
Martine's keys, and she had some kind of rag in her hand, and she just threw her belongings towards me.
Where are Martine's keys?
In the kitchen. She says.
In the kitchen in your apartment?
She says yes. That's where she put it. Yes.
What do her keys look like?
It's got a big M. And
Okay.
Yeah.
What did she do with her belongings?
She just threw it at me.
What were her belongings?
Her cell phone, her clothes, and she said she left the bag in the kitchen along with her keys.
Now, where's the cell phone now?
In the room
And
where I
who's-
was sleeping in the bedroom.
Locke's story is truly bizarre, and it is no wonder it prompted questions about his mental health. With the advances in forensics as well as technology, the days of being able to pull a mysterious stranger out of thin air are over.
She showed you a text message. On whose phone was the text message?
She told me, "Why don't you check the text message that she sent you?" And I opened the text and I read it. And it's basically Martine just saying she's had enough. I've just read quickly, and she telling me she loves me. She doesn't want me to go through anything like that, you know. And I was just stunned, and I said, "Where is she?" And she said she's with my brother, and they're doing it right now.
So this woman says that your wife is having sex. Was that what she was implying?
Not having sex, no.
Like, what's doing it?
So basically, the text message I read was Martine basically saying that, basically, long story short, I don't remember exactly what was said in the text.
Whose phone is it on?
My phone.
Where's your phone?
I wasn't able to bring anything with me.
I mean, is your phone in your house, or did you have it in your pocket?
Like, who the fuck can't bring their phone with them? But shout out to Darth as well for the $11. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one, sir. Putting us up to $100, which means we hit the second dono goal. Meaning, Darth, let me know which premium meme you would like, sir. Dealer's pick, as they say. Dealer's pick. Go to long story short as saying, definitely, you gotta hit them goals. You gotta hit them goals. You gotta hit them premium memes, as they say. You know what I mean? So let me know. Let me know which one you want, Darth. But already, this don't make no sense. This dude is sus AF, as they say. Saying, hit me with the logic. You're saying Speakeasy's logic? You got the laws of logic given to us by the one and only Mr. Speakeasy? Or are you talking about the epistles? Mama. Ladies and gentlemen, when we're going against a bullshitter like our boy here, you got to make sure that you know the laws of logic. You got to keep things logical, because when they try to bullshit you, you're going to notice contradictions. And what better way to understand logic than to be taught by the one, the only Mr. Speakeasy?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the three laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the three laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
three
statement?
laws of logic? There's three. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the three laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Bellissimo. Bellissimo. You know what I'm saying? You got to know those laws of logic. Because when you're dealing with bullshit artists like this dude, you got to keep things logical. And we got Avi saying just down here lurking. Hey, that's okay. Stay okay, baby.
Basically, the officers, they stripped me of everything.
But did you have your phone on you? Did the officers take your phone, or was it in the apartment?
It was in the apartment.
What kind of phone do you have?
An iPhone.
An iPhone. What kind of case?
Gray. Gray OtterBox.
I love those OtterBoxes.
Absolutely.
Let's see this. I drop mine 3 or 4 times a day.
I'm sorry, I'm just...
What kind of phone does she have?
A lot going on.
I understand.
You know, it's white. The same thing iPhone. It's white. A white wallet case.
A white wallet? Oh, a wallet case.
Yes, sir. So basically, I read the text message. She was explaining, you know, her issues with her dad. She couldn't take it anymore. You know, basically, it was basically a lot of like animosity towards him through the text message, and she basically was like, you know, I did it, you know. And
did what?
Like, she was responsible for her dad's death.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, she said she was helped. You know, an individual named Juan.
Juan.
Yeah, Juan. And she said she took something about taking care of him too. You know,
she killed Juan too?
She said, yeah.
Had you known your wife to be violent before?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all, but a lot of weird things have been happening lately.
Wasn't your wife pregnant?
Yeah. She's pregnant.
Whose child was that? Was it your child? Okay.
Yeah, 6
Bro,
months. She's still capable
oh
of...
my god, this motherfucker, man. Okay, so like, as difficult as it is for a woman to kill a man, she's killed 2 men, and she's 6 months pregnant. She's 6 months pregnant, and she's killed 2 men. What is she, fucking Superwoman or some shit like that? You know? And now he's just inventing like another, Juan! Jefe! My name is Jeff! You know what I mean? This is unfucking believable. But, hey, if he's gonna dig a hole, let's dig that hole all the way to China, baby.
You know, still walking, moving,
right,
doing chores. The only thing she can't do is bend. Like
so,
yeah, and also kill 2 men. By the way, when you're 6 months pregnant, it's pretty fucking difficult to kill 2 men.
Let me just, to make sure that I understand this right. Basically, this woman shows you a text. No, the woman tells you, check your text messages.
Check my phone.
Check your phone. You open up your phone and you have a text message. Is it showing that it's coming from your wife? Yes. So it's not somebody else pretending to be your wife. It's coming from your wife's phone.
Yes.
And it says, does she say anything about killing her father?
Yeah.
Okay.
She said it.
When did she send the text message?
I was asleep. I didn't even realize that I even got a text message like that. She told me, you know, why I was confused. She said, why don't you check your phone to see, you know, what's going on?
Well, let me ask you this before I get confused. When you opened up your phone, did it show up as a new text message? You know how you get that little thing saying you have a text message? Yeah. When was the last time that you looked at your phone last night? Like, what time did you lay down or go to bed?
Well, then I don't remember.
I mean, was that text message on there at 10 o'clock last night?
I don't think so.
9 o'clock last night? I mean, have you checked your phone since 9 or 10 o'clock last night?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And it didn't show up as a new text message?
So basically, after the father was missing, Martine's, like, whole demeanor has changed. She basically doesn't want to be out. I told her investigations wants to come see you. I texted her that because her phone isn't... there's something wrong with her phone as far as calling. And I texted her. I said, investigations need to see you because, you know, you not showing up, it makes you look really bad.
And this was yesterday sometime? Okay, let me ask you this. When was the last time that you had seen her father?
The information about the text messages will be easy enough to confirm, so this was a poorly thought out lie. Block repeatedly uses the word basically, which is an indicator that he is lying.
Okay, when was the last time that you saw your wife?
Same day, Saturday.
You didn't see her Sunday, you didn't see her Monday?
I saw her on Sunday.
Okay.
I saw her Sunday, I saw her, well,
Today's Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
Did you see her yesterday, Monday at all?
Did I see her yesterday? Yeah, of course.
Okay,
I saw her yesterday.
Where did you see her yesterday?
At home. She's always home.
Okay, does she work?
She worked at Aetna and she quit. And I thought that was kind of strange because, you know, that was her highest paying job as of yet. And I actually helped her get that job. And she said that she wasn't comfortable with being on the phone call. She works in a call center for Aetna. And she didn't feel comfortable. And she said she's just going to quit and find something else. She's the type of person that quits jobs and starts new ones. And
How long ago did she quit?
I think a week and a half.
Okay. So you saw her sometime yesterday, morning, afternoon?
Yesterday I saw her all day up until investigations told me to come by.
What time was that about?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't remember. It was maybe
before lunch, after lunch?
I'm sorry. I'm really not thinking straight right now.
Yeah, I got it.
Let me take some time to think. Because they called me.
No, you're not, bruh.
They called me and I called them back and I told them I would come right then and there.
When they called you, where were you?
At home.
And was your wife there with you when they called you?
Yes.
Okay, so
they said they asked me, is your wife able to come? And I forgot I had handcuffs. When they said, are you able to bring your wife? And I said, of course, I'll bring her with me.
Okay.
And Martine, after I hung up, I approached Martine about it, and Martine said, no, I'm not going because I wasn't there. I'm not involved in that. I was, I don't know where I have to go. Just.
So was this yesterday morning, like around breakfast time, around lunchtime, when you went down to Hollywood?
I have to check my call log, honestly.
Okay.
I'm not going to answer that because I really don't remember.
Okay. Was it daytime?
I think it was evening.
Okay.
I think it was evening.
Well, that's not that long ago.
Yeah.
You mean towards like the end of the afternoon type thing?
I think 7, maybe 7 or 8.
Oh, okay. So that was later in the evening. Did you see your wife again after that?
No.
What time did you come back to your apartment?
So I texted Martine. I said, you need to come, and I came back home and I didn't see her. She said something about her being, I think she said she's with her sister.
What kind of car does your wife have?
She doesn't drive. She said that she was picked up by her sister so that they can go to the movies together because, she lives in Winter Haven.
Now, you talked to her on the phone or?
Text message.
Okay, so you're texting back and forth.
Yeah.
All right. So you get back to your apartment, she's not there. When you last saw her, when you left, and I just want to make sure I got this right. When you went down to talk to the detectives, and these are the Hollywood detectives, right?
Yes.
When you went down to talk to them, your wife was in the apartment?
Yes. When I left, she was there.
Okay. And that was sometime in the later afternoon, early evening?
Yes.
What was your wife wearing? Just think for a minute.
She wasn't really wearing anything. She was just under the covers.
So she was in bed?
She was in bed, under the covers.
Nightgown, t-shirt?
Yeah, she was wearing a gown.
What color?
I believe it was blue, or the black one. It was the black one, I'm sorry, the black one. It was the black gown.
Why was she in bed that time of day?
She's always in bed.
Oh, that's right. She's 6 months pregnant.
Yeah, she's always sleeping, falling asleep.
But she's apparently killed her father and another dude. See what I'm saying? Shout out to Darth to give the members. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Congratulations to Ray W425. Congratulations, sir. You have Dart to thank for that one, ladies and gentlemen. But I ain't buying a single fucking word out of this motherfucker's mouth, man.
Blanc keeps changing his answers. First, he hasn't seen his wife since Saturday. Then, he saw her on Sunday. Less than a minute later, he claims that she was home on Monday. His lack of consistency is a definite red flag.
How's your pregnancy going?
She had a healthy baby boy. I always went to the doctor's appointment with her. Regular checkups, never missed an appointment with her. I was, very serious dad. I wanted to be involved, and, we had plans to name him after me. We had all types of these plans. We've even called Herbalife to start a college fund, and we were going to start saving, even though he's not born yet.
It's important to do that for kids right off the bat.
Yeah, and it's never too early. People would have said before he's even born, and it makes sense because Martine actually had a miscarriage before. And she's the type of person, she doesn't like traditional practices. She doesn't like the hospitals. She doesn't like giving birth through epidural. She wanted to give a water birth. She asked the doctor about that. She asked the doctor if she had to be at the hospital, if she can be at home. She doesn't like the traditional way of giving birth, if that makes sense.
Was she going to have a boy or a girl?
A boy. Wait, which one?
The one she was going to have now.
Yeah, boy.
Okay. Well, have you all picked out a name already?
After me.
What was the name going to be? The full name?
Cassandra Blanc Jr.
Okay.
Oh wait, there's a middle name. I think Josiah.
Okay.
It's Lear. She told me. I always forget. Something about watching over God. Not watching over God. Watching over your. I'm not even going. I don't even remember.
Okay. Is your wife Haitian also?
Yes, absolutely.
Where did y'all meet?
We actually met in school. We met through school and we started talking, and we just saw each other frequently. And not recently, but at some point we started seriously talking, and then we hung out. I met her dad, I met her mom, I met her brother. I met the entire family.
You get along with the family?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, of course, they're Haitian. They have their ways of education first. Just if you know anything about Haitian parents, they are the typical Haitian parents. But I've never had an issue with mom, never had an issue with dad. They've never had an issue with me. The only issue they had was how she moved out without the blessing and whatnot, and the same thing with the marriage. So they still were upset about that. How she did that and we didn't finish school, and what have you.
I'm sorry. I find it's an interesting story, but let's go back to, so you leave, she's in bed.
Yes, sir.
You go down and you talk to Hollandale or Hollywood?
Hollywood.
You go down and talk to Hollywood people, Hollywood investigators. You finish up there about what time? Is it dark out when you finish up there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where do you go then?
Where did I go? I just took a drive around the city. I didn't go straight home, to be very honest with you.
Any idea what time you got home? Did you go anyplace else between driving and coming home? Did you go out for dinner? You go out for drinks? You go out for? Okay. You come home about what time?
I believe it was I have to
approximate. It doesn't.
I have to check my phone because I wasn't really paying attention to the time because the way it ended, I didn't really appreciate that. So
the way what ended?
The conversation with the detectives.
Oh, with the Hollywood.
Yeah, because I came, I showed up, I gave you my side of the story. And they started to tell me how, we didn't see a Hispanic man in front of the door or a van, not a Hispanic man.
Suspects frequently claim they went for a ride, and in most cases, it is just too convenient to be believable. Locke is at least smart enough to say that he didn't stop anywhere, which could be disproved by security footage.
I'm looking at them, how are you going to tell me if that's exactly what I saw in the background, a van? I'm not crazy at all. I mean, you can have a physician test me. I mean, I'm not mental at all. I know what I saw. I was just very sensitive.
Well, that's an issue that you have with them. But so I'm just trying to sort out the last night.
That's the reason why I was driving around the city. Plus, I felt as though because after they asked me for my address. And I declined that because I do have that right to decline it. They thought it was suspicious of me to just decline giving my address. I can understand why, and I gave them my reasoning as far as why not, because I don't want anything to happen to me. Well, now obviously you guys already know where I live. It's now going to be on a report. That's what I didn't want to, that's what I wanted to prevent. So that's why I declined. So I felt as though I was being followed.
That's separate. That's separate. I mean, you felt you're being followed by what?
Hollywood police.
Last night?
Yeah, absolutely. So it started off with me just calmly driving. Just driving to relax my mind, and then I noticed 2 cars that were following me everywhere, like just following me. Like for example, I would be in the middle section, they would be in the middle section behind me. I would go on the turning lane, they would go there, and then last minute I would go this way, and then they would follow.
You think those were the police?
Yes, it was regular vehicles.
It doesn't sound like they were very good at following you then, if you figured it out.
Because when I looked at the tag, it was a regular Florida tag, and if it was not Hollywood police, then I feel like it was those people that were at my apartment.
Well, let's go back to that. So you get home you get home sometime after dark. Do you talk to anybody after you get home? You make any?
No.
Okay, you just chill out there. You have what'd you say? You had a shot or something?
Yeah, I had a shot and I just went to bed.
What'd you drink?
It was
what's your drink of choice?
A pint of the opposite. That's the same thing. Mango. I forgot the name brand. Name some name brands.
Mango brandy or?
It's mango's the flavor.
Vodka?
Not vodka.
Rum? I don't know. I don't drink anything mango. I eat mangoes. But okay, so you have one of those little bottles.
Yeah. Okay. I had a shot of that and I fell asleep. Well, no, not one of those little bottles. I actually had a pint like this size.
Oh, okay.
But it was up to here, and I just took it and it relaxed my nerves and just went to sleep.
Oh, like schnapps, mango schnapps or something? Yeah, I'm not sure what that would be. So you crash. The next thing you know, does anything happen between when you?
What the fuck is going on? Speaking of which, shout out to our boy King, gifting 6 total memberships. My man. Let me do a quick roll call and say congratulations to Scott Free 187, John Woodmass 2849, El Sheepo Doggo, Hot Mess Summer, Sirius Gyrius 2445, and Awesomer Possum 2142. Congratulations to all 6 of us. You have King to thank for that one, and because it was 6 gift memberships, we might as well play the shredding clip, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, having fun yet? Salute you, sir. Thank you very kindly, King, for the 6 gifted memberships, my man. Nick saying some voodoo mango shit right there. I don't know, man. I've never heard of anything like mango. Like, maybe like the schnapps is what I was thinking, maybe. Because you have like peach schnapps and all this kind of shit, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Seems pretty sus.
You crash and when you're woken up by the woman?
I was waiting for my wife to come home. I thought she was with her sister at the movies. And
now, did she send you a text message saying she was at the movies?
Yeah.
Okay.
She got picked up by her sister to go to the movies, and it wasn't true.
But she told you that.
Yes, sir.
And it came from her.
Yes, sir.
And about what time was that? Any idea?
11.
11 p.m.
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
When was did you talk to her on the phone at all after you left yesterday? When you went down for your interview? I know you said you had several text messages with her. Did you ever speak with her after you left the apartment?
Yesterday?
Right.
Yeah, she was home. Yesterday when it was the interview,
Right, that's what I mean. You get in the car and you drive. Did you go to the Hollywood station?
Yes, sir.
You drive to the Hollywood station. I know between, say, yesterday evening, early evening, and this morning sometime, you had text messages from your wife. Did you ever talk to her on the telephone?
No.
Did you all normally just communicate through text messages?
Recently we had to. The last few weeks because something's been messed up with her phone in particular.
Okay.
I had the same issue for a little bit, but I was able to actually call out, but she needed to get her phone fixed. I've been trying to get her to go to AT&T, keep prolonging it, and that's an issue because you need a phone to call.
Blanc is showing quite a bit of paranoia. If he did, in fact, pass a mental evaluation, then this reaction stems from guilt.
So,
yep.
I came home, I saw the text message about her going to the movie theaters with her sister because, they were hanging out.
What movie were they going to? Any idea? Did she tell you?
I didn't ask. Because the reason I didn't ask is because when she and I go to the movie theaters, we just choose whichever one is either in the area or has the movie that we're looking for playing at.
So you don't have a particular theater that you go to?
we don't, because we use AT&T Thanks. It gives you a discount, and whatever movie we both decide on, we first start off with the one that's nearest us. See what time they're playing. If it doesn't fit, we go to the next nearest one.
Yeah, but what movie?
So we don't have a designated movie theater. But to name you a few, AMC.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, she didn't tell you which one she was going to, and you don't know which one she went to, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I trusted her. It's her sister. I mean, I don't see why not. But I thought it was her sister.
Do you think she's screwing around on you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
So this woman shows up this morning somewhere around, what did you say, 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
And tell me again, she knocked on the door and woke you up, or she came in and woke you up?
She opened the door.
Did you wake up when you heard the door open, or did she wake you up?
She woke me up.
How?
She just, hey.
She came into your bedroom? Where were you sleeping?
In the bedroom.
You didn't hear her come into the apartment?
Well, we just moved into the apartment. When I'm asleep, I don't really hear anything unless you're yelling at my ear.
Okay.
We just moved in. We don't really have furniture. We were actually planning to do that. It's been 2 months. We just have a blow-up bed. We were actually going to get a bed. We actually were going to get the bed that I had when I was living with my parents. It's a big old bed.
Mm-hmm.
And we were going to bring that to the apartment. We also bought a refrigerator. That's why I had bought a hand truck to move the refrigerator and put that in. So, we just decided, forget it. It just doesn't.
Where's the refrigerator?
We sold it back.
Okay.
Yeah, we sold it back. brought it back, and
Yeah, like people have to scream in your ear for you to wake up, Captain, as well, I'm assuming, yeah? You know?
I had
Dude
to
is digging
bring
a
it
hole all the way
downstairs.
to China.
So the woman tells me that another one of the belongings was the hand truck.
She carried all this in?
No, she told me where it was located. She said it was located underneath the leaves. And
under what leaves?
Under the leaves, and she said there was blood on it. And I said, "Are you serious?" And she said, "Yes. So you need to take care of that." And I said, "Okay." So I just
under the leaves where?
Under the leaves, where the vehicles are parked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, is there a pile of leaves there? Or?
Yeah.
So the woman comes in, she's inside your house, she gives you your wife's phone, and what else does she give you?
And she tells me where the hand truck is located.
Okay.
So that's...
When was the last time you saw the hand truck?
When it was sitting in my apartment.
When you went to the police interview yesterday?
It was in my apartment. So...
And when you came back last night, where was it?
Well, she told me it was downstairs and it had blood on it, and I never had blood on my hand truck, so that's why I had took some cleaning gloves because I didn't want to touch all of that, and I just took a trash bag. It smelled really bad, and I just took it.
The hand truck smelled bad?
And I threw it out. Yeah.
Okay. And who did this woman say she was again?
I just said it. I forgot the name.
Nothing Blanc says makes sense. Even his reaction is flat and emotionless, which doesn't fit with some stranger entering his apartment with his wife's belongings. His lies are flimsy, and his acting skills are poor, both of which make the detective's job easier.
How did she know your wife?
They're friends, she said.
Okay. And what?
She said I'm her friend.
And what did her brother have to do with it?
Her brother wasn't in the apartment. She said her brother is taking care of the situation.
Okay.
About the text message.
Taking care of? What did you take that to mean?
So basically, my wife, after she said that she was, responsible for her dad's passing, she said she didn't want to, something about not wanting to be in prison with a baby, giving birth, losing a child.
She said all this in a text message?
And yeah, she sent a really long paragraph. I had to scroll through.
Is that still on your phone?
Yes, sir.
Now, how do you get into your phone?
How do I get into
do you have a passcode on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to give me that code? We need to get the message.
Yes, I can give it to you.
What's your code?
But I don't know her passcode. Her passcode, it's...
As long as we can get it off your phone. Yeah. I mean, that's what's important.
Oh,
so
they have ways.
Basically,
trust me, they have ways to get into your phone. Don't you worry about not knowing the passcode. They have ways to get into that phone.
Like, my wife, she texted me a huge paragraph,
right?
Straight from her number, because she does tell me how she gets random text messages, not text messages, like a random text off of a random number, but this one was straight from her.
Well,
and only she knows the passcode
on her
phone.
Okay.
So it had to be her.
So you don't know her passcode?
Not at all.
So in this message, and we'll try to pull that up down the road here. She tells you that, if I understand you right, basically she admits to killing her father.
She talks a lot.
How did her father die?
Her dad?
Yeah.
She shot her. Him. She shot him.
So she says that she shot her father, and
the man that helped him, Juan. She says,
and she shot Juan too.
Something about she sent me a text message, like towards me. It started off with "I love you, Cassandra," and then she sent me a paragraph's worth, and then she also sent me what she sent her sister. She said, and I'm reading this, and I know it's towards her sister because you see her sister's name comes up a lot, Joanne,
Right.
Joanne. So I was reading it, and a lot of what I was reading was like really bad hatred towards her dad.
Okay, well, I mean, we can sort all that out later, but why is she telling you all this, and then this other woman's bringing her stuff back to you? Like, what was
in the text message, she said that she wanted to kill herself. And after she died, she wanted to be burnt, like into fire.
Did she say how she was going to kill herself?
A gun, using the woman's brother's gun.
What kind of? Does she have a gun?
Does she have a gun?
Right.
Not her, but sounds the way well, actually, I don't know. Actually, she may very well have a gun, but based on the text message, it sounds like she doesn't, because Martine is asking her for her brother's gun, if that makes sense.
So, if I understand this right, and correct me if I'm wrong, she's saying that, and it's all written down somewhere, so she's saying that she shot her father, and then she shot the other guy too?
Yes.
So that's two of them. And you don't know, and you think it was the other guy's gun that she used?
Perhaps.
Have you ever seen her with a gun before?
No.
Do you have a gun?
No.
Okay.
And speaking of, so basically another thing she gave me, like threw at me, was the gun. It came in a box with a bag, and I looked. She before I opened it, she said, "You're probably really gonna need this," and I said, "Need what?" And then I opened it. I saw the gun.
Holy shit! Tell me what the gun looked like.
It's literally the gun. It's got like a.
Tell me what it looks like. It looks like a gun. What is a woman? A woman is someone who identifies as a woman. What kind of backshit crazy? Oh my god, man.
Cylinder type thing.
Blanc is able
Got
to
a
casually
cylinder.
say that his wife murdered her father and now wants to kill herself and their unborn child, and he doesn't even bat an eye. There's no concern for his wife and child, and he acts as if the situation is perfectly normal. He may mistakenly believe that remaining calm makes him look innocent, but in this case, it just increases the
Guilty.
already high level of suspicion.
Okay, so do you know the difference between a revolver
That's what it is.
and a semi-automatic?
Revolver.
Semi-automatic has.
I know what it is. I know what it is. It's a revolver.
Where you pull the.
Absolutely.
And a revolver's got the wheel that folds out.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So
black or silver? Chrome.
I think it was
Stainless, gray, black.
I think it was black.
Okay.
I think.
Big
Black or
gun?
silver.
Big, little?
Small. And I'm looking at it like, holy shit, like I've never touched a gun before. I've never had a gun. I've never purchased one, never had one. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, holy shit, and then it's got the box of ammunition.
Right.
Blanc makes another outrageous claim in 3, 2, 1.
And I'm looking at it, and
It's got all of it, the gun and the ammunition?
She said, "You're probably gonna need this.
Okay.
You're probably gonna really need this."
Why would you need it?
Because I don't know. She feels as though maybe people are gonna come looking.
And she handed this to you?
Yeah, she just said, "You're probably gonna need this."
Where's that now?
It's in the apartment, in my bedroom.
Blanc says the strange woman gave him the gun.
I made the mistake touching it, but I never, obviously.
Well, I mean, she handed it to you, so.
I never used it, and.
Where in your bedroom?
Either it's on the bed or on the floor, because I immediately put it away.
Okay.
So
let me ask you this: is there anything else in that apartment that this woman brought in that belonged to your wife? Is your wife's phone in there?
Yes.
Where's the phone?
In the bedroom, because she threw it at me. Remember?
That's the one in the white wallet.
Yeah.
Your wife's keys are in the kitchen. That's the one with the M on it?
Yes.
Anything else that she gave you that belonged to your wife?
Clothes and...
And where are they?
In the room.
In the bedroom or in the...
In the bedroom, yes, sir.
Okay, and what are they? Are they folded up? Are they in a box? Are they in a...
Just munched up. It wasn't even folded. It's like this and just...
Anything else that did she bring you anything in a box? Did she bring you anything in a bag? Did she bring you anything in a sack?
Yeah, the gun I told you and
right.
The ammunition. Like, it's got a whole case of ammunition.
But I mean, how did she bring that in? That's what I'm asking. What was it? Was it all? Was she
in
just
the bag,
carrying it?
In the bag, yeah. And she had a rag. She had a rag that she was holding, and she was just holding it.
What kind of bag?
It was like a church type bag. Yeah, it was like brown with most of it is brown, and it had like a purple logo on it.
You mean like a woman's purse?
Mm-mm. A church bag. It's
I don't know what a church bag is.
Basically, if you've ever been to church, they give you like little goodie bags.
Mm-hmm.
And
where's that bag?
It's in the apartment with
at church.
With the box.
With what box?
The box with the revolver and the ammunition.
Oh, so that's in the.
Yeah.
And the other crap was in there too?
I don't think it's there anymore because I was touching it.
Okay.
Please don't take it the wrong way. I really never used it. Neither one of them.
No, I understand that, but I'm just trying to find out. We're going to need to grab that stuff. Do we have your permission to go in and get the gun and her personal stuff?
Yeah.
Yes, no?
Yes, yes, of course.
And you think that bag is still in the apartment? Where in the apartment?
In the master bedroom.
Okay. Anything else that this woman brought in that you can think of?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, no, sir.
Supposedly, this woman...
I'm telling you, King, they're giving out goodie bags now and everything.
Dropped off several of his wife's belongings, including her phone, which is hard to believe she would allow someone to take, but also a gun that belongs to another man. None of this adds up, and the more Blanc speaks, the harder it is to believe anything he says.
Like, fair play to the detective, because if that was me sitting in the room, I'd just be doing this.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop your fucking lying.
Goddamn lying piece of shit. That's what I'd be like.
Do you need anything else?
Maybe another
little bag of chips. What do you want? You want? I think you got a choice. We got chips or we got cookies.
I'll take the cookies.
Okay. Yes. All right. Hold on a minute.
Thank you.
I appreciate you filling in the blanks here for me.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, she may very well.
What do you want, a cookie?
Because
that you know of.
That I know of, no. Because, to my understanding, she has a total of 3 brothers. The oldest one, Ryan, he lives in Sunrise.
Mm-hmm.
The second oldest lives with Mom in Hollywood. And the youngest one, the youngest boy, no one knows where he is at all. No one knows where he resides. No one knows his phone number. It's like he's vanished from the earth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you ask?
There was a phone call that came in. They were trying to figure out whether it was one of your wife's brothers. Where do you think your wife is now?
Where do I think she is?
Right.
I don't know. That's why I was walking around to see, because after everything was done with, I was walking around to see, you know, where she could have been.
Like what do you mean?
Like in the area. I was walking, and then I just.
Like walking in what area? You're losing me there.
Like let's say I live here. I was walking here.
When was that?
This morning. I was honestly just looking for her. And I said, you know what, I'll just, when I'm done putting everything up, as far as the ladder, like throwing it away.
What were you throwing away the ladder?
The truck. It's full of blood. Yeah, she told me where it's located,
and where was that next? Was it upstairs or downstairs? Where she told you it was? You
downstairs.
said it was under the leaves.
Downstairs, yes, sir.
So you go down those back stairs. Where was it from there?
In the leaves.
Like, but where are the leaves?
Remember I told you where the car is parked?
Mm-hmm. Where your car is parked?
Well, behind it.
Which car is yours?
White Challenger.
Okay, behind it in that alleyway?
Yes, sir.
It was just sitting there, laying there?
Yeah, it was covered. She said it's covered over there underneath those leaves.
Now, why is she bringing this stuff back to you?
Well, and she advised me that basically she wanted.
Well, how long have we got? Well, technically we got half an hour, but what I'll do, Avarice, I'll do another like 5-10 minutes of this. And then, like I said, we'll round it up because we should hit around the 6-hour mark then, I think at least. Yeah, another 5-10 minutes of this, and then, like I said, I'll give you the call. Because, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, if you did not know, Avarice has been working on some juicy spice to end the grid fodder. And it's going to be if paid for, I will wait the 3. No, it wasn't paid for. You know what I'm saying? But if you wanted to pay to end the stream, you know what I'm saying? But no, like I said, it's typically kind of like 6 hours anyways. So like another 5 minutes of this. Then we do the outro. You know what I mean? Then we do kind of like the roundup and all this kind of thing. But it's clear as fuck this dude is lying his ass off. You know what I'm saying? Like none of this shit makes sense. You know? Yeah, so unless you poor bitches pay, I'm stealing leprechaun. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, it's also, like I said, it's worth it, folks, because like I said, make sure you check out Cool Vic's next stream. Because we're going to meet the demise of the grid fodder. You know, the grift fodder. You know?
Wanted me to see if I wanted to just get her belongings to be just thrown out. Like if she and her brother were going to take care of it, or if I wanted to take care of it, and I chose I wanted to keep the phone.
I thought your wife had already killed her brother. Your wife told you that she had killed her father, and the guy that helped her, she had killed him too. That wasn't this woman's brother?
No.
Okay, a different person.
Basically, Juan is supposedly the guy's name that helped her kill her dad, supposedly.
You'll notice that when Blanc is asked a question that he finds uncomfortable, he'll repeat it back to the detective to buy himself a few more moments to make up an answer. Rather than making up poorly thought out stories out of thin air, he would do better to exercise his right to remain silent.
And how do you know Juan?
I don't know Juan at all. I don't even know him. And then the brothers, she didn't, as far as I know, she didn't kill because she wanted to kill herself based on the message. She didn't want to, like I said.
Well, did this woman say that your wife was already dead? This one that came to
She said, my brother is taking care of it. And
so her brother was going to kill your brother. Your wife killed her father and Juan.
So it sounds like my wife killed herself, or she's the type of person that how can I say it? She doubts herself a lot. She doubts. She's easily scared. So a lot of times
But she would have killed herself in a 5 or 6 hour period because she was alive at 7 o'clock when you went to 6 o'clock when you went to Hollywood. She was alive when you got the text message at 9 o'clock after the interview.
I told her, you need to go see investigations right now because they're wanting to speak to you tonight. It's very serious. It's your dad. Your dad
And
is
you think
dead.
that's why she killed herself?
I think so. She admitted it in the message. She didn't want to go through the consequences.
Cassandra, I just want to make sure that I've got this right because I don't want to take notes and be completely off on this. If you go down and you talk to the Hollywood guys, they're getting a little confrontational with you. It kind of throws you off. You leave, somebody's following you. You go back to your place.
Two cars.
A couple people are following you. Mm-hmm. You go back to your place, you do a shot, you crash.
Mm-hmm.
You're not that concerned about your wife because you're getting a text message from her saying that she was there when you left at about 7 p.m. Monday. About 6 p.m. Monday or whatever it was.
I wasn't concerned because I left.
And she sent you a text message
I left and she was there. And when I said I'm coming to pick you up, she was like, I'm at the Joanne picked me up to go to the movie theater.
And this was sometime around
after when I said.
So again, let's just quickly recap this. 6 months pregnant wife kills her father, kills the dude that apparently helped her kill the father. Now she's going to the movie theater with her sister. But she's also suicidal, and she kind of alludes in the text message she's going to kill herself. I mean, what the fuck? You know, and like this dude's just kind of saying, "Oh yeah, you know how it is. You know, it's just like regular behavior out of people, you know." Unbelievable. But have a good one, Darth. Sweet dreams, as they say. Sweet dreams.
You need to go to see investigators.
Okay, this was after you'd already talked to the investigators.
Right.
8 or 9 o'clock.
After I texted her to say, I'm coming to pick you up so that we can go together for you to speak to investigation.
Okay, so 8 or 9 o'clock last night.
And it's like something like that. And it's like she.
Well, bear with me for a minute. We'll come back to that. So that's the last time that you actually hear from her, correct? Well, that you're actively texting back and forth. You go back somewhere around midnight, before, after, have a shot, and crash. Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, it's somewhere around 4 o'clock, and there's a woman in your bedroom that you don't know who she is. She's waking you up. She tells you to check your phone. Am I right so far? Because I don't want to be putting. I just want to make sure that what I've got is.
Yes.
She tells you to check your phone. You've got a message on there from your wife that says, condensed version, I killed my father, I killed this other guy.
Basically her admitting what she did, her saying she's scared to go through the consequences, and then her saying she's just gonna kill herself.
Okay, so she admits
with the woman's brother's gun.
Did she say that in the text message?
Yes.
So she tells you, I killed my father, I killed the other guy, and I'm not going to turn myself in. I'm going to kill myself with my friend's brother's gun.
I think that's why she wasn't right. To answer your question, yes. I think that's why she didn't want to confront investigations. That's why she didn't want to show up, since the moment we found out Dad was missing. Mm-hmm. That's why she didn't want to. I feel like that's why she didn't want to show up.
So this woman's basically coming in saying, telling you that your wife's dead, or pay attention, your wife's dead, and here's a gun that she used to kill herself.
No, she said that my brother's taking care of it. Mm-hmm. You're probably going to need this. So
that's not the gun that your wife killed her father with.
Even if Blanc's story had been true up to this point, there's no way this other man would hand over a gun used in a murder and suicide that could be traced back to him.
Oh man,
this story
stop.
was bad enough.
The story doesn't it does not add up whatsoever. Like we're getting like you know, like the whole like 2 + 2 not equaling 4, 2 + 2 equaling 5 here instead of 4. This is like 2 + 2 equals purple. I mean, it's not even a fucking number. Like, what the fuck is going on? But like I said, folks, I got shits to do. Avarice is summoning the leprechaun, as they say. But ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed the show. Let me do the outros to recap this. Bollocksology is the only way to describe this case. Bollocksology. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the complete record establishes that on June 4th, 2018, in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 22-year-old Cassandra Blank shot and killed his 20-year-old wife, Martine Bernard, who was 6 months pregnant. According to his own statements in the recorded interview, he did so because she had disrespected him. He kept her body in the apartment for several days and attempted to dismember it in order to make disposal easier, though he was not fully successful. He was later observed disposing of garbage bags containing her remains at the apartment complex. 5 days after killing his wife, Blank went to the home of her father, 68-year-old Roosevelt Bernard. He shot Roosevelt Bernard and then attempted to dispose of the body by placing it in a dumpster and sending it on fire. Surveillance footage and other evidence linked him to both scenes. During the extended police interrogation, Blank initially offered alternative explanations before admitting to both killings and describing the efforts he made afterwards to conceal the crimes, including sending text messages from his wife's phone in an attempt to create a false timeline. Blank was charged. Avarice is already ringing me, folks, so like I said, it's going to be a quick outro. Blank was charged with 2 counts of premeditated murder, 1 count of murder with an unborn child, and 2 counts of abusing a corpse. In September 2023, he pleaded guilty to the charges. On September 6th, 2023, he was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He apologized in court, stating that his words did not change anything, but that he was sorry. The victim's family accepted the plea agreement for the finality it provided. Cross-referencing all publicly available sources, including the arrest reports, court records of Broward County, contemporaneous reporting from South Florida news outlets, and the full interrogation footage hosted by Long Crime Network, confirms the consistency of the core facts. Cassandra Blank killed his pregnant wife, Martine Bernard, on June 4, 2018, because he felt she had disrespected him, attempting to dispose of her remains, then killed her father, Roosevelt Bernard, days later and attempted to destroy that body as well. He confessed during the recorded interview. He pleaded guilty and received 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole. All details presented here have been verified against official records and public reporting to ensure accuracy and completeness. Don't worry, Avarice. Last paragraph, I swear. The Deductionist File presents this case as an examination of how an extended interview, when combined with forensic surveillance and digital evidence, can establish both the sequence of violent acts and the subsequent efforts of concealment. More than 80 minutes of raw footage captured the process by which detectives elicited admissions from Cassandra Blank while testing those statements against independent evidence. The case stands as a documented example of how investigators reconstruct events perpetrator attempted to hide and how the legal system ultimately held him accountable with consecutive life sentence. Appreciate yous all, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, 2 times speed, real time, baby. But appreciate yous all, folks. I've got to do a little bit of background research for our boy Avarice, but these are all going to be going over to Misunderstood. She's currently hosting Trump and RFK News, so make sure you give her a like, make sure you give her a subscribe, all the good stuff. I shall see you tomorrow for a little bit of debate and followed by a little bit of chat and chill. Have a good one, folks. Take her handy.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child,
and every child who dreams for their future. I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.